You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's March 3rd, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. I'm going alone today. Cindy has the day off, but I've still got 8 stories, including studies, voter-approved laws that lawmakers don't like, which really bothers me. Cannabis is coming back to the fair, but where we're going to start off is on a report on CBD and autism. So here we go. This one comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says, CBD may mitigate severe behavior symptoms in children with autism. It starts off with letting us know that one of the most sensitive areas of cannabis policy, science, and industry is medical cannabis use by children. Yeah, that has been. No responsible cannabis consumer advocates for kids to consume cannabis except for in the most limited, tailored medical circumstances. It is an issue that needs to be taken very seriously, and parents should only proceed after talking to their family doctors to make sure that it is the right move for their situation. With that being said, there are instances where medical cannabis therapies can help younger patients. Now, according to the results of a recent study in Argentina, cannabidiol may help mitigate severe behavior symptoms in children diagnosed with autism. Now, they say that the objective use of CBD is safe and effective in mitigating severe behavior symptoms in pediatric patients with autism. And it says that this was published in a Pharmacology, Biochemistry, and Behavior publication. It's a journal. It says that Argentinian researchers assessed the efficacy of purified CBD in young patients. That's the age of 3 to 17. With autism, CBD was administered as an add-on medication for 6 to 12 months. Now, consistent with prior studies, investigators reported that CBD treatment improved the quality of life, which is very important, of patients and their families in nearly half of the patients treated. The use of prescription medications decreased following the initiation of CBD therapy. So they're able to reduce the amount of pharmaceuticals they're on because they're using CBD. Bonus, another benefit. The study authors concluded, our results suggest that treatment with purified CBD is effective and safe and could benefit patients with severe ASD by improving some of the care symptoms, including repetitive behaviors and social interaction, as well as associated comorbidities. Now, the findings are consistent with those of placebo-controlled trial data showing improvements in ASD-related symptoms following the use of cannabinoid products. And they say observational studies have also shown the use of cannabis can provide benefits to young people and adults with autism. So there you go. All the better. You know, more news that can get out there and more studies that can show that there's a benefit there, then all the better. And thanks for the like there, Leslie Hardy. Really appreciate that. And I'm going to move on to the next story. And this one here has to deal with cannabis and driving. And here we go. Victorian medical cannabis driving law change takes effect, and this comes to me from the Hemp Gazette. The story says, in the Australian state of Victoria, medicinal cannabis prescription holders testing positive for THC while driving are now protected from automatic loss of their driver's license, but it will still be an offense. While THC impaired window associated with moderate to high dose only lasts between an estimated 3 to 10 hours, THC can remain detectable up to weeks after it was last consumed. The co-host here, Glenn, he was 31 days, I believe, is where he was, and they still detected it in him. Now, they say that prior to March the 1st, drivers found detectable levels of THC faced a minimum 6-month cancellation of their license and also had to apply to the court to be relicensed. In November last year, the Victorian Parliament passed a Road Safety Act 1986 amendment giving courts discretion in relation to driver's license cancellation in such cases. This discretion assumes a valid prescription is held, the patient was using their medicinal cannabis in accordance with the prescription, and was unimpaired at the time. From March 1st, magistrates have the power to say you are a medicinal cannabis patient. You have provided your current script and you weren't impaired behind the wheel. You can keep your license. That's according to David Edershack. He's an MP and he's involved with legalized cannabis. He says, but courts will retain the authority to impose a fine or cancel a license. While the change isn't perfect, as it still means a trip to court, it's a start, says legalized cannabis Victorian Senate candidate Fiona Pattern. She says the new law still treats medicinal cannabis patients very differently to patients taking other possible impairing medicines, like strong opiates and benzos, but it is a step in the right direction. It has been a long time coming. Now, a fact sheet prepared by the Fitzroy Legal Service, they say that they can access it through the link. And just so you know, this story is posted on the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook group or page, so you can find the story there. Now, the Victorian government also commissioned a medicinal cannabis road safety trial, which finally got underway late last year. But the results of this research aren't expected to be available until the middle of next year. Well, we'll be watching for that. Hopefully, comes out. Depending on the results, the government may consider wider reform that will see medicinal cannabis being treated like any other prescribed medication. Now, across much of Australia, it is an offense to drive with any detectable level of THC. The exception is Tasmania, and only if the product was obtained and administered in accordance with the Poison Act of 1971. And many medicinal cannabis advocates say the rest of Australia should follow Tasmania's lead. So there you go. They are getting a bit of benefit for the fact that they're medicinal for the patients there in Victoria and Australia, and that's always good news when that can happen. There's no doubt about that. All righty, from that we are moving on to a story that's going to be talking about psychedelics, and here we go. This one comes to me from Parkinson's News Today, and the headline there says psilocybin may help prevent brain damage after head injury, according to a rat study. Okay, this comes Parkinson's Today, so it's related along that Parkinson's disease, I gotta believe. Treatment with psilocybin, the hallucinogenic agent in magic mushrooms, may help to prevent damage to the brain following mild head injuries, according to the new study done in rats. Head injuries are an established risk factor for Parkinson's disease, as well as Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. The study, psilocybin as a treatment for repetitive mild head injury, evidence from neurology and molecular biology, was published online as a preprint. It was not yet undergone peer review in the process where other scientists look over the study to ensure integrity in the data. I'm sure that's coming. Now, the repeated mild head injuries are common. And Cindy and I talked about this on Thursday, and I seen this again today, and I thought it was worth repeating, just so you know, in case it sounds familiar to some of you. Now, people, and it was a different. The other story on Thursday was written by a different publication. So, people can experience them playing heavy contact sports like football, or from falls or other injuries. These mild injuries don't damage the skull, but they do cause a swelling and inflammation, like a bump, right? Which may set the stage for long-term brain damage. Studies have shown that people who experience repetitive head injuries are at increased risk of Parkinson's and other brain diseases. Now, the study goes on to say there's no contusion and bleeding to the brain, according to Craig Ferris. And all you see is the bump on the head from that, from the bump. And they say that's perfectly fine. But if you have two or more bumps, then you've got these long-term protracted problems, he says. I know a lot of us, we've bumped our heads many times. We were all kids at one time, right? Psilocybin, in addition to its hallucinogenic properties, has been shown to help reduce inflammation and promote new connections within the brain. And in recent years, there's been an increased interest in how this molecule might be used for medical purposes. Now, in the study, researchers tested the effects of psilocybin on repeated mild head injuries. They used adult female rats in a model that was developed to mimic what happens to people playing football. We impact them on the head. We don't use anesthesia because people aren't impacted with it. Everything we do mimics the human experience. We've replicated the problem as true as we could to the actual experience. So they're hitting the head of the rats with something. I don't think they tell us what they're hitting the heads with, but they're hitting the heads of the rats. And the MRIs of the rats following these head injuries, the brain showed changes similar to what are seen in people who experience head injuries, including edema and reductions in connections between nerve cells. This according to Ferris. He goes on to say that our results we get with the MRIs are the same results reported in the clinic. So not only does the experience replicate, but the results from that experience translates to the human condition. The researchers found that psilocybin treatment leads to less edema as well as more pronounced connections between the nerve cells. So it can reduce the bump in your head, and that's, sports that happens, quite often. Heads are getting hit, and but maybe psilocybin can help people that with head injuries, and maybe be a benefit for better quality of life down the road as a prevention for Parkinson's disease. So you just find out as time goes on. All righty, on to my next story before we go to break. Headline here, and the story comes to me from the Ganchoneer. And the headline, as I said, just say no to marijuana. Trump's pick to head the DEA links cannabis to suicide and schizophrenia. Oh, that's not sounding promising. In a move that has reignited debates about federal drug policy, former President Donald Trump, he's now a president. So let me just double check to see how old this story is. I say it's February 27th, folks. I don't know why it's got the word former. Has appointed Terrence Cole as the new head of the Drug Enforcement Agency's administration. Cole, a veteran DEA official with over 2 decades of experience, is known for his staunch opposition to cannabis legalization. His appointment signals the return to the Regina era just say no approach to the drug enforcement, with Cole publicly linking cannabis use to an increased risk of suicide and schizophrenia, particularly among young users. The announcement has drawn sharp reactions from both sides of the political aisle, with advocates for cannabis reform expressing concern that Cole's leadership could roll back progress made in recent years. Meanwhile, proponents of stricter drug enforcement have hailed the appointment as a necessary step to combat what they see as the growing normalization of cannabis in American society. Now, this article is going to go on the background of Terry Cole and his controversial views on cannabis and what his appointment could mean for the future of cannabis policy in the United States. Now, his appointment comes at a pivotal time for the cannabis policy. Over the past decade, there have been a seismic shift in public attitudes towards cannabis. As of 2025, 23 states have legalized recreational cannabis use, and 38 states allow medical use. Public opinion polls consistently show that a majority of Americans support federal legalization. Despite this momentum, cannabis remains classified as a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substances Act, a category reserved for substances with high potential for abuse and no accepted medical use. No accepted medical use. 38 states with medical cannabis laws, but no accepted use. Cole's nomination appears to signal a departure from the more reform-oriented approach taken by previous administrations. During President Joe Biden's tenure, there were significant discussions about rescheduling cannabis to a lower classification or even decriminalizing it at the federal level. However, Trump's decision to appoint Cole suggests his administration is doubling down on traditional drug enforcement strategies. In his first public statement following his nomination, Cole said, "We cannot afford to ignore the science. Cannabis is not the harmless substance that many claim it to be. It poses serious risks to mental health and public safety." This rhetoric echoes the anti-drug messaging of the 1980s, when First Lady Nancy Reagan spearheaded the Just Say No campaign. And as part of the broader war on drugs, critics argue that such policies disproportionately targeted minority communities and contributed to mass incarceration without effectively addressing abuse issues. Now, who is Terry Cole? He's no stranger to the DEA or its mission. Over his 22-year career with the agency, he rose through the ranks, earning a reputation as a tough-on crime enforcer. Before his nomination as a DEA administrator, Cole served as a special agent in charge of the agency's Washington Field Division, where he oversaw high-profile operations targeting drug trafficking organizations. Cole has long been an outspoken critic of cannabis legalization efforts. In 2021, he testified before Congress against proposals to decriminalize cannabis at a federal level. During his testimony, he cited studies suggesting that heavy cannabis use among adolescents could lead to long-term cognitive impairment and an increased likelihood of developing psychosis or schizophrenia. Cole said during his testimony, "The data is clear. Cannabis today is far more potent than it was 30 years ago. We are not dealing with Woodstock weed anymore. We are dealing with a substance that can have devastating effects on young minds." Cole has also linked cannabis use to rising suicide rates among teenagers and young adults. While some studies have explored potential correlations between heavy cannabis use and mental health issues, critics argue that such claims oversimplify complex issues and ignore other contributing factors like socioeconomic conditions and access to mental health care. Cole's assertions about the cannabis risks are not without precedent, but remain highly contested within the scientific community. Such research has suggested a potential link between heavy cannabis use and mental health disorders like schizophrenia in individuals exposed to such conditions. For example, I believe, on the predisposed to such conditions and things. For example, a 2019 study published in the Lancet Psychiatry found the daily use of high potency cannabis use was associated with an increased risk of psychiatric disorders. Other studies have suggested that early and frequent cannabis use may exacerbate symptoms in individuals already vulnerable to mental health issues. However, many experts caution against drawing casual conclusions from these findings, according to Dr. Susan Weiss, director of Ivison of Extramural Research of the National Institute of Drug Abuse, has stated. While there is evidence of an association, it's important to consider other variables that may contribute to these factors or these risks. Moreover, proponents of legalization argue that regulating cannabis can mitigate some of these risks by ensuring product safety and providing education about responsible use. Now, Cole's appointment could have far-reaching consequences for federal cannabis policy. As head of the DEA, he will play a key role in determining how federal law enforcement approaches cannabis-related offenses. This includes decisions about whether to prioritize crackdowns on state legal cannabis businesses or focus resources on other drug enforcement efforts. One immediate concern among advocates is how Cole's leadership might impact efforts to reschedule or deschedule cannabis under federal law. In October 2022, President Biden directed federal agencies to review cannabis classification as a Schedule 1 drug, a move widely seen as a step towards reform. However, with Cole at the helm of the DEA, such efforts could face significant resistance. Kevin Sabet, he's the president of Smart Approaches to Marijuana, which is called SAM, praised Cole's appointment as a victory for public health. Terrence Cole understands that we cannot sacrifice our youth's well-being on the altar of big marijuana profits, is what Sabet has said. And he's part of the reason why the rescheduling has halted. That's another story, though. On the other hand, organizations like NORML have expressed alarm over what they see as an aggressive turn in federal policy. In a statement following Cole's appointment, NORML director Eric Altieri says, "This appointment represents an outdated approach to drug policy that ignores decades of progress and overwhelming public support for legalization." He doesn't sound too enthused, does he? Cole's hardline stance could exacerbate tensions between state governments that have legalized cannabis and federal authorities tasked with enforcing prohibition laws. While Congress passed legislation in 2023 protecting state legal cannabis businesses from federal intervention, these protections are not permanent and could be revisited under new leadership. In states like Colorado and California, where legal cannabis industries generate billions in revenue annually, there is growing concern about how aggressive federal enforcement might disrupt local economies. Additionally, medical cannabis patients who rely on cannabis for conditions like chronic pain or epilepsy worry about potential restrictions on access. At its core, Cole's appointment reignites broader debates about how society should balance public safety concerns with individual freedoms when it comes to drug use. Supporters of stricter enforcement argue that normalizing cannabis sends mixed messages about its risks, particularly to young people, and undermines efforts that address substance abuse more broadly. Opponents counter that criminalizing cannabis does more harm than good by perpetrating systematic inequalities and diverting resources away from addressing more present public health crises like opioid addiction. Dr. Ethan Russo, a neurologist and prominent cannabis researcher, argues we need policies grounded in science rather than fear-mongering rhetoric. Demonizing cannabis ignores its potential benefits while failing to address legitimate concerns about misuse. In conclusion, Terry Cole's appointment as DEA minister marks a significant shift in federal drug policy under President Trump's administration. With his just say no style rhetoric and firm opposition to cannabis legalization, Cole represents a return to more traditional approaches to drug enforcement, ones that many hoped were relics of the past. As debates over cannabis reform continue to unfold at both state and federal levels, one thing is clear. Terrence Cole's leadership will be closely watched by advocates on all sides of this contentious issue, and I'm going to say on all sides of the border as well. Whether this tenure will lead to meaningful progress or further polarization remains an open question. But its impact on America's evolving relationship with cannabis is likely to be profound. So there we go, folks. Doesn't sound promising when it comes to at least the DEA fella there, Mr. Cole. Obviously, it's not the same Cole that wrote the Cole memo to allow the states to go ahead to do what they're doing, even though the federal law hasn't changed. But it's a matter of time. It'd be nice if he spoke up, maybe address the issue. As they said, there's billions of dollars in several states, and now they're all sort of hanging on the thread, not knowing what's going to happen because of what this fella has said in the past. So let's hope that he speaks up, and when he does, it is in favorable of cannabis legalization and not going back in time of penalizing people. Alrighty, folks, it's time for me to take a medication break. I'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, and back for a medication break. Now, if you remember, before the break, we did an article on Terrence Cole being appointed the DA and what it could mean coming down the road. Well, what's going to come of that? Well, let's just see here on our next story. This one's coming to me from the Business of Cannabis, and the headline says cannabis advocacy groups to descend on Capitol to push for legalization as cannabis research funding is slashed. There we go. The largest bipartisan coalition of cannabis advocacy, industry, and grassroots organization is set to descend on the U.S. Capitol for a week of action to push the Trump administration to legalize cannabis. It comes as the government continues to blitzkrieg of existing regulations, announcing this week that it would slash federal research funding, leading to the potential defunding of over 500 ongoing cannabis studies. From April the 28th to May the 1st, 2025, the Cannabis Unity Coalition, which includes leading advocacy organizations like NORML, Drug Policy Alliance, Last Prisoner Project, and the National Cannabis Industry Association, will head to Washington for a week of lobbying efforts. The week kicks off with the Policy Summit on April 28th, followed by Congressional Press Conference and welcome ceremony at the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center on April the 29th. Then, on April the 30th, advocates will participate in Lobby Day, meeting with legislators to press for reform. The week concludes on May the 1st with a demonstration outside the White House calling for presidential clemency for those still incarcerated for cannabis-related crimes. Rep. I Am Omar, newly elected co-chair of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus, said, "It's beyond time to legalize cannabis nationwide and expunge records for those incarcerated for cannabis-related offenses. I'm incredibly grateful for the partnership of the Cannabis Unity Coalition and look forward to working together to get this done." Meanwhile, the rapid government shakeup under the new administration threatens to severely impact the progress of cannabis reform in the country. MJ Biz Daily reports that the Trump administration decision to cut federal research funding is threatening 565 ongoing cannabis-related studies, potentially impacting the highly anticipated cannabis rescheduling process. Earlier this month, the National Institute of Health announced that it would reduce indirect costs covered by federal grants to no more than 15%, stripping the much-needed funding for universities conducting cannabis research at a critical juncture for the industry. Several universities have already sued to block the NIH cuts, forcing an indefinite pause on the policy. However, researchers fear that if the legal battle is lost, their work could grind to a halt. The cuts are particularly concerning for cannabis research, which has already faced significant regulatory barriers for decades. The impact on these cuts extend beyond academia. The $32 billion legal cannabis industry relies on federally funded research to counter negative claims, defend itself from lawsuits and support policy making. Without reliable scientific data, cannabis companies face a harder fight against accusations of harm from high-potency THC products and political efforts to reverse legalization. So there you go, folks. Not only is the DEA into things not looking good, but cutting funding for 565 projects. Like, I was wow when I first initially read that they had so many studies that was going on, because they're always saying, well, we need more studies. We need more studies. There's no studies being done in the U.S. And there they mentioned 565 studies on cannabis are put on hold. Whether they are good studies or bad studies, don't know. But nevertheless, they are studies. So, all right, on to the next one. Ohio Senate votes to strip down voter-backed cannabis legalization law. This comes to me from Entrepreneur. So the voters vote on a law. It's approved by them, but the lawmakers don't like it. The voters approved it. Let's find out. The Ohio Senate this week passed a bill to override parts of the state's voter-backed cannabis legalization laws. The bill, which was passed by Senate Republicans in a 23-9 party line vote, would implement many changes to the state's cannabis law, including limiting cannabis home grows from 12 plants to 6. Just cut them right on half. Removing the industry's social equity and jobs program. Why we want to help people who have been victims of the law. Implementing stricter THC potency caps on adult use products, including a 35% cap on flower and 70% cap on concentrates. Creating a mandatory 3-day jail sentence for anyone who smokes or vapes cannabis while riding in a vehicle. Reducing cultivation space for the state's largest licensed cultivators. Capping cannabis dispensaries in the state to 350. Giving new powers to the CDC to regulate cannabis advertisement. A Republican lawmaker said the provisions would help prevent illicit cannabis activities without affecting consumers' legal right to access cannabis. Meanwhile, Senate Democrats argue that the proposed amounts to legislative outreach on an issue that was already decided by voters. Exactly. It says here, Senator Bill DeMora, and quote, says, we're now trying to take away the rights of people by making lots of things that are legal today illegal. Should this bill become law? Bingo. Exactly. The proposal moves next to the House of Representatives for consideration. Ohio voters approved the current law, cannabis laws in 2023. The adult use cannabis market officially launched last year, and Ohio dispensaries sold $255 billion worth of products in the first 6 months. And just so you know, this is not the only state where this voter approved things or where things have been approved by somewhere along the line and they've been cut off. Governor Youngkin, I can't remember exactly what state he's in. He's another one. He's putting a veto on a cannabis law that made it through the House and all that, and he's decided that he doesn't like it, and he's gonna, cut it off. So see what happens down the road. All righty, on to my next story. This one here comes to me from Marijuana Moment. Headline there says that California State Fair will again feature on-site cannabis sales and consumption with new award categories for blunts, hash, and chocolates. Hey, who doesn't like this story? All right, here we go. California State Fair will once again feature cannabis exhibit and competition at this year's event, with expanded award categories meant to showcase the diversity of the state's market. This is the fourth year that California's annual event has invited cannabis entrepreneurs and consumers to join the festivities. For the second year in a row, on-site sales and consumption will be permitted during the 17-day fair. Now, according to Lauren Carpenter, who's the co-founder of Embark, says that last year we made history by integrating cannabis sales and consumption into the state fair, and we are thrilled to return in 2025. Through an immersive educational experience, we're shifting a light on the cannabis brands, reflecting and shaping cannabis culture in California and beyond. As for the competition, there are over 150 medals available this year. Submissions will open on March the 1st. There you go. They've been open for a couple of days, people, and close on May the 4th. The winners will be announced at the start of the fair on July the 11th. This year's award categories have been expanded to include blunts, hash, and chocolates. So now also Tom Martinez is the CEO of the California State Fair. He says that for more than 170 years, the California State Fair has had a long-standing tradition of celebrating the best of the Golden State, especially those who optimize the state's agricultural excellence. Since welcoming cannabis to the fair, we've witnessed firsthand the pride and dedication of California's cannabis cultivars, who are crafting some of the best products, not just in the state, but in the entire industry. Other categories for awards include indoor, outdoor, and mixed light flower, beverages, cartridges, concentrates, edibles, pre-rolls, and wellness. In just a few short years, cannabis has become a staple of the fair, says James Litz. He's executive director of the Cannabis Competition and Exhibit. He goes on to say that this year we're evaluating the experience, expanding the competition, celebrating more product categories, and connecting the consumers with the farmers and producers behind the cannabis products. The California Exhibition and State Fair is an independent state agency established by law under California's Food and Agricultural Code. Governor Gavin Newsom is an ex-officio member of the fair boards of directors, as are several state lawmakers. In addition of sales and on-site consumption, last year marked a historic development in the fair's history. Before then, the event's marijuana component was largely limited to cannabis competitions and educational booths. With the expansion, while the expansion was new for California in 2024, on-site consumption use and sales were allowed at the New York State Fair in 2021, after adult use legalization was enacted. However, the fair stopped permitting public consumption at its 2025 event, though attendees could buy cannabis products from nearly a dozen local growers at a cannabis farmers market held in conjunction with the event. Meanwhile, last year, Minnesota's former governor, Jesse Ventura, called on people to boycott the state fair for prohibiting cannabis use at the venue, while at the same time for the fourth year at the California State Fair, and you know, I like to see that right on out there in Alberta, that because they allow on-site consumption and purchasing where it's over 18 as far as ages wise. That'd be nice if we could do something here. I know fairs aren't for over 18, or they're for everybody, not just the adults. But I think I'm sure something can be done. Just needs to get the heads together to get it done. That's all, because saying it can't be done doesn't solve anything. Find a way. All right. On to our next story, and my last story of the day. This one's coming to me from Psych Post, and it says psilocybin increases emotional empathy in depressed individual according to studies. So there's a study conducted by Switzerland examining changes in empathy among depressed individuals following a single dose of psilocybin. Participants who received psilocybin demonstrated substantial improvements in emotional empathy compared to the control group, which received a placebo. These improvements lasted for at least 2 weeks after treatment, according to the paper that was published in Molecular Psychiatry. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. It can be categorized into 2 types: cognitive empathy, understanding another person's perspective, and emotional empathy, feeling what others feel. While empathy is essentially for forming emotional connections, research suggests that excessive empathy, particularly emotional empathy, can contribute to emotional distress, especially in individuals who frequently absorb others' negative emotions. As a result, heightened emotional empathy has been linked to an increased risk of depression and burnout. Previous research suggests that psilocybin can temporarily enhance empathy, particularly emotional empathy, by increasing feelings of correctness and reducing ego-related barriers. Psilocybin is a naturally occurring psychedelic compound found in certain mushrooms and is known for its hallucinogenic effects. It interacts with serotonin receptors in the brain, leading to altered perception, mood, and cognition. Now, the study author, Joannes Jugworth, and his colleagues aim to investigate the effects of a single dose of psilocybin on the empathy levels of depressed individuals and compare these changes to those observed in a placebo group. They assess empathy. Sorry, I got the hiccups. At 2 days, 8 days, and 13 days after treatment. The hypothesis was that psilocybin would increase emotional empathy and that this effect would persist for up to 2 weeks post-treatment. Now, the study concluded that 51 individuals experiencing an acute depressive episode, 19 of whom were men. Participants' average age was between 36 and 37. Those taking psychiatric medication were required to undergo a washout period before the study began. Participants were randomly assessed to receive either psilocybin or a placebo. The study involved 7 in-person visits to the research lab over a 4-week period. The very first visit consisted of screening. Participants then attended 2 psychological preparation sessions, one 4 days before treatment and another 1 day before treatment. On the third visit, participants received either a single oral dose of psilocybin or a placebo. This was followed by 3 additional visits at night, at 2, 8, and 14 days after treatment. During these follow-ups, participants attended psychological support sessions designed to help them process difficult emotions and develop a narrative about their experience. At these sessions, they also completed assessments of empathy and depression. The results show that psilocybin treatment led to an improvement in emotional empathy compared to the control group. This improvement was evident as early as 2 days after treatment, peaked at 8 days, and was moderate in magnitude. However, no significant differences were found between the 2 groups regarding cognitive empathy. At the 8-day and 14-day follow-ups, individuals in the placebo group who experienced a stronger increase in emotional empathy also tended to show greater improvements in depressive symptoms. However, this association was not observed in the psilocybin group. Our findings provide evidence for the lasting effects of psilocybin on empathy in depressed patients, with significant increases in explicit emotional empathy observed up to 14 days after treatment. Given that conventional antidepressants have observed to reduce empathy, psilocybin could be a promising candidate for enhancing social cognition and strengthening therapeutic alliance, the study authors have concluded. The study contributes to the scientific understanding of psilocybin's effects on depressed individuals. However, it is important to note that the study groups were relatively small, meaning some weaker effects may have gone undetected. So that's quite often they can say that the studies are small. I don't know, what do they consider small? I've seen some, even I think in the thousands that were still considered small. So I don't know where they draw the line, but nevertheless, it's good to see some benefits. That's for sure. All right, that's it. I'm done. Over and out. No more stories. From the Legacy420.com news desk. I should say, I'll see you on Thursday when I do the news again as well. That's the Pace News Report for today, and thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, Limestone City, Hydroponics.ca, and at ease.ca. In closing, I'd like to say thanks for tuning in, thanks for watching, and as I've been saying for, I'm going to say, well over, we're almost to 20 years now, almost 17 years now, I've been saying, do not educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. It is Monday, March the 3rd, and I'd like to wish my mummy a happy birthday because it's my mom's birthday today, and it's also the anniversary of my grandmother's death. So there's that too. Which, she's been gone now 14 years as of today. But I get to live in her house, so I get to be with her every day. I'd also like to acknowledge that I live, love, and learn and work on the beautiful Tanaha Nation, which is a conglomeration of 4 nations, which is the Akam, Tanaha, Lower Plains, and Tobacco Nations. This morning, I'm bringing back Melissa Ellsworth. We are going to continue on with her battles with WCB and her cannabis, being a cannabis patient, and all the things that go along with that. This has been a really long battle for her, but she's also got another project that she's throwing out there that she's thinking to do. And we want to see if we can get some momentum out there for her. So I'm going to bring her on without further ado. Morning, honey.
Morning, honey.
How are you?
Same old, getting there, one day at a time.
Right, and you're the same as me today, like fucking paying up the yin because of this goddamn humidity.
Oh, it's very much the pressure's been all over the place.
And you're right on the water, where I'm not on the water, but I've got like several lakes around me. But humidity here, like Cranbrook's not a real humid place. Like we're not on the coast, right? Usually fairly dry, and I've never really noticed. And this year, because we've had everything's different. Like we haven't had as much snow. It's gone from warm to cold to warm to cold. It's the trend of the barometric this and that, and the humidity level. And I'm telling you, like I've been in a flare. Like it seems like I've been in a low flare for like 3 months, where it's just like every morning when I get up and I'm taking my medications like I'm supposed to, and I'm doing all the things, but I get up and it's just like, oh my fucking God, I can barely move. My hands are all stiff and sore. And before it was like a bounce out of bed, but I am a year older, but I don't consider that being, any part of the issue. I just think that, it's the weather.
Yeah. And seasons, seasons used to be reliable one time. Not so much anymore. It's just all over the place.
Everything's all over the place. Mm. So, WCB and you are having same games, eh?
Yeah.
Did they? Because the last time we had you on, you were doing blueprints for the back entrance to the house, and they wanted you to make a decision like now.
Yeah.
What happened with that?
So they sent someone down, an engineer, to look at the house in person, which I suggested months and months and months ago. And we walked through the house, and she got a good, I guess the best thing I can say is that she got a good example of what my needs were compared to what I was trying to deal with. And
some comprehension on what was the actual needs rather than assuming, right?
Yeah. And I was trying to explain to them that in the plans that they sent me, it looked like they missed a room in the house.
Right.
Because it looked like there was a room missing, and they kept saying, no, there's not. No, there's not. And for months, I kept saying, but there is. Like, I know it's my house, right?
My fucking house. I know exactly what's going on here. Like, don't tell me either. You're missing a room, dude.
Exactly. You're missing a room, and it's in the middle. So it was during that visit because she said, we'll come back this way. And she kind of, we're standing in the kitchen, and she kind of came back. She will come back this way with the bathroom to extend the bathroom. I said, okay, but what about this? And I just pushed the door, and the middle bedroom door open, and she was like, oh. So then I was like, yeah, that's the bedroom I was trying to tell you that was not in the plans. So I've yet to sign legal paperwork on anything, but my case manager wanted to know, like on the portal, for my yes or no to go ahead. And she only contacted me on the days that she knew that I had my ketamine. And I said, I can't legally answer those questions in 24 hours. And you know that. So the last 3 times she contacted me were all on Thursdays, all on my infusion days.
Sounds like you should. I don't know if you can do this. I know with Alvin, what I did, because he had one worker that was just completely incompetent. I phoned and said I wanted to speak to a manager, and I had his case moved to a different.
This one is brand new. I've had her since last spring when
I know, and they do that to you too. Like they change, yeah, but he got one like I said, because of every 3 or 4 months they were fucking new staff and new agent, for the fucking. It's like, what can't, because they move up, whatever the fuck their issues are. It's an insurance company, and I think that's what most people don't understand is when they're dealing with WCB, you're not dealing with a government agency.
No,
And I
my
think
previous
people
case
have
made it much worse.
yeah, well, I think people have a misconception that they're dealing with a government agency it's regulated by the government, but it's not a government agency, and it's in a private insurance company.
Oh,
and they don't want to give you their fucking money.
No.
No matter what. They want to take your employer's money, just like they want to take your car insurance money. But when you get in a car accident and you're hurt, they don't want to pay you out either.
No.
And it's the same thing. Big corp fucking taking advantage of the little guy again, right? And again, never mind the battle with, with all your medications, ketamine, and the fact that you needed cannabis medications and all these things that were in your realm, and you had doctors, advice and doctors' notes and all these things, and yet they still couldn't get past the word cannabis.
Yep. Still can't. Actually, yesterday, it's funny you mentioned that. I went back to my GP to get my script refilled because it ran out in September. And because she's in Halifax and I'm in Cape Breton, I had to go see her. And then the last couple of visits I went, weather-wise, I couldn't get off the island. And then there was at one point I asked comp if they would cover an extra day at a hotel because there was no way I was getting back on the island safely that day. And they said no. She said, how about if you stop twice on the way home?
It's fucking what?
And I'm like, no, this has nothing to do with me, my driving ability or ability to drive for long periods. Like, is the sun going to come out of nowhere when we step out the car? Like,
I can't drive at night, you stupid woman.
No.
Like, I got no night vision. Yeah, I'm going to drive. What is it, 9 hours?
Well, perfect example. I asked them if they could move the door from I asked them if they could move the back door 2 feet, like to the left, where a window already exists.
Yeah.
There's that opening.
Yeah, because you were on the stairs there and you were worried you were going to fall or something. Yeah, I remember telling you that.
No, they're too worried about not being able to match the siding.
The fuck does the siding matter if you fall down the fucking stairs?
Yep.
Can you get them to put a handrail or a guardrail or a gate or something across there?
Probably.
I would get them to do everything that you fucking possibly can to get as much money out of them as you can. Get them to bubble wrap the fucking wall around it. I want a handrail. I want a handrail. I want a ramp. I want whatever the fuck. If you're not going to move the fucking door, you're going to do something to make it so it's safe. So I'd have them put handrails all the way down on both sides. I make them put a fucking gate across there that you can't fucking topple over. Maybe even a door. Put a door there then. Do something to make it so that I don't harm myself. I'm just asking for you to make it so that I'm safe in my own fucking home. How hard is that?
It's very hard, apparently.
I don't understand why everybody wants to fight the disabled so fucking hard.
Yeah.
Like we're people that don't have and I don't take any I am not on any disability. I don't have any back rails. I don't have anybody helping me. I have nothing. Okay. My husband makes too much money. I can't be on PWD because of being married, nor would I want to take it if I could. Right. If I could take my CPP, which I attempted to do and was denied because I wasn't disabled enough in 2008 when my last contribution to CPP was. I was denied. They sent me a letter saying, we recognize that you're disabled, but sorry, you weren't disabled enough in 2008. And that was your last contribution. I'm like, but I worked in 2009 at this hair salon, and then I bought this hair salon, and I contributed nothing because I was a business owner. What happened to the contributions from May of 2008 till March of 2009? Well, it comes to pass that my boss never paid nothing and never reported anything. So I got to go a whole year without maternity leave too. So I had to go back to work because I had no hours recorded for eligibility for unemployment because she didn't report or pay it for 9 fucking months. And those 9 months would have qualified me for a year of mat leave. And I fudged her fucking records to make sure she had the 600 hours that she fucking needed, because so she could go on mat leave for a fucking year. Because that's why I bought the hair salon. Because she was pregnant and going to shut it down. I says, hey, how about I buy it from you? And then we can all stay working, and then you can go on mat leave and then come back and we can just, continue on with life. And I ended up pregnant. Don't ask me how the fuck that happened because, well, no, it happened, but I was told I couldn't have any more kids. My oldest kid was 16 fucking years old. 16, 15, and 13. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't planning on anyways. But yeah, but I got fucked out of that. So in an interim, her fucking me out of mat leave made her fuck me out of CPP. And then she had the audacity to fucking try suing me for the lot, like, because I stopped paying her. The salon was closed. I ain't paying you. But because we did a payment plan, I gave her so much down and we had a payment kind of arrangement. And the salon shut down. So when anything sold, the chairs or anything, because she didn't even want to go to the salon. She could have went back to the salon, cleaned up the fucking all the equipment and taken that off no, she let me go and do that. And then anytime I sold something, I would give her the money. I gave her first options to come and get a chair, take that off the money that I owed her, whatever, right? I was trying to work with her. The day we were moving to Coronation, the bitch fucking had me in court for fucking suing me for 10 grand for the fucking salon. And I'm like, you're not getting fucking nothing. Never mind, you fucked me out of mat leave and you fucked me out of CPP disability, which I didn't find out until I tried applying here in like 2015 or 2016, right? And you think you better not fucking walk across my path because I'm liable to fucking give you a knuckle sandwich. Never mind. You didn't pay any of my contributions for CPP or unemployment for fucking 9 months.
Scottish kiss.
You know what I mean? And never mind, like when I took this loan, I couldn't even get credit from any of the suppliers because she owed everybody fucking money. And then they disconnected the phone because she owed money on the phone. Like, and I understand it. The salon was not viable when I bought it. It was a fucking bad location. Everything was bad about it.
You tried.
I always wanted a hair salon. It was one of my dreams in life. So it was checked off the bucket list. And even as my uncle was saying, don't ever buy a hair salon. They're not viable. And he's a banker, right? Or he was. And I was always told after I got out of hair school, whatever you do, don't do a chair rental and don't ever own a salon. And it's just a waste of money. And I looked at him and went, what the fuck did I go to hair school for? That was my, ultimately, you want to own your own business, right? And when I went to the salon, he goes, don't do it. Don't do it. He goes, you don't do it. And he was telling my parents, because my parents helped me with the down payment, right? My mom and dad gave me the money to do it. And my uncle's like, don't do it. Don't give her the cash. It's gonna blow up in your face. And it did. But hey, we got a beautiful boy out of it. And yeah. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, and so for him too, like speaking of cannabis, because I let unbeknownst, and I don't give a shit, and all his doctors know, just so if anybody's concerned about my 15-year-old's use of cannabis, he's got doctor's recommendations. Just say it, because they all know, pediatrician, all of them, surgeon, right down to it. Because actually, he piped up when the surgeon asked him if he smoked, and he goes, "I don't smoke." He goes, "But I vape cannabis," and the doctor kind of looked at me. I go, "Helps with the inflammation. It helps him eat." I says, and I told him my in 2012 licensed. I've got, I find it, and they just kind of went, "Oh, if you find it's working and it's helping, I'm not going to say anything." And they don't
fix it,
right? So again, so he's like got to go for a colonoscopy, and this is, but he's not smoking like in. But again, like if this is something that needs to be done for your child, whether they're how many parents left and moved to Denver, Colorado, and places to go because their kids needed cannabis, oils and stuff, right? Even like Sophie in Nova Scotia there, Nick and Kaylee Jones, right? With Sophie there, like even trying to get her on her dream wish, right? And I kind of gave him a knock this morning because he said something about all his friends being fucking this and that. And I said, you sit with one Nazi, you're either a fool or, and I love Nick. He used to work with Alvin. Like that's how we know Nick and Kaylee, right? Nick was Alvin's Garricand on a rig. When we were in Alberta, he came out from Nova Scotia to work. And when he left, he had met Kaylee. He had a trip home and he was homesick and he missed his girl. And so we had this old beat up Jeep kind of thing. And we told him, take the Jeep, drive it to Red Deer, sell it, get on a plane and go. And that's how Nick got back to Nova Scotia. Ellen, like, you need to go home, buddy. So he went home, and that's when they got married, and then Sophie was born, and so there's a really, really soft spot for me for that kid. But I find, like, even with Maya too, like with Sarah's daughter there too. Yeah, I mean, she's gone now though. She was 15. She'd be 20, 18, 19, 19 this year, I think. But it was cannabis. Like, I mean, she was literally sent home with a stint, and so there was nothing more we could do for her. Same with Haley. And I'm going to have Cheryl Rose on the show soon here too, so we can announce her big announcement here soon as she's, able to do so. But that's a child that I met when she was 15 years old in Ottawa, having several epileptic seizures on a daily, and now is 30. And when she was younger, couldn't even sit in a tin roof. She have to have now she's going to clubs and strobe lights and all kinds of things that aren't the same for her, right?
I've been following it, and I'm just it does what it does, man.
I know we're preaching to the choir when when we're on this stuff, but it's just the same as, you go out and people look at you like you're sideways. Like, I mean, now it's legal. They don't seem to look quite as sideways with stigma. But even with the substitution program, like on my cup sitting out at the store, and I had this lady come in the other day. You to watch time, make sure we're not running over the commercial we got last time. And my cup was sitting out, and she had a stack of Keno tickets like this. She goes, "Can you cash these?" I go, "Yeah." "Well, how much can you cash up to?" And she was really snotty. Most of them are. And I said, "Up to $1,000, like, So she hands me a stack like this. So I start putting them through, and then I turn around to grab them, and she goes, "What's this? Substitution for the homeless?" And I started to go, "I don't like the homeless. And I don't like addicts." And I looked at her, and I was grabbing her fucking stack of Keno tickets. I didn't say anything. I'm going, "You don't like addicts." As I'm taking her lottery fucking tickets, okay? And then she has the audacity to say, "Yeah, the homeless are just," and I looked, one thing I said, it could be any one of us. That's all I said. But she made such a fucking, and then she goes, "And what's this about cannabis? I says, "It's a diversion program." So I try to cut it. She goes, "That stuff's just," she goes, "I don't even know why they legalized it." So, and she was like a Gen Xer. She was like not an old lady. And I could tell that she was probably along the lines of ranching, because she cowboy boots, jeans, But I was just like, "You're telling me you don't like the homeless or addicted as you're handing me your Keno tickets, and then you're."
They've been very religious too.
So I had a really hard time dealing, and these are the people that I have to customer service, right? And I have a really hard time sometimes not saying stuff. And sometimes I will. Like, we had this other kid in the store the other day, and a bunch of customers, and we're talking about the orange potato, and the fact that the 51 and stuff, and these other customers like, "No, man, there's no way." And this kid goes, "I'd go." And I looked right at him. I says, "Would you like a ride to the border?" And he looks at me. I go, "Dual citizenship is a thing. You could go right now." I says, "I'll give you."
I had a nickel for every time I went 2 weeks that that song from that Disney movie, "Let It Go, Let It Go, Let It Go," went through my head every time my mouth wanted to go, but, and it didn't. Let it go.
Right? But when somebody's standing in front of me and they want us to talk about the orange potato and going to be 51, I just can't. And my husband's always like, "My face doesn't lie," right? Like, I can be like saying there's nothing wrong, but my face is going to fucking kill you, right? And it's just something.
Yeah.
And I guess it's kind of always been. I remember my grandma saying, "Take that sneer off your face." And I'm like, "What sneer?" And I wouldn't even realize it, but I guess I would have a sneer as a kid when I get like I do it now. It's like, well, I can't do it right on cue kind of thing, but I guess apparently I get this snitty look on my face. And I did when I was a kid too, apparently. My grandma would say, "Get that sneer off your face." Apparently my face doesn't lie. So if I don't like you, my face won't tell you, won't change. I'll be I'll be like professional, but my face isn't gonna go. It just doesn't happen. And I wish I could. But I'm just not fake. Like, this is what you get. You see what you get. And I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently I need to wear more makeup and be more, professional looking on the air. I was told. And I'm like, I don't wear any fucking makeup. And I'm 55 years old and there's no filters. So when you see that there's not a lot of, there isn't. It's not like I'm covering it up and I got no filters, right? And I don't give a flying fuck if there is. I earned every gray and I earned every one of them. But
Like some of the other ones, mine just for some reason stays on the last one that I used. You know what I mean? Like that filter just stays on the last one that I use. So it's just used over and over. And I don't even think of it. I just do whatever and then whatever. And then some people get so upset about it. I'm like,
I really 90% of them are fucking bots. I think that they've got some algorithm, they've got some program that goes in just to cause disruption that says PP for PM or whatever. And I think it's on every platform. And I think they like to, like they said, they're trying to divide, right? And I think it's an algorithm that's actually not even real people. Because I go and I look and they got one follower and no followers.
Really? Like, I really hope not, because I'm like...
But did you notice when the states went down on that platform that the comments, and we could actually see like content that was actually people that you knew, your friends were back on your algorithm? Like I couldn't find you for the longest time after I lost my first account. As soon as them fuckers went down, you were right there. And I remember I said, God, I've been looking for you because I couldn't remember what your fucking username was. I'm looking for Melissa and it wouldn't come up. And I was thinking, I knew it was muddier, but I couldn't remember the first part of it. My brain, right? And I'm trying. It was the same with fuck a cup, and I still haven't found a few of them. And then I lost Jan Arden, and I've got another one that says she's Jan Arden. I says, if this is really Jan, you'll know what year we met. And she comes back, I don't remember. And I'm like, then it's probably not her. And I just started laughing. I went, LOL, yeah, neither do I. So I'm just not going to engage because she sent me a message, but it's not it says this is my backup, but it doesn't have the check mark. It's not the original Jan. Like I had Jan Arden like on my other bound account, which broke fucking hard. And I mean, I could send her a message and say, hey, but I'm not gonna because she's busy. Like she knows, whatever. Right. But yeah, I lost a lot of that. 20,000 fucking followers.
I got bananas.
Right. And I mean those because you said the word cannabis. I don't even know why I got banned.
What it was it was a research paper that I would videotape, like record, like scrolling down through it like quickly, and then I would post the link in the comments, and it was only on the endocannabinoid system. That was it. And it was about how the endocannabinoid system, inflammation, cytokine storm, with all the COVID stuff and everything, how it was. They thought it would be helpful.
Like, and then
I woke up the next day and it was gone.
Yeah, we had a guest on our show last week that is working because we have a cannabinoid and an endocannabinoid system, right? And he's doing research on that. He's in the States. It was a really interesting show. And it's funny because I've like censored myself so much on TikTok that I find myself censoring myself when I'm on here, thinking that I'm on here, I can swear and do whatever the fuck and say whatever the fuck I want on here and smoke weed. So, but I find myself censoring myself on this stupid thing now too because I've censored myself so much on there. Yeah. But it's ridiculous that you have to. But like the algorithms with this one here, like this goes out on Facebook and stuff. But Al's had issues with Twitter and LinkedIn banning our videos because of the cannabis too, right? And Twitter, it's not. They want money to play dual lives, right, on Twitter now, or X or whatever the fuck that is. So we took it off. We don't do X anymore. And then when I took my account off X, like when Musk bought it, I just deleted. I wasn't giving him any of my data, and that's been like since he bought it. And I knew that I was only one fucking person, and that I don't matter to anything or anybody. I'm just one ant in the fucking ant pile. But he still wasn't getting my fucking shit.
See, for me, that's the way I can get at the government because that's the only place the government goes is Twitter. Go figure. So if I want,
they're doing more on Twitter or on TikTok. I'm finding some of them, like Bob Canoe and stuff. He's doing a little more on TikTok. Some of them, but they because they know that that's where if they were smart, they would know that that's where 90% of the people are getting their information. It's either from Instagram or fucking TikTok. And Instagram, see, like I said to my mom this morning, like I'd get rid of Facebook and Instagram if I could, but because of this and all my followings on these platforms already, I can't use TikTok for this. You know what I mean? Like just it makes it difficult to decide what you can do and what you can't do. But again, because cannabis has kind of gone off to the wayside, we've got legalization now. It's not really such a push forward on so many things, and we've got all these other things going on. Like I understand that we still have no medical access for us and stuff. I mean, we've got a fucking US potato that is good. If he came across, we wouldn't have any access to it at all. And even if fucking Polyev gets in, they see cannabis on the chopping block. I can't see what I saw coming across not too long ago, but there was some video of them talking about taking the legalization of cannabis
It was
off.
in the memorandum. It was in there. It was in the big.
Is it in there? Is it in their declarations? I thought that's where I
remember
but, you know,
reading.
my brain sometimes I just can't place. Like I read so much and I see so much
They
that
were
my
gonna
brain,
reverse legalization, and I don't know about this, but I remember reading the memorandum around the time of the convoy and stuff, and it said that they wanted to reverse legalization and make CBD only available for kids with epilepsy. And I'm like,
well, first of all, they can't do that because they can't fuck with the medical. Medical's a fucking Supreme Court order. The Smith ruling is a Supreme Court ruling. Go fuck your hat, dude. They
tell that
can't
poor-
touch it. But you know what? He can. Because if he pulls the same shit like he said he's going to with a notwithstanding clause and fucking rip our Constitution apart, we'll be in the same situation. And that means patients are at risk too, right? So I'm not sure if that's one thing we can actually bring forward when we're talking about the next election. And maybe that's something that we should really get involved in pushing forward for the patients and for everybody that does use cannabis. Never mind the taxation that would take out of. But I still want to know where that money is going, because you can't tell me that's going into addiction and reform and all these programs, because I don't see any
all
new
the
recovery.
just got the highest consumption numbers.
I know, and they're and the money they're pulling in, they get all of it. 75% of the taxation money goes to the province, and they're supposed to filter it down to the municipalities that are getting it to the tune of $11.5 million a year. 5 years of $11.5 million is $57 million to every municipality in this country. Where the fuck is the money? And then you're telling me they're putting it into law enforcement, yet we don't have law enforcement. You tell me you're putting it into recovery addiction services. Addiction to what? Cannabis? You're putting it into what? Community safety units? So you're employing people to go around stealing medical patients' medicine? So
They should be treating the root cause. They should be putting up
back to the whole criminality of it.
system.
Right. And then, again, we'll go back to making it a criminal thing rather than an addiction thing. And cannabis isn't addicting. It's more medical, therapeutic, medical, and beneficial even for addiction problems when it comes to substitution, rather than methadone or Suboxone or this new shot they're giving them, Acadia.
It's the safest alternative for
Even
most.
psilocybin, right? I mean, like I said, I know that what I'm giving out isn't a lot. It is helpful. I'm, struggling to keep up with the RSO levels that I need because I have to buy it. And when nobody's donating, I don't have the money, and I can't afford to take it out of my own pocket. If I could, if I was a multimillionaire and I had the wealth, I would be giving it to everybody.
I was driving by in a plane drop, no bales, just saying, get it away, get it away. We don't want this to go against the cause.
I'd be telling those licensed producers that are being told to destroy it to be handing it over to every addict on the street. Just dump it off in balefuls. But I mean, we've got, like I said, there's so many, and everybody goes, well, politics does, we don't want to talk about politics. Everything in our life revolves around the fact that it's attached to politics, whether you like it or not. And we've been told never to speak about politics and religion our whole lives. So we have so much discord because every time we do go to talk about it, we're so awkward and misinformed or ill-informed or willfully ignorant or don't know how it works. Now, I'll tell you, grade 5 civics is where it starts. And we were talking about this yesterday too, about when we were talking about the lack of field trips for children in Ontario school education system. And I got to stop there because it's our commercial time. We have to thank our sponsors so that we can keep going on this beautiful network that we have, which is the 420 PACE project, cannabis, or what is it? PACE, 420 PACE radio network project, or network. I'm saying that all wrong. Anyways, we've merged with LRAP again. So we've got 420, which I started on, right? The 420 network, which I started Cannabis and Coffee on with Al. And then we all started we moved and Al had some issue anyway. So we started the Pace Radio Network. And now we've all combined ourselves back together as a big old fat team and we're working together. And it's a great collaboration. So I want to thank the two Als for everything that they've done to bring forward this great network that we get to use. And to our sponsors, which are Campbellford Lifestyle Show, Legacy 420, and Limestone Hydroponics. And I will be right back in about 3 minutes. And we're going to let you see what they all do with a commercial, if I can find one. I do this to myself every time because there are so many commercials now. And here I am, blah, blah, blah. And I can't find a commercial. Are you kidding me? Oh, there's one.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we are back. And again, thanks to our sponsors, because if we didn't have them, well, yeah, we wouldn't be here. Oh, we got some comments. I never see these two after the show, unfortunately, sometimes. So we've got, Ohio State Republicans are trying to rewrite cannabis laws passed by Ohio voters to adopt more restrictions to the plant. This channel is based in Canada. Yes, Dr. Schmeddle, we are. But we understand that, the difference that they were trying to reschedule down in the United States, the CVS, or I think it's a controlled substance, the same as ours, from
Yes.
a scheduled 1 to a 3. Ours has been rescheduled too. There's still cannabis laws attached to our legalization for recreational use here in Canada. Like there's restrictions like you cannot sell to a minor, which is anybody under the age of 19 in some provinces and 18 in others. It's a 14-year jail sentence. You cannot grow any more than 4 plants. If you're caught with that, there's also a 14-year jail sentence attached to it. There's fines. The dispensaries that are selling medical patients, they have a community safety unit that will come in and take everything, but there never seems to be any charges. And we feel that the reasoning is for that because then if there's charges, then it could be challenged again in a Supreme Court. And I think they've gotten wise to the fact that they know that these things in our country anyway, these legislations, that we can actually challenge them back. And several people do, and there's been charter challenges on several levels to the fact that that's the reason why children can actually gain access, because there was a Supreme Court ruling in Alberta. So, yeah. So let's get back to talking more about you, because I thought I saw you say something about walking, and I went, "Are you fucking crazy, lady? That's a long fucking walk. How many hours of drive is it? Like, how long does it take you to drive there?"
6 on a good day.
6. Yeah, I thought it was 9. That's okay. 6 is good, but that's
6.
like a 5-day fucking walk.
Yeah.
Are you thinking you're up to it? Are you gonna die trying? Because I know you're stubborn. You're from Nova Scotia. So that being said, and I know you got a stubborn bone in your body, and I know that you're like me, like you've lived a good life, and if I fucking die trying, I'm gonna fucking, and if not, I'm just, and at the end of the day, I'm gonna go out on my own terms when I decide to go anyways, right? So, and you and I are both on that same note on that. Like, I mean, I'm not as far ahead of the game as you, because I'm not there yet, and I understand why you are, and I applaud you for making decisions for yourself. And it's not even a touchy subject anymore. I don't feel it should be. If you're willing to, and the government is allowing, and you want to go on your own, we do better for our pets.
Bingo.
Just saying. And I mean, and if you've got sound mind and you're able to make those decisions on your own, it's your choice. And that's, I think, what people don't understand about Canada and why we have that freedom that we have, is because and everybody goes, oh, they're just telling people to go kill themselves so they don't have to pay for them. No, they're not. They're telling people to make the choice for themselves because of the fact, and here's the thing, all your financial problems, I don't blame my financial problems on the government. I blame my financial issues on circumstances and world problems, and the fact that, yes, groceries are really expensive right now because our world is on fire. I don't blame the government. I don't run around screaming about, fuck JT and all, because you know what? He's a human being trying to do a job just like the rest of us and trying to survive, right? But I can hate the orange potato, because him on the other, he's a whole different level. That's a whole different level. And what they want to do with cannabis in the States too is fucking disgusting, because they could go back and pull legalization from every state if they wanted to.
Yeah.
And with what they're doing right now, like defunding, like defund, fire. Like, so if there is and then we know there's a medical marijuana program in the States because they've got a couple patients that they actually grow it and send it to them in a can. And they still do, and they have been for decades. So they've got this facility that's growing medical cannabis. Is old, keyboard fuck face down there gonna, close that down so those patients don't have access anymore either? Like, how far is this gonna dwell? Is that gonna be one of the things that they come up with that's corruption? Is that gonna be a whole department that gets shut down because of, you know what I mean? Like, because you don't hear a lot of that coming out of the US, especially when it comes to cannabis, because they have state to state, like California's got their own rules, Denver's got their own rules, Washington State has their own rules, Montana, Idaho, some states like aren't legal at all, and if you can get pulled over and busted and thrown in jail for a joint. So that's the difference in realm, and like between where in Canada it's legal all the way across. You can jump on a plane, fly from fucking one end of the country with another with a joint in your pocket. Nobody's going to say anything. Now, 10 years ago, it would have been a whole different ballgame, right? I remember flying from fucking Lethbridge to fucking Vancouver in like 1990, or no, it was maybe 89. And my ex-husband had a bag of skunk weed down his pants when we got on the plane. That whole fucking airplane, every time he moved, all you could smell was that fucking weed. I was ready. I'm surprised we didn't get arrested. And then a few months later, he did get arrested. Our house got raided. I opened the door to go to work, and there's cops down there asking me if I am who I am. And then they seized my car, and they arrested him and 13 others, and they busted from Kelowna to Red Deer to Calgary to Lethbridge. 1989. Yep, that's where the skunk weed went. You never seen it again because we got busted. And my husband now did 2 years less a day for growing weed back in 1980, whatever, because he got caught moving plants in Vauxhall, Alberta, in a rental U-Haul. 78 plants moving from one house to another, and he went to jail for 2 years less a day for that, for cultivation. Right? Hey, I had a friend that went to jail for fucking 8 months for half a gram of blow. I got busted for fucking 8 grams and never did a day.
Like I was a corrections officer files, and I don't 99% of the time when cannabis was involved, violence wasn't.
No, when I got busted for those 4 grams mailing, I got a fucking firearms prohibition for 10 years. I've never owned a gun in my life. Well, but you know what I mean? Like, but I had a 10-year firearm prohibition because I mailed 4 grams of marijuana in the mail to another patient. I did 6 months house arrest for that. And I mean, they wanted to put me in jail. Like if I hadn't had Taven, and I was in and he was 8 months old, I think, they would have. And it wasn't because they thought I was bad. It's because I had prior possession charges, and 2 of them, or 3 of them, 1 was cocaine and 2 were cannabis. And this was my 4th charge for it's not, we don't have a 3 strikes law, but if we had a 3 strikes law up here, I would have been in jail for fucking who knows how long for weed. And I didn't get charged for any drugs in my life until I was 35 years old. I had an entering fraudulent document check for bouncing a check. And yeah. But yeah. And I got nailed for, I was a bad time in my life, and I got nailed for some cocaine, and I got and 7 grams of cannabis. I didn't get charged for the weed at all. And then the cop fucked up so bad, he let me go with a PTA on the side of the road, took the cocaine, lost it, no evidence. I got an $800 fine, and I should have fought harder. I would have got it thrown out of court, but I got an $800 fine and walked out of there. So I was just happy to fucking take the fine and fucking leave. Because my girlfriend had done 6 months, and I think almost a year for a half gram back in 1988, 89, somewhere. Because the thing is in too, and I was in Tabor, Alberta with that trafficking charge. And the funniest thing is I went to pick up an ounce of weed at the post office, right? That another patient had sent me. And then they were dilly-dallying and farting around. So I got the package finally, right? But in the meantime, they're phoning the cops, telling them that I'm picking this package up, and they rat me out, right? So I'm driving home, and I live 2 blocks away. I'm wearing my medicinal, my red medicinal shirt, jammies, and my fucking flip-flops. Didn't have my license with me. I'd just been on the fucking news about getting my license and stuff, right? Because CTV had followed up and whatever. I'd done some media before I'd gone out to Ottawa and got my license, because I had to fly out to fucking Ontario to get my first licensing, because I was in Alberta. My doctor wouldn't sign. Alberta College of Physicians was actively blocking the program. Of course, they still are. And I had to fly to Ontario. Anyways, so yeah. I got nailed. I had to get the cops to go pick up my license off my desk. Then they found out who my husband was and asked if he was going to give them any trouble. Oh yeah, anyway, that's a whole different ballgame. And but I got to walk out of the Tabor police station with an ounce of weed, minus a gram that they were taking for testing. Never happened before either, and never again, because they could charge me with trafficking because they caught a package. I sent out fucking more than 1 package that day, and lots of it, because I was growing my own, and nailed me with the 4 grams. But they couldn't charge me with possession, so I got to walk out because I had a possession license for medical. So I got to walk into the police station that day with an ounce of weed, and I did. Tuna can kush from my buddy in Saskatchewan. And I had sent him out an ounce too, and another friend of mine too. And like I said, I'd sent out several packages that day. The only thing is that one, the fucking air fucking pop, my sealer, it pops, so somebody could smell it.
It stinks. The good stuff stinks.
Yeah. and we were growing it. So yeah. So are you serious about walking? Like,
Yeah.
are we gonna? Okay, so we need to. What's your plan?
I'd like to walk into the workers' comp parking lot on the day of mourning on April 28th.
It's gonna be fucking cold, lady.
28th is going to be the day of mourning, and I've never wanted to do like there's been protests like over the years. There's been different things going on for the day of mourning, but it's become more focused on workers' compensation than it actually has on the injured workers and the people who actually lost their lives. And if anyone local has seen the extent, not only with myself, but with other companies and other individuals who did lose their lives, the extent they will go in court
to fight them.
To fight them, yes.
And that's the thing, like, never mind, like, anybody who's been hurt on the job, whether you're, or have lost their lives, why should you pay for it?
Yeah.
You like fighting for unemployment, you pay, and then okay, so when are we going to start a campaign? What do you need for help? What do you need me to do? I'm here for, what do you need from us?
We'll discuss this. We're going to sit down and discuss this.
Have you told anybody else out in Nova Scotia?
Not yet. This is it.
Okay, so Mom,
supply.
Chair, Debbie, are you guys listening? We got to load up this lady. We got to get her loan.
It's I
Okay,
think
so you're going to need a team behind you. You're going to need a team to go with you.
Yeah,
you're going to need some volunteers.
I didn't want to take away from those who had lost their lives to workplace accidents.
You're living in a living hell. So you know what? They're almost better off because they're not there to have to deal with it. And I think the living dead, because that's pretty much what you are. You have no quality of life. You have to fight with them every single fucking day to get anything out of them. You're always fighting with them for your medication. You're fighting with them for food because you have to fight with them and talk to them every month to make sure you're going to get your fucking check to begin with, that they're not clawing back something, if they're paying for your doctor, if they're paying. It's a fucking nightmare.
I never know. One week to the next when I'm going to be out of here and back in the house. And the house still isn't renovated.
Right, and you, like I said, you've been displaced from your home, which is something they should have done for you 5 fucking years ago. It took you 5 years to get this portion done.
Yep, 120,000.
How many years has this been going on now in the total? Like right from start to finish, we're going on like what, almost 15 now. 2006
was when I get hit in the head.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah, more than that because 2006. So we're talking almost 20 years. We're talking 19 years because it's 2025. Next year will be 20 fucking years, Melissa.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. And people don't understand or realize this too. Once you hit 65, WCB cuts you off.
Yeah. It's like,
so if you're not putting stuff aside, investing a little bit of whatever, and you get very little from them to begin with, if you're not making like plans for your retirement, you're fucked. Even if you're living on like PWD, OSDP, any of the provincial disability plans, they cut you off at 65.
Yep.
I'm thinking, how in the fucking hell can they do that? Because then you have absolutely fucking nothing to live on. If you don't work and you're on disability, you have no CPP contribution. You will, of course, because you've worked for a portion of your life. But you haven't worked in 20 years, so your CPP contribution, and you're living on that now. And your OSDP or Nova Scotia, if you're got any of that benefit, is you don't, depending on your CPP, because you might be making too much money off that, because they claw it back. Like even out here, like you make $1,800 fucking dollars, and at on PWD, and if you have a job, they claw back anything over $800. You can never get out of that tax bracket. You can never get ahead. You can never have a quality of life. And they do this to our disabled people and our people that are hurt at work.
Like it's like
you're going to feel bad.
Disabilities and pain is going to disappear. Like
it's
up
like
until
if this leg grew back.
It doesn't. I know it doesn't make any sense, but that's workers' compensation math.
I know. I heard a story at one point that somebody had lost his hand in a workers' compensation claim. I think it was in Saskatchewan, actually, on a rig, and they actually declared they cut him off because they had heard a rumor that his hand had grown back, and somebody in town had seen him walking around in the wintertime with a glove hanging out of his fucking where his arm was, And they assumed that because the glove was there, somebody reported this poor bastard to WCB that his hand had grown back.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me.
I have to go. I'm going to see if I can find that on Google because I don't want to make up some story or something that might not be true. But you know what I mean? Like it just
Well,
takes.
Veterans Affairs used to make a guy from New Brunswick go every 2 years to make sure to prove that
That's
his
what I mean.
grow
To prove,
back.
like, yeah, that his leg hadn't grown back from it being blown off.
I mean, like, how insulting is that? I had to prove from 2006 until last year that I had PTSD, and they were told I had PTSD in 2010, but yet they still hammered at me. They gaslit me. They harassed me. They bullied me. They knew I was weak, and they went in for the kill.
I just can't even decide to even like. It just makes me fucking sick. Like to be honest, like just the fucking whole. But again, we're dealing with a private insurance company, and it's like dealing with Intact. And there's caps on things, right? So they're only allowed to give you so much, whether you made so much money while you're working, right? So say, for example, when you worked, you probably made, well, not now, but now, you know, jail guards and stuff, they still don't make that much fucking money, to be honest. But again, like, you only get a quarter of that. Like, what is it, 70% or something? Like, where do they figure that the 30% goes? Like, you just don't need that 30% of money. Like, you worked for that job. You need that money when you were working. Where do they think that 30% of your money went? Like, it's just that 30% was the money that you were able to actually eat with, maybe go to a movie with, maybe drive a car, pay for a car insurance and a car payment. Now that 30%, that 30% that they take away from you gives a basics. Like, like I said to my mom this morning, like,
and being disabled is expensive.
Out here, disability is $1,876 a month, right? If I was on disability, living with and have a child, they give you an extra $100 a month for a kid. So $1,986 is what I get. A 1-bedroom fucking apartment in town starts at $1,878. So some single person living on disability to even cover their basic housing need is $1,800. That's not including your electricity. Or if you want a parking spot. So you have to pay every dime you've got that you get to have a roof over your head and not eat. Or pay electricity.
Where's all this cannabis tax money going?
To law enforcement and addiction and recovery. And community safety units, apparently.
Not around here, Nate.
I don't see it here either. But apparently there's a new route. Our town gets, like I said, each municipality that opted into the cannabis retail market gets $11.5 million a year. For the last 6 years that we've had cannabis legalization, that's $57 million per municipality. Where is it? My town's just raised my property taxes. My mom told me this morning they went from $170 a month to $230 a month.
Same.
My parents, my grandparents, and we've been paying property taxes on this piece of shit in fucking land since 1950 fucking one. For fucking 80 fucking years. We've been paying property tax, this family has, right? My family. And then they want to up it again. My house ain't worth 60 fucking cents. Never mind fucking the 300,000 they have it appraised for. I need a new roof and I can't even get a loan to get one because I was just turned down on that loan that I was trying to get because my parents live in Alberta, so my mom can't co-sign. So I'm fucked.
See,
everyone's just speaking like it's sorry. Yeah. So we need a team of volunteers. You're gonna need a caravan or like a little minivan or something to sleep in or something, so you don't have to wait hotel rooms because you're gonna have to stop along the way. You can't walk 6 days straight.
We'll figure something new.
We will talk about it because
About this,
and
yeah.
fucking God, I wish I was in a better position because I would fly out there and walk with you.
I know you would.
I fucking would.
I know you would.
Maybe I will. We'll see how things go.
You
Maybe
carry on your back if you could. I know you would.
I'd fucking drive my car out there if I fucking didn't have the exhaust leak in it. It's only 5-day drive. It's not that bad.
No.
I could make it in 3 if I pedal to the metal. Pack a dog and off I'd go. I would. I want to drive across country anyway. April's not a great year to do it. Me and Alvin really want to come out to Nova Scotia. Like that's
April out here can be sketchy.
They
It's
can't. Well, even sketchy out here. Like I gotta have to go pick up meat in Saskatchewan at the end of, I think it's April. They pushed off. I bought a cow, right? Thankfully, my old landlord, so we bought a whole cow and I can pay it off in payments. So that's another reason I'm a little bit broke this payday because it was a big chunk to put down, but it's worth it out for what I'm gonna get. So, I have to drive to go pick it up this year though. Usually they bring it to Lethbridge for me, but yeah. So I got to go to Saskatchewan sometime in April, and that's when you need me out there. So I can't drive all the way out there and maybe I could pick it up on the way back. The driving out there this time of year. Yeah, I know. If my cousins were still long hauling, I would jump in a truck with my cousin, because they used to go back and forth quite a bit. But he's quit doing it now. Yeah, that's shitty. I bet you I could find a truck driver though. I don't know. Let me figure it out. I might. You just never know. We'll talk about it.
I know an Ninja truck driver. He's off.
Well, I mean, we just have to connect me across the country with a couple truck drivers that are going that way, or one that's taking a load out that way, and then I could just jump in and hitch a ride. Depending though, I've got to be careful. You don't want to just jump in with any fucking old.
No.
Like I gotta be like, but I've got a pretty good. Like I used to work for H&R Transport, right? So and my buddy Josh still drives truck, and he actually drove a cat out to Nova Scotia. He took a cat out to Nova Scotia in his truck.
Oh, we had dog rescues up there. When I lived in Halifax, we had truckers picking up.
Yeah, we got that. We got the Hall. It's called for the Hall of Critters or something.
One guy used to play Santa Claus for the pictures every year. Yeah, it was awesome. And the dogs would remember him. Like they would remember him.
They do. They're smart as fuck, man. Yeah. Trust me, I've got a pit bull here that I swear if he could talk, he would. His eyes will just like you can see his eyes moving, and he's like, and same with my old guy. He doesn't see so good anymore, but yeah, he's on his way out. Okay, so we're gonna do a walk from Cape Breton to fucking Halifax, and we're gonna land at the WCB parking lot on April the 28th. And this is for the day of mourning for WCB and the fact that they torture people on a daily basis, and never mind the fact that you're a cannabis patient and have been doing this for 19 fucking years. So if people want to help you, how do they get a hold of you?
And they're clamping everybody down.
I know. And with this new bullshit that's going on, I mean, and didn't you guys have an election? You voted for the same fucking piece of shit.
Well, when 42% show up to vote,
I know. Yeah. Well, look what happened in Ontario.
But people are happy.
Well, that's the thing with healthcare.
Going through a United States thing right now. From what I'm hearing, there's a lot of regret. Because after that, he went after the Auditor General, and then there's a whole pile of stuff that happened. But oddly, just 2 weeks before that, I gave the Auditor General a big dump in an email. So there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and
I think we need to invite the Premier of your day of arrival.
Oh, he won't show up.
WCB parking lot, and maybe then head over to the fucking ledge.
He had the balls to share the Sportsnet article that showed a pitch, because the Hawks Dream Field, like one of the dugouts was named after my dad, who's still alive, and it showed a picture of me and my dad, and he had the balls to share that, because he pumped 1.3 whatever million dollars into it, and there's the picture of me and my dad.
$1.3 million into something like that is a fucking drop in the bucket. I don't think people quite understand or comprehend the fucking infrastructure's cost. And I'll tell you, because I work with the Ministry of Transportation here, we only got like 1 minute left, but whatever. A bridge alone is a fucking over $30 million project. A bridge, right? And road constructions and all these infrastructure projects that have to happen in our country. And the provinces are responsible for some of that, but some of the federal money is too. But when you got fucking premiers that are actively blocking getting funding, or using the funding inappropriately, or not using it what it's for, and then get told, hey, we want to know what you're using the money for, and then you get all pissy about the fact that the government wants to know where you're fucking putting their money. You're not putting their money, you're putting my money. And that's the thing when people say, well, blah, blah, I'm fucking the government. You're fucking your hardworking neighbor, because it's our money that goes into those coffers.
Compensation rentals, they're going with the lowest bidder.
Yeah, I know.
That's workers' compensation. So far, they spent $120,000 on Airbnb fees, but they're going with the lowest bidder
on your house. They could have built you. They could have built you a brand new fucking house for what they're paying for your Airbnb fees.
They already surpassed what I paid for it.
That's just ridiculous. So if you need volunteers and anybody wants to help Melissa, Her name on TikTok is Saltier Mutter. If you follow her on TikTok, please do. And if not, then how do people reach out to get it? So she's going to need some volunteers. This is going to need a team. So if you want to help Melissa get going on this walk, where she's going to walk from Cape Breton to Halifax, Nova Scotia in April. When are you leaving?
I'm trying to map it out. I'm going to contact a couple of people about legalities. I don't want to get in any trouble along the way.
Get a hold of the Ministry of Transportation. There should be no issues as long as you're not impeding traffic.
Yeah,
that's
things
and that's the thing. And you can get a permit, right? Like there are.
This is a reminder. Shower.
Yeah, you can get permits and that kind of thing for it. But you definitely need to start planning now.
Yeah, and that's the stuff that I need to start doing now is figure out what I need to do. So anybody with any experience with this stuff, reach out either on Facebook or TikTok or.
What's your email address?
My email address is riggs@live.ca.
rrggs@live.ca.
RIGGS.
RIGGS. Okay. Yep. I'm gonna look at that. So yes, let's help Melissa get going, and let's raise some money. She's going to need some money to do this. Let's get a fundraiser going too, because we're going to need some cash for gas and rooms and that type of thing. So probably a GoFundMe, not a GoFundMe, because we call it GoFundMe because they take money and it takes so long to get the money. We're just going to do e-transfers straight to your bank account.
Oh.
All right. Okay, you will stick around after. Like, don't go off. We're gonna have to let this thing end in live stream, but after we'll chat. I've got time to chat with you for 3 minutes before I have to go throw my ass into a shower.
Okay.
Because I have to work at 3. But let's get this project going. So anybody who's wanting to help Melissa, either reach out to me or her, because I'll connect whatever. I'll help facilitate in any way, shape, or form. So Saltier Mutter on TikTok, Melissa Ellingsworth on Facebook, or me. All right. And we'll let you know. We'll set up a Facebook page too. Maybe I think that's probably another great idea.
Yeah.
We'll get it all figured out. All right, folks. Well, I will see you all again next week. Again, I want to also thank all our sponsors, who are Limestone Hydroponics, the Campbellford Lifestyle Store, and somebody chewed my mouse. Maybe not. Maybe it's just been dropped too many times. Oh, sorry. Sorry. And 420 Legacy, or Legacy 420, and to Al and Al, who are our producers and the do all the technical stuff behind the scenes. Thanks so much. And to everybody else that's on our network too. We have several shows that run all week and all day Saturday. So thanks again. I'll see you Wednesday night on the Pace Radio Show with Al at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And I'll be back on TikTok, later on one of my profiles. Have a good week, folks. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, Guy.
Hi, Guy. Hey, we're Al squared.
No, wrong way.
So how you doing
On the
today?
wrong side, man. There we go.
Yeah, right. There we go. Yeah, it just grabs it randomly when it starts up, right?
It's usually the first one in the room.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the spot. This left side, this the side. If you have guests and multiple people on, it's always nice to be able to enlarge
I usually
them.
reserve my left side for my pain.
Oh yes. So today, what do we got on the agenda today? We've got you got your Al's top 5 list. We got some recipes. We got some news, and in the news, I got one particular story that I believe should be spread all across the world as far as when it comes to cannabis. And I've got some sports news as well. Sports news in there.
Cool. And I've got we're going to start a new tech segment, although I don't have a graphic for it yet. So we've got an interesting DIY project that you can do to make your own, I guess you would call it a tea. No?
It's sort of tea, food. It's all,
Yeah. So we'll watch that as well. And we're also going to take a ride out to Niagara Falls with Sherry Ann Baker. And we're going to check out what's going on at the new cannabis culture, Niagara Falls.
All right.
Jody has opened the place out there as well. So
has she?
This is her first licensed dispensary.
So there you go. It just shows that even though you've got a past record and all that you can get into the cannabis business.
Well, from what I understand, Mark was refused years ago.
Oh yeah, that's what I had heard too.
But I don't. I think that was because of his criminal history.
Mm-hmm.
You could say. I don't think Jody has been arrested for anything, has she?
Oh, well, I'm just thinking like when all the stores were raided years ago. That
other than that,
being part of being an owner of one of those stores, she might have, received.
Well, Chris and Aaron were running those.
Not all of them, I don't think. Not that
the one in Toronto.
They were the ones that were involved in it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
I know that her and Brittany are on a mission to open many legal cannabis culture outlets.
Yes.
Yeah. So
first of many then, by the sounds of it.
You know what? It's weird to see an entity that's been here through the whole process is still come out, victorious, because she's been having problems, I'm sure. There were a lot of hoops that she had to drop.
Oh
jump.
yeah. I agree. Yeah. So you know what the question of the day is?
Oh, we have a.
What are you smoking?
That question.
That question.
I have my big bag o' bud, which has an indica and a sativa. One of them is ICC. I can't read the other one. But I've been mixing them together because I like it.
Yep.
And I've got my usual Vortex hat.
Oh yes. Well, on the Vortex end of things, that was the concentrate that I was trying out that I've had for several weeks actually.
And it's still going?
Yeah, because I've lost it.
Oh God.
I've
Well,
misplaced
I'm sure
it.
you'll find it in several months. Probably put it in a wall.
Yeah. Probably. It's somewhere. It'll show up. I don't know. It'll be something I'll just I'll say, oh geez, there it is. Finally. Now I don't need to go to the store and buy
I
something.
lost a chunk of hash 2 years ago. I'm still looking for it.
Well, it should be well aged by the time you find it.
Does hash stay? Does it degrade?
I couldn't tell you. I guess it depends on where it was left and how it was left. If it's sitting there, if you didn't have it covered in anything, I'm sure if it's in behind a couch or a desk or something, there might be some
would
dust bunnies in it.
You would think that if you like, I usually break up a whole bunch and then I'll leave some in my tray, and that's what I'll feed from for the day. Or if I'm going out, I'll put it in my can. It does it. When you have really wet weed, it's great because it dries out pretty quick. But it does dry it out, leaving it out.
Yes. Oh yes.
So, and it does degrade the minute that it starts sitting out. You're degrading your cannabinoids and your
You're
terpenes.
thinking about because it's getting exposure to light,
Yes.
stuff like that.
So I would think
and
think that hash would do the same thing.
I was over at my friend's Mr. Squishy there recently, and he was showing me some hash that he had. That he was just taking it and just so soft and everything. And then he had another little piece of hash there. He said, "I left this out, and it's friggin' hard as a rock."
Rosa just went into the kitchen, grabbed her bowl, and put it into the living room because she's hungry.
Oh,
I can hear her what she's doing.
Well, I know that Tessa, she likes to grab the cat bowls, even though they're empty, and even though they're spotless, she'll grab them and still try to get what she can off of them.
And there she goes. Rosa has always both Rosa and Daisy learned how to do the bowl thing, copying each other.
Oh yeah,
when they were pups, and Rosa's continued doing it throughout her whole life. When she's hungry, she'll go get her bowl and she'll shove it in my face, basically.
Yeah.
And it's a game. She likes it. And we stopped the water bowl thing, though.
Water bowl thing? That would get messy if she's carrying that around, wouldn't she?
She doesn't. No, she won't. It splashes everywhere. But that stopped the time that she put the water bowl in my bed.
Oh.
It was half full.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good spot to put a water bowl.
It does silly things like that now. She's a little neurotic. Better than coming home to puke in my bed.
Yes, yeah.
Been there, done that. Woke up to poop the other day.
Yeah. Getting messages, reminders. Do this, do that. Don't forget. All righty. Well,
And which leads me to one of the things that I want to talk about.
All righty, let's do it.
Is why do dogs sniff your crotch?
Because that's what they do. They do it to themselves too, right? They go to other dogs and sniff their crotches. So,
right. But I actually have an article from Reader's Digest.
Oh dear.
That gives us the explanation.
Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Why do dogs sniff human crotches? Is this what it's about?
There we go.
Okay. And why
do dogs sniff crotches? So an expert's going to explain. I don't know how you become an expert in dog sniffing.
Okay.
So let's go right down to the question here. Why do dogs sniff your crotch? And I'll get Al to read this because I can't.
It says dogs are curious by nature and they use their noses to gather all kinds of intel on the humans, animals, and their environment. For them, it's a way of life. And this person is a veterinarian in Bonnier, Georgia. They say dogs have a phenomenal sense of smell, and that crotch sniff is just another tool they use to get to know us. But why do dogs sniff your crotch area specifically? Simply put, it's the most accessible location for a dog. There you go.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. So it's really just a happenstance.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Why couldn't they sniff your ankle?
Well, Rosa
closer.
Rosa isn't really a crotch sniffer. What she does is, with me anyways, she sniffs my hands and then kisses my hands, like licks my hands.
Right. Yeah.
Steven, he's really, really sensitive to the smell of cannabis. Sensitive in the way that if he smells it, he runs to it.
Oh yeah. Well, they say that with the dogs, they say they detect pheromones, which are chemical signals produced by sweat glands, which are located in the groin and armpits of humans. Both areas of the body convey an abundance of information such as your age, sex, mood, and health issues. But the crotch just happens to be a lot easier for your four-legged friends to access than your armpit.
And
the ankle won't do any good, obviously.
Yeah, I will also say that makes a lot of sense because dogs can be trained to pick up on somebody who has epilepsy that's about to have an episode because their body smell, their odor changes.
Yeah.
Right.
They say that the inner workings of the nose are quite impressive. Yeah, it's because of Jacobson's organ. It's located on the roof of the mouth with ducts that open to both the nose and the mouth, allowing for optimal sniffing abilities. So that's why dogs sniff our crotches.
There you go.
There you go. Hey, if you hadn't watched the show, people would be wondering that forever.
The interesting things that I find.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Who knew? But
do you want to do another one? It's a video.
Okay, and what's this?
Also about pets.
Sure, let's do it. We're doing pets today, right now.
How cats step precisely with their back paws. So a cat, when out and about, well, anywhere, anyways, will step in the same spot.
Yeah, the back legs will land where the front legs were just in.
Here's the reason.
All right, let's find out.
If I can find it. Where is it? I didn't load it. I'm sitting there looking at it and I didn't load it. All right, this is the video.
video.
Yeah,
All
this
right.
is a video. I apologize. I should have had it loaded.
No, that happens.
Well, I had other things loaded. All right, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Did you know that cats place their hind paws exactly where their front paws stepped? But why do they do this? This unique way of walking is called direct registering. Walking in this manner ensures that their steps make no sound. Cats do this when they are hunting or when they don't want to be followed. Because the reduced number of tracks makes it harder for predators to identify them as cat paw prints, they give up on tracking the cat. Did you know that cats place their hind paws exactly?
You see? You see?
Yeah. And there's only one question I got. How does that make them quieter? I guess that because the first step will crunch the material that's there, and when the second foot comes in, it's already
Correct.
crunched, so it can't crunch again.
For hunting, yeah.
Yeah.
Big cats do the same thing, I would assume.
I would, yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I know.
Not dogs though. Dogs are more stupid that way. I think I would think that a hunting canine like a wolf or a fox are canine too, aren't they?
Well, the dogs, they're mini dogs. They're like little chihuahuas or terriers.
I was just gonna
right?
say, little chihuahuas. I don't know if they do it. I've learned to look at tracks a little bit because I see them around. I want to know what's there. I know that cats, you'll just see the pad. Dogs, you'll see the claws because they don't retract. Their paws. Dogs don't retract.
Yeah, I see Tessa's claws all the time in the snow. Now I see paw prints out back in the woods. In the back 40. I've never noticed whether it's just a single track like the cats, but
probably not. I wonder if deer do the same thing.
No. There's four. With all this deep snow we've had, I can see 4 tracks, 4 marks, and then there's looks like 10 feet. Then there's the next set of 4, and then there's like 10 feet and the next set of 4 because they're just flying through or jumping through the snow, and then they're going through the trees. I wonder how do they not poke themselves in the eyes when they do all that.
Yeah. I need to go out this summer on a rainy day and take pictures of the tracks the bears leave in the backyard. And
yeah, I guess it's quiet now. They're sleeping.
Where are we now? What are we? We're in March
the 4th.
First week in March. And I would say middle to the end of March, they'll start coming out.
Yeah. Well, did you know that 10 years ago, this month, it was actually the 20th, was the start of the Owen Smith court case.
10 years ago.
Yeah. March the 20th, 2015. It was
that's around when we
started the Supreme. That's the start of the Supreme Court challenge.
That's around when we met and started doing shows.
Yeah. All righty. You got your list?
I think so.
All right. Let's do it.
Let me look.
It's certainly high on the list.
I hope you
do. Well, a little bit premature. Today, on the list, just 1 second, please. Uno pimento, por favor.
Huh?
No, it's not real.
Okay.
Today, our list.
Hi, Scott. How you doing, buddy? Get a hold of me.
What?
Go ahead. Sorry, Scott. He just gave us a big thumbs up. So I just want him to get a hold of me.
Oh, okay. So today's list is top 10 Pink Floyd songs.
All right. Excellent.
Everybody can see that? No?
No. Now we can.
Oh, hold on 1 minute.
I
forgot to unmute.
The grass is green.
I hope. Oh yeah. Nice. Always like the alarm clock. Bell.
Out there on your own, sitting naked by the phone, touch me. Mama's gonna make all of your nightmares come true. Mama's gonna put all of her fears into you. You don't need no education. Breathe in the air. Don't be afraid to care.
This is one of my favorites.
I wish you were here. We just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year.
Oh yeah. You know. Boy, memories there, man.
I
Memories
know.
there.
I would add metal to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to see them live at the exhibition stadium in Toronto.
Me as
I was
well.
sitting at the second base.
At the Pig concert?
It was
or was it the Wall?
Diamonds.
Yeah, so that's the same one. At the old exhibition.
Is that the old exhibition stadium? Yeah.
And you know, the first time I saw Pink Floyd was there as well. And
Division Bell tour.
That's the one.
Yeah.
It was the first time that they had what they called stereophonic sound in that stadium.
Oh, it was
the first time they did it.
Oh, the crickets and the frogs.
Yep. They had speakers at the top of each thing. And the sound obviously was amazing. What I loved about the CNE and the forum and that is I grew up in Yorkville and we had a flatbed roof. And although we couldn't see anything, we could see the fireworks from there. We could see the planes flying around, but you could hear the concerts down at the exhibition place. Right. If the wind was carrying the right way, it would bounce off. There wasn't as many buildings back then. Right.
Yeah.
So if the wind was carrying the right way, you could sit on the roof and listen to whatever concert was playing at the CNE. Right?
Yeah. The part of the memories for me on the Pink Floyd and the things too is when I was younger, we would sit in a room, in a dark room.
Yep.
Sometimes with just our headphones on, right?
Not even no headphones, not back then.
Yeah, and just listen to the tunes. It was just wild. It was always
my buddy Leo and I would go out. Yeah. My buddy Leo and I would go out and we'd go to Sam's and we'd buy an album and we'd go back and we'd fucking get high and listen to it. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't smoking back then, but I drank beer, so for me it was beer then, right? But yeah, and I miss that, and I like the ride that a full album. You know, when you put an album together, they're going for a ride. You know, and not in all cases, right? But in most cases, like you listen to Supertramp, Final Cut, and it's like songs, every song. You listen to Cat Stevens and we know all those songs. I remember Emily sitting in the back. We were driving around and Queen was on, and all of a sudden we hear Emily very out of tune singing along to Queen. That was my, a memory
Well,
that I
Mamma
don't
Mia, Mamma Mia.
She was like 4 or 5.
Oh yes, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
singing in the back. It's a memory, like catching David mining for booger nuggets as I'm driving down the road. I look up in the mirror and he's like, so I grabbed my phone and went, I've got a picture of it forever. Anyways, yeah, music brings back memories for me.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
Did you go to the Forum a lot?
No, I went to it a little bit, but by the time the Forum, for me to go there, because I moved out of the city when I was 15, right?
For us, it was probably a monthly visit down there because my mom and her boyfriend would go down and find a place on the grass and listen to BB King or whoever was there, Buddy Rich, and have a wine and cheese party while we were running around playing on the nets and stuff in the playland, right? And we were very young, and we were, it was an age when the kids would just go do what they do, and the parents would go do what they do, and then at the end of the day they would go out for dinner together. That's what we did.
Meet up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Things have changed. There's no doubt about that. All righty. Well, that was a good list. I enjoyed that. Listening to those tunes. It almost sounded like an album.
Well, I figured it would be safe because you can play portions, and I'm sure that it'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
If not, well, we'll try again next week.
Right. Well, hey, we're still airing it, everything, so that's good. So, all right. Well, it's time for us to move on. Gonna run a little promo first, and then we're gonna jump into the recipes. Here we go. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha, yeah. I cut off the .ca. Okay. Recipes. What I've got today, they say, are the best weed-infused recipes for cannabis-infused dinner parties.
Have you sat down to a full meal of cannabis dinners?
Yeah, one I made myself.
I sat and had one of Rena's dinners that she made at one of the what's the event that she does? I can't remember the name of it. It's been a while. But yeah, to sit down and have a whole infused dinner is so much different than just having a snack, a snack that's been infused.
Yeah. I went to one dinner where the person offered us a spray of infused oil to spray
that they just spray on it. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of in the beginning of the whole cannabis edibles thing, in the illegal market, the game was spraying pretzels and things like that with something like that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll bring this back in here and we'll go from here. Here we go. 10 best weed infused recipes. Let's see what they've got. It looks like some lasagna right there in that picture. Appetizers: cannabis hummus, cannabis deviled eggs, cannabis stuffed mushrooms.
Oh God, that would be good.
Soups: cannabis tomato soup, cannabis butternut squash soup, lentil soup. Now we're gonna get into salads. Ooh, cannabis Caesar salad. They say it's one of the best infused salads.
Are they using an oil to infuse them? Is that what
Cannabis
they're doing?
oil, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I would say like an olive oil or coconut
Yeah.
oil
Yeah,
being infused. Yeah. Greek salad.
You
Uh,
could use an oil or infuse your cheese.
Yeah. Cannabis infused caprese salad. Drizzle with cannabis oil and balsamic glaze.
Okay, Snoop.
Yeah. Main course is cannabis lasagna. They say it's
Mm.
one of the best infused recipes.
Does it say how it's infused? Is it infused in the sauce, or I'd assume so.
They say layer lasagna noodles, meat sauce, cheese, and cannabis oil in a baking dish.
Okay.
But I understand where you're coming from with the sauce, though.
Wouldn't,
That's
wouldn't
where I
that
would have
cook
thought it
off
from.
though?
Pardon me?
I would think that in that method would cook off.
Yeah. Cannabis beef stroganoff.
I've made that. That's what I was eating when you came into the studio. not cannabis though, but
No,
beef
but
stroganoff.
yeah. Cannabis oil again, once again. Chicken Alfredo. All right.
I would do that as well.
Just quickly reading through here. Yeah, cannabis oil again. Side dishes: cannabis garlic mashed potatoes.
Oh yes, in a second, please. And
Oh
thank you.
yes. Cannabis roasted vegetables.
Okay.
Carrots, broccoli, cauliflower.
I've done the mac and cheese, which is next on the list.
Yeah, the mac and cheese. There we go.
I've made cannabis craft dinner.
Well, that's mac and cheese.
With I just took a nice chunk of cannabis butter
Mm-hmm.
and used that instead of
real
regular
butter. Yeah, just substitute it, right?
But you could also make a sauce using milk that you've infused.
Yeah, that'd be part of
Cannabis will infuse with milk products, with dairy products, because of the was it the acid or the oil?
Yeah. It says here to serve it hot with fresh salad. Of course, you're going to use that with a nice fresh cannabis infused salad.
You could,
Yeah.
If you have salad. I'm not really a rabbit.
I saw a rabbit. I saw the rabbit this morning. I saw him this morning.
I like cooked vegetables. I don't like raw vegetables.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a salad eater. I don't. The crunch of lettuce just grosses me out.
Okay. All right. And then desserts: cannabis chocolate truffles, cannabis apple pie.
Oh.
Cannabis brownies.
Well, that's an old one.
Yeah, I know. Now we're moving on to the drinks, the beverages. Cannabis sangria,
sangria,
and margaritas.
Yep.
They're using cannabis oil yet again.
Yeah. Hot chocolate, I do all the time.
Yeah, hot chocolate. And they say, conclusion: the cannabis infused dinner party can be fun and unique experience for you and your guests.
Now, a dinner party would be every portion,
correct,
of whatever you have has some kind of cannabis in it, as opposed to just grabbing a cookie and mowing it down. I love my cannabis cookies.
Oh yes, yeah. Sherry Ann's giving us a thumbs up. Now I'm gonna put the recipes in the chat.
Yeah, man.
If anybody's interested in them and taking a boo at them. But basically you do a lot of substitution. Take out the regular butter, put it in infused butter. And
yes, and you also have one of them chocolate machines.
Oh, the fountain. Yeah, it's chocolate fountains. Yeah. What we would do there was just take the chocolate and the butter and melt them together, and the chocolate got thin enough with the butter in it that it just flowed through the fountain. and you just grab your what do you
Whatever.
call it, your fruit or whatever you
finger.
want to dip in it. You know, yeah, your fingers.
Just-
But yeah, the fountain was always good and enjoyable to have. There's no doubt about that. And check out
You
those
don't have it anymore?
No, it wasn't mine. It was Deb's.
Oh,
Yeah, it was 420 Debs. It's just that we used it so much. It had so many grow up games going on that people were just constantly eating from the thing. Sometimes she set it up just in the house just for something to do. But unfortunately, now the chocolate store in the town is now closed, and it's not so easy to get chocolate anymore. Not that stuff, anyways.
I remember my mom baked a lot, and she would buy chunks of raw chocolate.
Oh yeah,
unsweetened. Baking chocolate, and she would get so, because it was so expensive, she would get so angry with me that I'd get into it.
Nah. The chocolate factory unfortunately closed up. The store closed up, and the chocolate factory left
that was
town.
in Campbellford, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, years ago, the factory left years ago, but the store remained. But now the store is closed. But in the meantime, a chocolate company did come in and go back, back into the factory, and that's what they do. Is they do raw chocolate. They don't make the bars and the almonds and the.
Did they make the chocolate for Hershey's and stuff?
Yeah, they just make the plain base chocolate, and it goes out and it goes to all those different companies, and they do whatever they want to do with it. So they create the base.
So it would have gone to Tweed.
Yeah. So now we have to buy chocolate from somewhere. Now I just happen to have 4 pounds of the milk chocolate bars that Gail grabbed for me before the store closed, and we've noticed that one of the grocery stores in town has got their chocolate.
I would think that store, the grocery store there, I can't remember the name of it. Sharps. Thank you. I could never remember the name of it. Would carry something like that, because that's a fucking grocery store.
Yeah. Well,
I miss that grocery store.
They have the chocolate from World's Finest Chocolate that was at the store.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether they've just gone out and bought the stock and are now selling it, or whether they've been able to make some connection with the WFC in Chicago, because that's where they went, and whether that they're getting stuff shipped up, I haven't got a clue. But I know that
it costs more.
Chocolate caramel bars, they're good.
Now.
Yeah. That's terrible.
There'd be 25% more on that chocolate, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to be paying for it too. So, all right, for recipes.
To our government. No, sorry.
Here we go. On to the next part of the broadcast.
Oh, really? I thought you said you didn't have one.
I just said I'd have an update. That's all. I didn't buy any new products. No. But my pen is still going. The pen I talked about last week. So now it's a couple weeks old, and I can still see it in there. And I've been consuming it more often because of where I've been more often. That's inside. But yeah, it's doing okay. It's doing okay. It's doing pretty good. And that was 1964, Comatose is what that was. And
beans.
73% THC and 1.7 on the CBD end of things. So there you go. It's still going. I don't know. Maybe one of these days I should just consume vape cartridges to see how long it actually lasts. What do you think?
My Shatterizer, as I've mentioned many times, I put about a pea. I roll up about a pea of shatter size. I don't pee in my Shatterizer. I roll up a pea-sized piece of shatter. And that, the day anyways, depending on how much I use it, but it lasts a long time. You can fill up an S pod on your Shatterizer with oil, and it'll last you like week or
Oh,
more.
really? So you fill up the inside there. You fill that right up.
No, I put a size when I'm
Pea
just the
size, yeah.
shatter. I just use the size of a pea.
Pea, right?
And put it in there, and and then I'll go out, and that'll last me the day, anyways. I do that when I'm, if I got to go up to Thunder Bay or something like that. I'm not going to pull over every 15 minutes and smoke a doobie. I don't drive and smoke.
Right. Well, the thing too is if you're going to stop quickly, to have a hit off your Shatterizer versus smoking a joint is
Well, and I can pull over at we've got a lot of those pullovers because Northern Ontario is pretty scenic. So sometimes and some of them have porta potties.
Yeah.
So I'll pull over and I'll get out of the car and I'll have a couple of puffs and then I'll maybe take a picture or two, wait 5 or 10 minutes just so I can say I didn't just smoke something.
Right.
And then I'll go on my way. But I don't smoke and drive because there's been 1 or 2 incidences when I passed out.
Oh, fuck.
And Kelly has had, thank God somebody was with me. Kelly actually had to grab the wheel in one instance doing 140 down the 401.
Oh, what are you doing napping at that speed?
Well, that's why I don't smoke and drive.
Yeah.
That was many years ago.
Many years ago.
Many years ago. Yeah. No, and but
younger.
I think we talked about recently. We've talked about the driving and cannabis stuffs.
What's up? Just so you know, grinding to retire wants to know what's up.
Getting stoned and talking about stuff, and you.
I don't know. We'll find out shortly. I'm sure Grinder will get back to us. He's grinding to retire, so maybe he's just as old as us, or she.
Stick that in your grinder, buddy.
Yeah, maybe they're just as old. How are we doing? We're doing pretty good. Not too bad. It's still
What's
morning.
going on, man?
He says that they say that I'm off plants on lives every so often. I'll show off plants on lives. Oh, cool. But definitely am grinding to retire. Yeah. Yes. I think we all are. We all like to retire and getting there pretty close. But you show off your plants every so often in lives. Where do you do that?
He means like this.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. We'll find out.
Speaking of retiring, have you looked at your package yet?
The one that I got a few years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still scared by it.
I'm afraid to look. I don't even want to open it, buddy. If I don't open it, it won't happen. How's that?
Yeah. Grinder wants to know.
I'll be following your lead. Let's talk about that as we go through the process together, Al. And what I'm talking about is the CPP and the old age pension.
Yeah. Yay. Yeah. Grinder wants to know if they can join us. You guys have a link I can jump on. I don't know how we could do that right now.
No, we can't do that right now.
Sorry, Grinder.
Maybe next time.
We can pass along some comments though.
Yeah, man.
All right. No problem. Okay. From product reviews, let's head to news as we've got some headlines. There you go.
You know,
You
every
got-
time I hear the word news now, I get scared, Al. And
Do
I'm
you?
a news junkie, as you know.
Yeah. Well, I've got some good news. News that you
Okay.
shouldn't be scared of. Okay. And this is something that I believe that should expand. Okay. And that is in California. Okay. Their state fair adds cannabis competition categories for blunts, hash, and chocolates.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They've had cannabis stuff at the state fair for a while now.
4 years now or something, I think is what the article says. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they've added to it by adding blunts, hash, and chocolates.
That's
Before it was just
awesome.
looking at the buds, right?
That's California for you.
Yeah. This happens July the 11th to the 27th. You're able to purchase and consume products on site. They say in a press release, they have new awards to better recognize markets, products, diversity, adding categories for blunts, hash, and cannabis-infused chocolates. You got to have the competition started this week. Get your stuff in as of March the 1st. And you know their CEO is right. He says the fair has been around for 170 years, celebrating the best things when it comes to the state's agricultural experience.
And it is a huge agriculture there.
Yeah, and cannabis is a plant, which is part of the agriculture.
Like in Canada now. I mean, the whole country's big on that agriculture, although it's very stringent. I'm curious to know where grinding is from.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see what Grinder says. It says I just found you guys. No biggie though. I'm listening. Cool. Thank you for tuning in and listening. Have we heard about NYS?
No.
No.
Never heard of it. No.
I heard NYC would be New York City, but not NYS.
New York State.
New York State.
NYS would be New York State.
Maybe Grinder will tell us what country. Where's Runner Gordo is? Gordo
New
usually
York
stops in too. Gordo's he's from New York
I have
State.
lots of family in New York and Madison and in New Jersey.
Yeah, I drove across the state on the interstate there, the one that you had to pay the toll.
95.
Yeah, it was less than going from one spot on the 407, from one on ramp to the next on ramp.
I know, man. It cost me almost $80 to go to your place from Hamilton on the 407.
Yeah, ridiculous, man, ridiculous. Just so you know, Grinder says that they have reached the approval of licensing for micro businesses. Good stuff. Good stuff. Because that's what I believe we're finding here in Canada. The micro businesses are enjoyed more than the big
as we call them up here, craft cannabis businesses.
Right. 3,500 square feet, he says, or they say, because we don't know Grinder's a male or female. Grow as much as you can in the warehouse.
Nice.
I think ours are more about 2,500, and they do have a limit on the amount that they can grow when it comes to that.
Really?
Yeah.
LPs?
As far as the micros.
Oh, the micros.
Yeah. Because to be micro, you gotta be small, right? And if you get to the point where you have that's another license if they want to.
When we started talking about licenses and things were starting to happen, the micro growers were I forgot what I was going to say now, but there were a lot of micro growers that were having a hard time starting up because of the small business.
Right. Grinder, the $5,500 total there, is that what it costs for licensing? You cut licensing fees?
Oh, you're looking at $1 million easy.
Yeah, I'm going like, wow, what else? I'm looking at their messages and trying to figure out.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So no.
Anyway.
And I know that they in New York State there was a big problem with trying to get things started and get going. It got to the point where they are having the licensed producers have their own farmers market for cannabis.
Yeah, that's what we need here. We need our own
Yeah.
farmer here, but we're not allowed.
Yeah. They say that micros 1,000 square foot outside, 3,500 square feet inside.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Do they-
10,000 square foot outside. I'm sorry.
They have a micro license, and a micro license here in Canada would basically be a MMAR patient could use that as a micro, I believe. No?
Right. They are. I was just reading their comment, and they say that it's $1,000 for an application, and then $4,500 for the license if approved.
Jesus.
Gee, that's
Like literally, it cost $1 million to do anything here.
That's really low. Holy.
Let's move down to New York City.
New York State. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah. Wow. That much. Yeah. And just no wonder it's, so many people might want to get into that if that's all it's costing for approvals, license approvals, $5,500.
But we have a version of that here, right?
The
Of a
micro.
We have micro grows here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, like I said, it's like basically one step up from a medical grower.
Yeah, for some of them, for sure. Yeah, because some of the licenses were pretty big.
And I know that some are very small, because I know some of these micro growers, and they're actually like it's in their basement kind of thing,
Now you guys know what I'm grinding to retire for. That's right. But the downfall, you need the facility and land already for approval.
Yes.
Now I know here in Canada now it was changed around. Before, you used to get your license and then built the building. Now the micro growers got to put all that money into the facility, get all that built
before they even know. Yeah.
Before they even know if they get a license or not.
Well,
and that's basically what Grinder is saying as well. You need the facility land already for approval.
Yes.
That's exactly the same thing.
But don't go out and buy a piece of land. Don't go out and buy a piece of land that you don't know anything about.
Yeah, exactly. Because you never know. It could be some other reason that you're not allowed to build there. Maybe your license might be approved, but for maybe your land partially touches conservation area or something. Right. Oh yes, yeah. Well, they could. He says they say that people that kind of have it in the bag are small farmers. They've already got the land. They can get the license to grow outside. They got 10,000 square feet.
I've actually watched a documentary about farmers who were struggling, who went to hemp, and pulled their lives right out of the gutter. Which, cannabis as a whole is the most diverse plant on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And you can eat it, wear it, build with it, smoke it, digest it.
Now, I would like, when it comes back to California and all that stuff, that I would like to see spread worldwide. Like, why couldn't we have cannabis involved in local fairs and things like that? We have local brewery fairs.
You've been going to events like Debbie Stilth-Giffen with Mom. You've been going to events for years and years that were non-cannabis events to promote cannabis. I mean, many years ago now.
And free cannabis, big letters on the sign in reflective vinyl, and in small print it said it was Canadays,
It was
and
Canada.
now they've switched the name, like Camel for Lifestyle Shop, and it is it has bongs,
AKA the
and
bong
dongs.
store. The bongs
Yeah.
and dongs store.
Exactly. Grinder says that detail-wise, land has to be zoned agricultural and farming purposes, and that they say that they are working towards that route. Found 20 acres, working on my own strains and genetics, and slowly getting there. Though. Good, congratulations. That's what it takes. You gotta, especially if you're doing it on your own, and as a single entity, it can be costly to get started. So, alrighty. From there, what do you say? Time for some sports.
All right.
All right.
Sports.
Sports. That's right. Okay, here we go. Sports-wise, I reported a couple weeks ago about the runner, I believe it was runner, got busted for cannabis consumption at a race. Clarissa Shields, and she says that she's never used cannabis.
So do they know how it's gotten into her system?
Well, that's what the headline says. Did secondhand smoke cause her failed drug test? Let's see. What does it say? She's tested positive, but she's never used it, she says. The drug test results have not been publicly released, she says, but Shields has said a saliva test detected trace amounts of cannabis, which is prohibited. She has a record of 16-0. She's going to be fighting it.
How recent was this?
Well, on March 6th, so that's in 2 days. She's going to have a pre-hearing.
Okay, that's why the article, because her hearing's coming up. Okay,
correct. Yeah, she's in a 90-day suspension right now. So she didn't smoke it, she says. So
she's what does she compete in now?
Boxing. She's a boxer.
Well, she's going to go through, although she's in the States, correct?
Yes.
So she's going to go through the same thing that Ross Regabludi was it Regabludi? I can't remember his last name.
It's hard to pronounce his name, correct?
Yeah, but Ross is a Canadian snowboarder who won the gold and then got it taken away because he's a cannabis consumer, and now he owns his own cannabis company. But down the road, after appealing it, they have reinstated his gold back to him. Yeah. So it'll be the same kind of process, just not Olympics, I would think.
Oh, man. Now, according to somebody, I'm just trying to find out who the name is.
According to somebody,
their last name is Shields. I'm just trying to see what the first name is, but the last name is Shields, anyways. They said that okay, Shields was the lady. Okay, Hicks, this person who's another boxer, speculated that cannabis smoke inside the Dort Financial Center in Flint triggered the positive test, is what it says. And they say that, oh man, it was everywhere. I'm not exaggerating. I was getting dressed to take pictures with my family. It was like a big cloud of weed. When you go into the bathroom, it was just a big cloud of smoke that hits you. You smell nothing but cannabis.
I know somebody who failed their blood test because of being around cannabis.
Another person that says the hallway smelled terrible. And the manager of the center has declined comment.
What was going on that they were smoking pot?
Pardon me?
What was going on there that there was pot? Was it a concert?
Doesn't say. It doesn't say. Yeah, that doesn't say. Not that I'm seeing here, anyways. Other than maybe their event, but I can't see them
So there,
hotboxing.
so there was pot at a Coliseum or whatever at an event place. Somebody was smoking a joint in the bathroom or something, or they were watching a concert and they had a light up, and she's failed her test.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it sounds like. I mean, when you listen to what those people are saying, I'm sure some of them know her and some of them are involved with her or whatever, but yeah, they say secondhand smoke. So it'll be interesting. And there will be follow-ups to this because obviously there's the hearings and all that's going to happen. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Grinder, we'll get to your question here, bud, as soon as we get done the sports. Now, in more sports end of things, some news from Toronto that you may not know, and I didn't know until I checked this morning. And Serena Williams is joining the WNBA expansion team, the Toronto Tempo, as a part owner.
Oh, cool.
Serena Williams, everybody know, big tennis legend, right?
Yes, she is. Her and her sister, yeah.
Yeah. They're coming to Toronto as part owners.
So we're going to start seeing a WNBA at the Scotia.
Yeah, in Toronto, correct. Yeah.
We call it the Scotia. It used to be the Air Canada Center,
Skydome,
aka new. What's that?
Skydome is what I call it.
Skydome.
Well, I guess the sky. I guess hang on. I guess it depends on what building you're talking about. I guess where the Leafs are playing, Air Canada Center. Scotia.
The Leafs and Raptors play at the Air Canada Center, which is now the Scotiabank Center.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Or the Scotia.
Now, the guy who owns 25% of the Maple Leafs Sports and Entertainment, as we're just talking about, also is involved with the Raptors, the Argos, football, the soccer team, and now he is also owner of this women's basketball.
Is there a name for this WNBA team?
Yeah. Tempos, Toronto Tempo.
Toronto Tempo.
Yeah. Toronto Tempo, right there in the headline. So watch for that. Watch for that end of things. And let's see what else. Oh, one last thing.
Into basketball, that is.
That's right. And I've got some hockey news as well. But this is when it comes to the ladies, this is the women's and the Professional Women's Hockey League attendance scoring up this season with expansion plans on horizon. This was a league that started last year. It had basically a shortened season.
Is this in the U.S. or here?
It's here in Canada and the U.S.
Okay, so it's like it's the women's NHL.
Correct.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. And so they're looking at expanding, and they said that they've gone from 14 months in. Basically, they're expanding. Everything is up. The league attendance is up. The average is 7,400 fans per game, which is up from 5,500 from last year. So they're up 50%, right?
Well, that's worked in the football arena, right?
Yeah, they're in small. Yeah, they are in smaller venues.
Yeah, they're probably. I would think at the Sky Dome as well. Or not at the Scotiabank.
No, they're the Toronto team. That's the Scepters.
Yes.
They've moved from the 2,500 seat Manta Athletic Center to the Coca-Cola Coliseum.
Okay, that's okay. That's down at the exhibition.
That's what I was wondering.
Yes, that's where our our soccer team plays as well, and the
Yeah.
Argos play down there.
BMO down that way. I think
Yeah.
that one time the Toronto's farm team, the hockey team, the Toronto Marlies played out of that arena, Rico Center or something. I just think maybe it might have changed names. Let's see what else. The goals are up. They've averaging 5.2 goals per game versus 4.8. And what else? What else is up here? I guess that's about it offhand. So it's good to see that the league's only 14 months old. They're looking at going
Expanding
to
already.
expanding to 2 more teams. So
Awesome.
1 or 2 more teams. So see what happens there. So that's good news for them.
I remember when the big new guy in town was the Blizzard. Remember when the Blizzard?
Yeah, that was soccer.
And they played at the varsity arena there at University of Toronto.
Yeah.
Right. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, but still it's a Toronto team.
Blizzard's still around, yes, of course.
Yeah. All right, we got a question from Grinder. Grinder asks, so what are some of your guys' favorite strains?
I like Death Bubba, and I like Northern Lights. There's a few. I like the Pineapple Express, but none of those strains will grow here, as I've found.
You don't have any Pineapple Express territory in your neck of the woods, do you?
No, it didn't do so well.
No,
I didn't even get maybe an ounce.
Yeah,
it is definitely not a Northern Ontario strain.
Now, Grinder, as far as my end of things, I've been growing one particular strain for 15 years, and it's called Grape Escape. It's won some awards in the past at Treating Yourself Expo. I wasn't the grower at the time, the breeder was. But it was good to see that it was a strain that won. It said 15 years, still lots of trichomes on it, still get good weight off the plants, dried weight.
You don't grow just one strain, though.
No. This past year I grew 4 strains. But they 3 of them were new strains to me, so I can't really say that they were my favorite strains.
Yeah.
So, and another strain that I don't have anymore, and that was called Humber Valley Kush.
That's a legacy strain, isn't it?
I grew it for about 12 years, 10 or 12 years, and then I lost it. And I'll tell you, when it went into bloom, people like to see things change into color. This particular plant just went dark purple is what it did. And it didn't yield as high as the Grape Escape, but I'll tell you, I was in a circle of 14 people. We were heading to the Supreme Court of Canada for the Owen Smith case, and we got out of the bus, and like I said, 14 of us were in the circle, and only somebody asked someone said, whose is this and what is it? And it was mine. It was only asked once from all those joints passing around. So I was happy for that. Let's see. Oh, nice Grinder. Blueberry. I got blueberry. I've been working. About 3 ounces quantity is amazing, but lacking vigorous growth. Yeah.
I have
Strawberry
blueberry
OG
seeds, but
cookies.
unfortunately, they keep going to seed on me.
Strawberry cookies. Amazing growth, and at the same time, really frosty, but no taste. Really, from what I've been talking to people over the years, people who do competitions and stuff like that, taste is so important. Right?
And smell.
Yeah, and smell. It's not everybody wants Buckley's in their
You
cannabis.
gotta have them flavonoids and terpenes in there.
Yeah. And when we've done tests, like when we're doing the TY Cup. We're doing the seed companies we're all in a room, and people said, well, I'm tied. My number's tied. So which one actually wins? And I said, well, what's your favorite thing about a plant? Is it the fact? Is it the flavor? Is it its looks? So on and so forth. And majority of the people said flavor. And that's what they end up choosing. And Grinder agrees. Grinder says exactly. So what got on the micro business wave? I don't know. I'm not. We're not on the micro business wave, but he stopped by. They stopped by a dispensary. All righty. Gone from the news, sports news. You know what's next?
What?
Entertainment and events. Okay, yeah.
What you got? What you got? What
do we got? What do we got? We got some events going on, and I'm gonna bring the calendar up right here, right now. And according to the Cannabis Market Space, March the 6th, in 2 days, Radical Femmes 2025. On the 7th, a Cannabis Summit. And then on the 12th, Mary Jane in Paint, Toronto.
I've been seeing stuff about that this couple weeks.
Have you? Here, I think I can just open that right up right here, and everybody will see that. Right? Yeah. Okay. Everybody can see that. Mary Jane Paint, Toronto. Look at the eyes. Ooh. Hey, you know what's wrong with them?
What? They're not high.
Exactly. They're not
no red marks.
Okay. Wednesday, March the 11th. Event details. Warehouse Studio in York. Let's see. 2 hours instructed art session. Live beat box flow session. Grub by High Society. Super Club. Goodies by Baked Edibles Bakery. You got snacks and water. A 30-minute clone planting seminar, I'm going to say. And you get to take your new baby clone home. There you go. Doors open at 7:30. Sesh starts at 8. Permanently shut at 8 o'clock.
It's just basically a big puff and paint.
Yeah. There you go. Mary Jane's Paint, Toronto. Find out more. Go to cannabismarketspace.com and you can see what's going on there. Okay, what else is happening? Let's see if I get back. Mary Jane International Cannabis Business Conference. That's going on in Barcelona. And then Mary Jane Paint in Hamilton.
Mm-hmm. We used to have a puff and paint at Gunjanistas in Hamilton.
Yeah. There we go. Hamilton, 2 hour instructed art class. Grub from High Society. Treats by Jill. Princesses and flowers and more. There you go. Doors open at 6:30. Hamilton vape. There you go.
There you go. We were talking about Tony the other day.
Yeah. Okay, more details. Cloning at 9:30. Puffs by Bud Buggy. Yeah, there you go.
Cool.
Doors open at 7:30. Sesh starts at 8. Permanently shut at 8 p.m. Yeah, it's been a while since we've talked to Anthony, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Puff and Paint in Hamilton. And as I mentioned, the Radical Femmes, I just bring up their information as well, being that's in 2 days' time. Radical Femmes, that's March the 6th from 10 till 2. And there you go. Location, Salona, Toronto, 314 Queen Street West. Agenda highlights retail revolution. Women in weed, crafting in the future, and lunch and networking. Gotta be 19 to attend. There you go. Limited sponsorship available. So, different events on the go that you can
Awesome.
go to.
Do we want to see what Mary Jane or Sherry Ann did?
Yeah, let's
for
just check out when it comes to events. Just check out
Okay.
where Sherry Ann has been.
Sherry Ann went, and Mary Jane and Timmy were there as well. To, as you'll see on the video, the grand opening of Cannabis Culture's first dispensary in Hamilton.
Legal dispensary.
Legal dispensary, yeah, with Jody involved in Niagara Falls, Ontario.
There's MJ. Matt was there too, huh?
Yeah. Are we ready? We are. Cannabis culture on Thorold Stone Road. Are we ready? Yes. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! We got a crowd. We got unicorns. We got Lily. We got Lee. On the inside. Yeah. I think we were in Canada with this chilliness.
He said, those scissors aren't really big enough. Big five? And just before I cut this ribbon, I want to tell you, so a few of us grew up hanging out here where these cars fucking meeting, and we used to drive the dune buggy in the back with Mark Cole's family, and I lived up the street not too far away, and ironically, we're over in Stone Road, and you guys are doing this cannabis culture, and I think what a great location. You got great partners, great city, great location, and if you're going to do something like this, I can't think of anywhere better than the #1 leisure destination in Canada, who gets upwards of 14 million people a year, and all the great residents of Niagara Falls will appreciate having a professional view on a natural product. We wish you all the best, and now we're going to make this official. Are we ready?
We are.
3. Now wait a minute, everybody.
3, 2, 1. Congratulations! So nice. Exciting. Sweet tooth bonding. Super awesome.
A little different than the last time. I'll bring the focus to tank. That's all you got on.
There you go. The at the beginning, early on in the video, there was looked like there was a cover on a magazine with Jody on it. Yeah,
and that was Jody walking towards Sherry Ann as well.
Yeah. If it's the right one, I think it's. I may have an article in that cover in that magazine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it was good to see. Good to see that Jody's been able to open the store. Something that she's been working for a long time, and good to see the community people who were there giving her a hand.
Well, she tried opening something in Kensington, but it didn't work out so well. So it's nice to see this will, Niagara Falls. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. We got here from Grinder. Says that asked if I could reproduce the exact returns on a larger scale. Okay. Oh, I see. I jumped to. Dropped off some sales of what I did. In his report, he was more stoned than anything. He had shown up with his shop that he had samples, and then asked if I think I could produce exact returns on a larger scale. And that's when he mentioned the micro business and asked why I'm not selling it at his shop. Oh, he says that one day, if you guys use something like a StreamYard, I'll show you some of my plants. Nothing fancy, just all organic running, taking advice from buddies that are in the industry already. We should arrange that, buddy. Maybe arrange for you to come on for a short visit, and we go from there. But yeah, all organic, small grow. I know exactly what you mean. It's exactly what I'm doing as well.
Do we want to move on and do this little thing that I found?
Sure. Yes, it's probably a good time. If it's what I'm thinking it is, it'd probably be a real good time to talk about that. Yeah.
Just
being
let
that
me
we're talking
finish
about
scrolling.
growing organically.
So a couple of weeks ago, I found I like to watch reels and stuff like this. So I found this, and what it is well, you'll see what it is. You be the judge on whether or not you'd want to do something like this. I think it's really cool. I showed it to Al. We decided to air it. Here you go.
Keeping fish in a mineral water bottle can really be addictive. Today, I used a large mineral water bottle again. I converted it into a one-click water change system. It's now an ecological fish tank with one-click waste discharge. Don't throw away the dirty water that comes out. Pour it on the flowers. This is natural fertilizer. This time, I have set everything up for you. A 9-liter mineral water bottle. A base. A water pipe with a faucet. And a set of brackets. Among them, the top of the mineral water bottle has already been cut for you. Installation is very convenient. First, assemble the brackets. Then attach the tray. Next, place the mineral water bottle upside down inside. Then, screw in the faucet with the switch. Next, install the drain pipe as well. Pour volcanic rock at the bottom to cultivate nitrifying bacteria. Then place a water plant. Create some aquascaping inside. Also, place a few water plants on the surface to purify the water. Then add some little fish that you like.
There you go.
Keeping fish in a mineral water bottle
Let's
can
watch
really be
that
addictive.
again, shall we?
But yeah, aquaponics.
Which they've been doing for a long time. You know, just an off topics thing. My mom's friends owned the first hydroponic store in Toronto. It was right across the street from the Summerhill liquor store. You know where I'm talking about now. In Toronto, in Rosedale. And you could go in and buy whatever you needed to do your hydroponic stuff. And this was in the late 70s, early 80s. Unfortunately, the store was closed shortly after opening.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah,
That's what happens
aquaponics.
when you grow weed in the 70s.
Yeah. I know at one time there was an LP that was growing with aquaponics
In Peterborough, I believe, or was it Bancroft or something? Somewhere around there.
somewhere, and then
They got licensed to have a controlled grow visible in the store, correct?
well, Peterborough Hydroponics they have a grow in the store, correct? Yeah, they have a license and they have their grow in the store. They can't sell any cannabis or anything like that, but yeah, they do have a grow in the store.
Which is surprising because an LP is allowed to have a on-site store. So why wouldn't they allow that?
Well, I know in the Peterborough case, they don't sell anything. There's no license to sell anything. It's
okay.
Yeah, it's the patient's grow in the store.
in a legal store.
It's a hydroponic store. It's not even a cannabis
It's a
store.
hydroponic store. So okay,
Yeah.
I remember the story. They had to put security and glass up, and so you couldn't
Yeah. I was there a couple weeks ago, and they had some plants. over there.
Cool.
Yeah.
I remember going into stores before we became legal here in Canada, and they had pot plants. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what else? I got Grinder says that one of my good friends is the head soil guy at Kiss Organics, and he keeps them informed of what he's doing, and he listens to his suggestions. That's right. That's all you can do is learn from others. I know when I first started growing, that's what I did. Is some people would suggest do this, do that, and in the end, what I did is I just took what I found would work for my situation where I was.
And that's what I do. I mean, we talked about it here. Al and I talk about it, and then I talk about it with my guys on the 420 radio show as well. And learning is this is my classroom.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. All righty. Anything else? Events, entertainment, nothing? No. Okay. Well,
I think we got it all.
I think we got it all. I think that we are at the end of the broadcast. We got the hour and a half in.
Time for lunch.
Time for lunch. That's right. Probably time for a dog walk too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I know that.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. There's 3 feet of snow in my backyard still.
The Grinder says that right now I'm running a strawberry OG cookies, a Devort haze, and a couple of blueberries.
Nice.
Yeah. I think the fruity flavored strains are probably the popular ones.
Cool.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So nothing else. All right. Well, all I can say is thanks for joining us, Grinder, and everybody else who's tuned into the broadcast. It looks like we're done. You want to say goodbye?
Bye.
All right. We're saying goodbye, folks. Don't forget, same time, same place next week, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Come for the Wake and Bake. Just shoot some shit and, get involved in the conversation. Send us messages and we'll share them. Other than that, we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Yeah, 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Time is just flying by. It's almost springtime. It's almost springtime. I think the last of winter hit last night here in BC.
Yeah, we got a bit of a snowstorm here a couple of nights ago after all the ice. And but we've got a beautiful week here this week. We hit 10 degrees yesterday by noon. And we are on the way to do the same thing today.
Well, somebody is incredibly comfortable and enjoying the day.
Now sound asleep on your lap. What an adorable little
One day I'll be a little puppy dog sitting on somebody's lap.
someday. In one of the next lives.
Oh, how you been? What you been doing?
Good. Oh, let me see. I have been creating a ceremony room, getting insurance, doing all those wonderful things I need to do to launch my business. And I just finished the first level of a 5-MEO specialized integration course.
Look at you going. I thought you were going to be selling Tupperware.
I did that once a long time ago. It was makeup, not Tupperware, but you know, same
Do they
idea.
even still make Tupperware? Is it even still around?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, they do.
Wow.
Yeah, a friend of mine actually still sells Tupperware.
Oh, time for a party. Tupperware parties.
They do it all online now.
Oh, well, that's no fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So today we have a repeat guest. This is a lady that, well, she was one of my teachers, one of my mentors, turned into one of my friends, and I hope to be doing some collaboration work with her in the future. I don't even know how long ago, she got this calling that told her to sell everything and move, and she did. And she's been doing incredible things, you know, and taking risks. And I thought it would be fun to invite her back on and talk about all of these beautiful new things in her life.
And I think that's a great idea. She's so dynamic and so expressive and so loving. She's always a joy to have on the show.
She is. She is. So without further ado, what's that?
Should we bring her out or just leave her in there for a while?
Oh, we can leave her in the back for a while. Talk about her for a minute. No, I'm kidding. And, we can bring her out, and you guys would probably all remember her from before, but I'd like to introduce Judy Machado of Goddess Temple Cacao.
Who also did a live cacao ceremony on here with us. Woo!
Wow, it is so good to be back with both of you, Cindy and Steve. Love you guys so much. Thank you for inviting me to be back. I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you.
Yeah, so much has changed since the last time you were here. So much
Has happened. So much. And I guess, where it all started was really the big shift in my life with really connecting within. And that started with plant medicines. That started mostly with cacao, our beautiful cacao spirit, the cacao master plant medicine. She started to really call to me. I started to hear these messages, you know, cacao, main ingredient to make chocolate, is a master plant medicine. I was like, what are you talking about? Chocolate? How is this, you know, what exactly is this? I need to learn more. And it was such a strong calling. And immediately after that, a beautiful shaman literally came into my life. I started to work with her for 1.5 years, and I started to do these sacred dieta journeys, which Cindy, I know you're so familiar with, and Steve as well. And that is these really deep, profound journeys that we have with a specific plant medicine. It's sort of a commitment we make with the plant spirit within a certain period of time that we're going to speak with them, work with them, consume them, purify our body through our diet. All these beautiful things happen. And what happens during those dieta journeys is you can go really deep. You can go really deep because there's an intention, and you're growing in relationship with the spirit, and you're communicating, and you're asking for advice, you're asking for guidance, but you're also in this growing beloved relationship, this like beautiful relationship, as you both know. And so it's been about almost 6 years since I've been connecting so deeply with the spirit of cacao, and about 5.5 years since I've been, you know, experiencing these dieta journeys. Every time I feel called, I do another dieta journey. Sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's over a month. In fact, I'm starting one tomorrow. That's going to be another 16 days. So I have found, since being on these beautiful, deep, profound journeys of learning to be still, learning to speak to these plant spirits that are just waiting for us to call on them, waiting for us to acknowledge them, waiting for us to talk to them, waiting for us to ask for guidance, waiting for us to pour our hearts out and share exactly what's going on in our lives, all of it, the good, the bad, the ugly, get vulnerable with them, just like a human. These beautiful plant spirits, these master plant teachers are just like that in the way that that we can build relationships, beloved relationships with them. And so I found over the years that every time I do a new dieta, more and more of like this open channel happens where I just start to receive. I ask and I start to receive these beautiful messages or thoughts or memories or knowings. I like to call them knowings, where something comes through and I just know that it's the right answer. You don't have to think about it anymore. I don't have to plan for it. And that's happened many times over the years since experiencing these dietas. And about a year and a half ago, I had the pleasure of being 4 months in the Azores Islands, these beautiful Portuguese islands. If you don't know where the Azores are, oh my God, pull out a map, or even I'll just explain it right now. There's North America, and then there's Europe. 3/4 of the way into the ocean are these 9 tiny, beautiful volcanic islands, which many say are the tips of the fallen mountains of Atlantis. And so they're so beautiful. And I was born on one of those islands, and I've been many, many times to visit family. And every time I go back, I'm like, oh, one day I want to move here. And a year and a half ago, I spent the longest time ever away from home, which was 4 months on those islands. I actually was hosting a retreat out there, and I ended up just saying, I don't really need to go back just yet. And I kept extending the trip, and 4 months later, and that's when I said, one day I'm going to move here. One day I'm going to move here. And there I was a year later, driving and having this conversation again with the plant spirits. I also have a beautiful connection now with also the mushroom spirits, and just having a conversation with them. And all of a sudden it came to me. It's like, oh, you're hosting a retreat there again in November? You're going to book a one-way ticket, and that's it. That's when you're moving there. And even though I had no plans, Cindy, I had no plans whatsoever. I didn't know, like, where am I going to stay? What do you mean I'm moving there? Or how am I going to work there? All these things. It was just like, I didn't even worry about them. It was so interesting because I've had this happen before where I'd asked about a project that, should I stop, working on this project, and finally got an answer. Yes, done. And before that, so much scarcity around that project. But the moment I had that knowing, that message come through, was no more scarcity. It was just, wow, liberation. Even though I didn't know what I was going to replace the project with, or in this case, where am I going to move there? How am I going to bring mom and I out there? And, but it was just like, yeah, this is it. I have no idea. I'm just trusting, completely trusting, and in so much faith. And it's just been such a gift since. Everything's just fallen into place. The place we're going to stay, the car, the apartment, the furniture, like all the things. I'm like, oh my God, we actually have to rent a place now. We have to get a phone and do a 2-year plan. What? Like this kind of stuff, it's like, okay, this is real. I'm moving. But it's just been amazing, amazing. And, I was saying earlier to both of you that, the Judy a year and a half ago was stuck in the, oh my God, how do you even make that happen? How do you move your money there? How does that even happen? There's so many questions that it almost becomes paralyzing. And the moment you take all of that away and just focus on your desire, and of course, having that delicious faith that we are divinely guided, that you just have to focus on what you want and already just be in that energy of it, already having it. And things just start to flow. And it's just been such a beautiful, beautiful experience. I'm so grateful.
Amazing.
That is
yeah. Last October, I got to stop, when I stopped in Toronto on my way home, I got to visit you.
Yes.
Yeah. So we got to spend a few hours together with your mom, which was amazing.
Mama.
And we did some medicine, and we had a little ceremony. And I was sitting there in the middle of your apartment with you, looking around at all of your things. And you said to me, I'm going to go, and I'm going to go with one carry-on. Yes. And I looked around, and I looked around, And I just kind of looked at you and went, you're gonna, like, no. And you did. You ended up scaling everything down.
Wow. And I've always loved sharing, like keeping things, collecting things. I'm one of those people my whole life. But yeah, Cindy, I had said that I was going to do one carry-on. I actually did a little bit more. I did 2 carry-ons, 2 of the roller carry-ons and a backpack. But yeah, that was pretty wild. That was actually throughout that entire period, I just felt so good. And so, yeah, I'm going to sell everything, even so many things in my altar. Oh, that was the hardest thing, Cindy, was my altar. And I kept some things for sure. Most of one of my carry-ons was that, but there were so many things that I either gifted to others, or, some people wanted to purchase it. It's just so beautiful. So many beautiful things. But that's been an interesting journey. And I never, except for one moment, felt sadness about it. And when I felt the sadness, it was actually during a mushroom journey, I was guiding with Katie. The 2 of us were guiding a group of, I think it was 4 or 5 women. And I had this like, oh my God, this apartment, because it was in my apartment, my home. Wow, you're actually leaving. It was this reality moment. It's like, you're leaving this home and you're leaving your things. And it was this incredible gratitude that I had for the home, for the things. And I just started to, like, all these tears came down, and it was a little bit of sadness that I experienced at first. And then it was just like so much gratitude for the gift of it being in my life, the house, the things, even the past partnership, all those things. But there was just so much gratitude that came through me. It was so beautiful, beautiful.
Wow.
But I highly recommend scaling down your life, because it's probably going to be even that much more easier for you to exit your current wherever you are and go play somewhere else in the world. I call it play. Let's go play. Because well, I can come back one day if I want to. I can, although I am selling my house, but I can get another house or live somewhere else or live with somebody. There's always a way to go back. So it really isn't that big a deal. When people think, oh my God, it's really not that big a deal. Go. If you don't enjoy it, come back.
Yeah.
Right? If you think about it like that, it really, if you really think about it, actually nothing is a big deal. If you think about that you're being divinely guided, and B, you can just go back. There's no right or wrong answer. Should I do this now? Is there a bad thing is it good? It's just different journeys we take, different routes, different journeys.
Amazing.
Yeah, but it was so beautiful to see you, Cindy.
It's so
we
good
had
to
such
see
a beautiful ceremony. I have videos, I have pictures of that. Oh, I just love it.
It was amazing. It was meeting your mom was beautiful. When she allowed me to serve her rapé, it was very connecting for her and I. Your mom, you're an incredible lady, so it's not shocking that you came from an incredible right? So I've thought a lot about your mom since then. I thought a lot about you, but your mom really she took a piece of my heart that day.
Oh, so beautiful. Can I tell you quickly about my mom, a little story now that you're saying that? Yes. My mom is part of every ceremony that I host. And she does the sacred drum. She has a beautiful sacred relationship with her drum. And even just her presence, as you're just illustrating right now. Her presence, it's hard to explain, but she just embodies love, like beautiful love. And there have been so many people who have come to the ceremony who have had who have become emotional, even within moments of meeting her, and for sure throughout the ceremony. And mostly because she's this matriarch, she's this mother energy, right? The crone, the mother energy. And so many people can really resonate with that. They either feel like, oh, I didn't really have this beautiful love that I see happening here between you, and they go through this experience, or maybe they miss their mom in some way, or in so many ways. I can't tell you how many beautiful experiences. Mom has just been such a gift to help these people to really feel the love, the unconditional love. Yeah.
Yeah, she really brought that in, and I can understand that she makes an impact on everybody. I mean, I only met her for a short time, and she's made a large impact on me. Now when I talk about you, I bring up your mom.
Wow, I love that. She's gonna love hearing that too. That's so beautiful. Well, her name is Judy. My name is Judy, so she's Mama Judy. Everyone
Mama
refers to her as Mama Judy. Yes. So isn't that interesting? She's basically
Yeah. Wow. Very interesting. Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know you were a junior.
Yeah.
Wow. Very
Judy
cool.
Junior. Little
I love
Judy.
it. Little Judy. Steve, how are you? He's
Oh,
watching the podcast.
I am. I'm just watching I'm watching the podcast.
Steve, I want to know when you're coming here too, to the Azores.
At some point, I have
At
lots
some
of
point.
ideas, but we have to see what turns into plans. I have ideas.
Yes.
The universe has plans.
Yes. Oh, I like that. Yes. We can share them with the universe, right? And then the universe might say, I like that, but you know what? I got something else cooking over here.
Put you over here instead.
It
Yes.
seems to do that with me a little. He goes, no, not yet. You still got to go over here. There's people over here waiting for you.
Oh, nice. Yes. That's beautiful.
Yeah, so when you first got over there, you did, it was quite interesting. I thought it was kind of neat. You went over and immediately hosted a retreat with your first mentor.
Yes, exactly. We hosted a retreat. So the first time I hosted a retreat in the Azores was about 1.5 years ago. And then, yes, in November, Shaman Shonon Soy, also known as Leticia, out of Ontario, she and I came together and decided to co-facilitate a retreat out in the Azores. And we included psilocybin and cacao in that beautiful retreat. In fact, it was a 7-day retreat, 8-day retreat. And we did 2 beautiful day journeys with the psilocybin and the cacao. And it was just, beautiful.
Incredible.
And the nature, I mean, you can just imagine everything was just absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And now, so the next retreat that I'm looking at hosting, we're just wrapping up the details right now. This will be with Katie from Love Collective, and she's also a mushroom guide. And so we will be doing something quite similar, where we will be including psilocybin as well, and cacao, and of course some deep nature retreats and forest bathing and all those beautiful things. I mean, the nature is just so awe-inspiring, the energy of the islands. So yeah, it's beautiful how we come full circle, right?
What would you say is the biggest difference? I've done day ceremony and evening ceremonies as well. But in your opinion, what would you say is the biggest difference between a day ceremony or a night ceremony?
Well, it depends on which like cacao ceremonies, my psilocybin ceremonies, because I would say for psilocybin, I personally love the ceremonies where I have a certain playlist, a specific playlist that is guiding me also on the journey. And so when I'm with my eyes closed, whether it's day or evening, it's perfect for me, either one. In fact, the journeys that we facilitate, that Katie and I facilitate in Toronto, are usually during the day, and they start at 10, and then we finish around 5 or 6 when some of the medicine starts to wear off, and then we ground ourselves with a beautiful meal, with a soup and some fruit. But it kind of feels like we don't even know whether it's day or night, really, because everyone's on the journey, and usually at home I'll put the blinds down so everyone's kind of in the darker space, with your eyes closed through this guided journey. But of course, there are journeys where your eyes are open and you're in nature, and it's a different experience, and that's just as beautiful. So it's beautiful to experience, I think, both, and then some people have different preferences, right? Yeah.
So what do you serve for psilocybin when you serve? Like, what is the dosage when you run these retreats?
Yeah. So it depends. So Katie is the mushroom guide. I'm the cacao. I really mostly focus on cacao and the facilitation of cacao, simply because that's been my my beautiful love affair with this plant spirit and really connecting with her. And only in the last year and a half, almost 2 years actually, have I started to work more closely with mushrooms. So Katie will work with everyone individually based on, have they been on a journey before? There's certain criteria that she'll work with. Some people like to go on a higher dose. They're just more familiar with a higher dose, some on less. 1.5 grams is perfect for, a beginning of a journey. That tends to be a great spot to start most people. And we do it guided in these journeys. And we usually do it somewhere where there is a park where we can kind of walk afterwards as well, if we wanted to. But most people tend to stay in the circle, because what happens is, even though everyone's laying down, their eyes closed, then and then there's a drum, and then, there's sounds happening within each of us. The mirroring of what's happening in the group is so important. Everyone, in terms of the integration after, comes back and says, oh my God, when I heard you cry, or when I heard this happening over here, or this, all of a sudden you guys are having this conversation about this, or this other sound that I heard, it was just so important. I needed to hear that in that moment. So that's really beautiful as well. I really recommend, a guided journey for anyone, especially if you're new and you're like, I'm kind of nervous about this. I'm scared. And there are a lot of people who are really, they've heard about the trips, right? Like oh my God, I had a bad trip, or all these different things, or maybe they did at some point experience something that wasn't quite pleasant in the past. But as you know, Cindy and Steve, when we are guiding people, and when we're holding space for them, and we're calling in certain energies, and then closing the ceremony at the end, I mean, these things are part of energetically holding the space for this person. So it really is such a powerful experience for anyone who's, intrigued, and also who's experienced, to be part of this.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds like she puts a lot of work in making sure that everybody gets what they would need.
Yes. Oh yeah. There's a conversation that happens with each person before. There is an intake form, but then there's a conversation. Then there's a call. We do a prep call, so everybody meets each other. Then we arrive early. Then we open the ceremony. Then we have the journey. Then we close the ceremony after eating. We all ground and eat some soup and fruit and beautiful little light meal to ground us, and do the sharing circle. Well, a little bit of a sharing circle after, not too much. We wait for the next morning. Everyone goes home, and then it's more, okay, I've really sat with what was going on. Let's all really integrate and share. And then a week later, another integration call.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And we've had people who said, everyone comes in with an intention. And then there are people who say, after the journey, I didn't really get any, my intention wasn't fulfilled, or, I don't know, I'm just confused. I didn't really feel like it was fulfilled. And we'll talk about how, the ceremony doesn't end, the journey doesn't end when the day of the journey, it continues. So be aware. And a week later on the integration call, the woman, in one case, who was like, oh, I didn't really get much. I don't really have much that happened today. What had happened to her every day afterwards, which was exactly what she called for, was something around more connection with the family. But she had to be in the environment of the family to have these profound experiences happen. And that's how sometimes the medicines will give us whatever we need, right? And I guess in her case, it was, okay, you want it to happen right now. Maybe you're being a bit, big expectations, a little bit too stubborn. Just be present, and let's get you back into the family and get all these experiences to come through, and for you to see, wow, look at how, one of the biggest ones for her was, her intention was she wanted to have more connection with her husband and with her son. And the experiences that she shared afterwards were just, and even her, it was like she had said for the first time in her life, she feels like she's observing herself in a movie. Isn't that great?
That place of observation is life-changing.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's like, you can't even explain what that feels like until you're there, right? And so who doesn't want to be that and experience that?
Yeah.
Oh, is that the point at that it's almost time for our break? Time for us to show some ads, let our sponsors get shown, let you guys see some awesome products on the sponsor list here on paceradio.net. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Thanks for joining us.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab-tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment here on February 25th, 2025 with our awesome guest, Judy Machado from Goddess Temple Cacao.
Hello again.
Hello.
Just wanted to get us on video right there for a moment.
Alexa says it keeps kicking her out.
Oh,
Weird. That's
Hopefully
strange.
she's back in.
That is weird. Yeah. So you are still. Something started playing on my computer there. I turned off. That was weird. So you were doing your school. You're educating people and sharing your knowledge. I assume that you're talking about you said earlier you're starting a 16-day dieta tomorrow. Is that the pre-education? You're educating everybody with the dieta, and
Yeah, exactly. So I did make a big change over the last year. When I became so devoted to the spirit of cacao and drinking for the first year and a half, and really connecting deeply with her, and started to receive some messages eventually, because I feel that because I was in such devotion with her, some messages around, okay, now is the time you can start sharing and teaching others from a place of devotion, and also the dieta. And I created a training, which was for anyone who wishes to share cacao with others. And over the years, I found, because when you connect with these plant medicines, they also help you to connect with Pachamama, with other energies, other profound consciousnesses that exist, whether it's, even the beautiful medicines of the directions, the 7 sacred directions. And what I have found is that so many started to call to me. I really feel like Mama Cacao, for example, in some cases is sort of like this gatekeeper, where she's here to help us. We open up our heart, we tell her, what's happening. And then she brings into our awareness other spirit guides, other spirits to support us, who sort of specialize in those things, whether it's forgiveness or whatever it is we need. And so in that journey, all of these other beautiful relationships were being created. And I feel it was really Mama Cacao that was bringing them into my awareness. So for example, Mary Magdalene, the spirit of Mary Magdalene was always something that I was very connected to, her spirit, but it became even stronger. Same with, Goddess Isis, the Egyptian goddess. And so many of these practices, other practices, I started to form a relationship with, a devotional relationship with. And I include those in my ceremonies, and I teach them in my sacred ceremonial training. So the only thing is, people who want to come and learn about cacao, they're learning about cacao and how to be in authentic relationship with cacao, how to experience a dieta first. And there are other people who maybe didn't really want to share cacao, but they want to learn about all the other, rituals and practices. So I decided to sort of create 2 trainings, one that's called the sacred ceremonial training, facilitator training, and then one that's for anyone who's really receiving the calling from cacao. And that one, for sure, part of my training. In fact, people say, "Well, do you certify people?" And I usually, usually my answer for that is I don't feel that I can, or anyone can really certify anyone to facilitate a training, or to facilitate the use of, supporting a plant medicine. Who can really certify you as the plant medicine herself. And that's what I teach, is we're going to bring you into relationship with the plant spirit, and the plant spirit in this relationship, this growing relationship, is going to tell you, especially if this is what you ask her for, you say, hey, you know what, I'm really feeling called. I really want to share you with others. You ask her and she will guide you, and you will receive the yes, now is the time from her. I really feel that is the way that we need to live our life as facilitators of these master plant medicines. And so part of that is the dieta. The dieta is an ancient, sacred, ancestral, beautiful journey that was once really only the plants call you to take this. You sort of have this sudden calling to take this journey. And there was a time where mostly it was shamans and really conscious spiritual teachers who were taking these journeys, because when they take you on this journey, they bring to you into your awareness so many profound shifts in perspectives that you have to be in a place of higher awareness or consciousness to respect that information. Because as we know, sometimes you hear something, and for so many of us, you can think about 2 years ago when there was something that you now believe is true in your spiritual journey now, right? Think of something that you believe now is true that maybe 2 years ago you thought, that's insane. I'll give you an example. Years ago, I used to make fun of people who believed in aliens, right? But and again, it's up to everybody to believe in whatever they want to believe, but there's certain things that you, as you evolve, and you respect, and the information starts to come to you, you expand, you now start to respect. And instead of hearing things that perhaps you dismiss as ridiculous, or, I don't know that, so therefore it must be ridiculous. And there's a lot of that happening in the world right now, especially, right? What a lesson that we're learning. But really, that's part of also what the medicines are teaching us, is to humble ourselves, that we really do know so little. We know so little. There's so much to grow into. there's so much even in our perspectives. You know, one of the first messages that the spirit of cacao brought to me in my first year of connecting deeply with her, and it was such a strong message. And I love talking about this because it's so simple, yet so it can, for so many people, can think of it as so complicated. But her message was this. It was, when we have a belief, it's okay to have a belief. That we can state our belief. This is my belief about politics or about this person over there, or about whatever it is. It's okay to have a belief. And the message from the spirit of cacao was, it's okay to have a belief. It's okay to state your belief and have a belief. But what if you also asked all the spirits of love and above, you know, here's my belief. Acknowledge it. Here's my belief right now. And I'm open, possibly, to one day changing that belief based on new information coming to me from these higher realms of consciousness. So what I love about that is that we're always being open, even though we have these strong beliefs, we're open one day to potentially seeing new perspectives, even though right now we don't have to do that right now, but we're open to one day. And we're inviting these consciousnesses and above to bring us into a higher awareness. We're acknowledging that and stating that and declaring that. I'm inviting these higher states of awareness. And when those come to me, and should they resonate, then I'm open to possibly changing my belief at that time. And when you think about that, what's happening in the world right now, right? Like we see all these things going on, and we think we know what's going on, but really we don't know what's going on. Things are reshuffling in ways that we can't even imagine. You can't even make it up, just like it happens in our own individual lives, right? So when we go around saying, oh my God, the end of the world, what's going on over here? How do we really know that? And it's maybe okay that we can say that, but what if we could also say, you know what, I really believe the end of the world is happening because these people are over here, or this thing's happening over here, but you know what, I'm open. I'm open to there being another perspective. I'm open to the universe reshuffling itself, and I'm open to beauty coming from this. Because at the end of the day, it's always that way.
Yeah.
Nicely put. Nicely put. I kind of hold, I separate my beliefs from my truths. My truths are the things I've personally experienced, and nobody can change them because my reality is based on them. And then I have beliefs from the information that I've gathered and thought patterns. But all of the beliefs are open for change, always. They're, it's just easier to have life that way.
Thank you for saying that. I feel like we need to take a moment with that and allow that to sink for all of us.
Let me just add to what Steve just said. I have witnessed Steve change his beliefs when presented with new information. Yeah.
Not without a fight, though. Damn it, I'm going down fighting.
Sometimes there's a pretty.
I think we all do that. Yeah.
Sometimes there's just a listening and oh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice when somebody can actually get, when you're stuck on a view and somebody can actually get that other little angle in, so you can see from a different angle, and it changes your viewpoint. And then it's like, oh, so that's how that's possible. Oh, I need to open up here because that's possible.
Right.
Right. But sometimes you just can't see the possibilities.
No.
You're off the pathway enough that you're not seeing those possibilities, where somebody else is going, they're right there.
Yeah, right. And then we can sit in the suffering. We can sit in the suffering because we're not willing to see anything else. It must be this way, and this is my way, and this is the way, and this is the right way, and everybody else is wrong, and that creates suffering. And that's really, is that really love? Is that really a place of it's an interesting,
it's a form of conditional love.
Right. That's so true.
You have that, there's conditions, and that's been some of the biggest challenges I've had, is letting conditions go on things that I used to believe. And it's like, oh no, that's Cindy's been great because we kind of speak the same language, but she has different viewpoints, so she can throw them in on me, and it's like, oh, oh, I didn't see that. But as soon as
Mm.
as soon as the doors open a little bit and you can see,
Yes.
it's like, then it can grow, right? You need that
Yeah.
little seed of vision to let it grow.
Mm. And how beautiful to be able to hold that space for someone else too, right? In that journey. And to also have someone hold that space for us, because we're all going through that, right? We're all going through layers of beliefs and layers of conditions and layers of stories and layers of paradigms. And, we're just kind of plucking each one away one at a time, new experiences. Yeah, it really is.
Repairing the loops, repairing the bad pattern loops.
Right.
Oh, look, this created a bad loop. We just need to move that out. Just observe it. Just observe it. It'll change next time around.
Exactly. Yeah. So good. And that's what I love so much also about the Dieta journey, the plant medicine Dieta journeys, which is, it's when you think about how long our shamans who work with these beloved master plant medicines have been in these journeys. They just keep taking these journeys when they feel called again. Oh, here's another one this year, because you're also changing your food. You're changing certain foods that you're no longer going to eat or consume, drink during that period of time, because even some of the foods that we eat can create a bit of cloudiness, right? It's when we can purify our body when we eat clean food. And so that, with an intention, with a certain period of time that we're committing to the plant, I'm going to commit to connecting deeply with you for the next 2-week period, or like what we're doing, starting tomorrow, the next 16-day period, committing to speaking more with you, to connecting with you, to being more silence so I can hear more with you. I'm committing to this facilitator opening the ceremony and then closing the ceremony of this portal, this opening that's happening. So it's really a profound journey. That going on a day journey, a guided day journey, as you both also offer for people to experience, that is beautiful. And then also a Dieta journey. I really love to encourage people to experience this with any plant medicine. It could be with a rose. The rose is a beautiful plant medicine. There are beautiful people out there who facilitate rose ceremonies or rose dietas. So many dietas that you can just what is the medicine that's calling to you, and then experience a dieta with somebody who has been somebody who facilitates from a place of devotion and who has received the facilitation through the plant spirit herself. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I found that the dieta is really, really important, especially for the various medicines. Like, one thing I got to say, if you're going to do things like Aya or Iboga or even mushrooms, some of those longer journeys, the dieta can make a difference between how bad you purge, whether you purge through the puking or the crapping in. Some people purge through sweating or whatever, but
or the yawning.
Yeah,
yawning.
that as well.
Yeah, big one.
Yeah, but I found that you could tend to tell who cheated on the dieta when you were in the Maloka at midnight.
That's hilarious. Who cheated on the dieta? Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
All of a sudden, there's the dragon purge happening.
Oh.
It's like, how was that steak you had there, big fella?
What's that caffeine treating you now?
Yeah. You know what's funny? There's a friend of mine who did a journey, an Aya beautiful ceremony and journey about a year ago, and he said that there was a moment where the shaman was about to was offering up, I think it was the second cup. So there's that gap of the second cup, and everyone went to get those who wanted got their second cup and sat back down. And then there was they stopped the ikoro, they stopped everything, and there was just silence again, right? And he said it was very interesting because you're sitting there, your second cup, a little bit, it's worn off a little bit, everything's quiet, and then all of a sudden, somebody started to throw up, and someone else threw up, and someone else threw up, and someone else threw up, and then everyone started to go into effect. And he said it felt like you were in an orchestra. like it was like this happening over here, and there, and then and then everybody, it was like everyone had that same thought because everybody suddenly started laughing. And he said it was the funniest thing. Like, instead of being like, oh, this is so gross, I'm listening to this, everyone was just laughing, like, oh my God, here we are doing this. Like, it was so funny. It was a beautiful moment that he shared, and it really felt, I could relate to that in so many ways.
I need to comment on Helen says Steve, who made me go to Krispy Kreme at 9:30 p.m. the other night. The last time I was out, Helen, not the last time, but the time before, no, it was a year ago. So it was November 23. November 23? No, it was after that because we took Tony and we did a ceremony with Sacred Mexico, and we went and did Bufo with a friend of ours. And on the way to do Bufo, this person was going to be a little bit late, so we decided to stop at Krispy Kreme and eat Krispy Kreme donuts before we go do Bufo.
Oh my! Oh.
So the man that's never purged on Bufo or 5-MeO purged on Bufo that night.
Oh yeah, not recommended.
No.
Not recommended.
It was crispy gone.
Oh, crispy gone for sure. I want to say a message. I want to send a little message, a little hello to Ellen, beautiful Ellen. Oh, I love you, honey. Oh, look at all those hearts. Oh, she is such a beautiful soul. Thank you to both of you for introducing me to Ellen. I've had the pleasure of being in a dieta with her, and she's actually joining the dieta again on Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So beautiful.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've done the big
medicine and stayed.
Yeah.
Sorry?
She came down here to do the plant medicine conference and stayed. It's
Stayed.
changing her life. She's hearing a calling.
Yes. Oh, yeah. She's definitely on a beautiful journey. Yeah. And it's beautiful to witness and to see and to be part of. Yeah.
You were talking about roses earlier, and I just wanted to talk, when we were at the conference in November, there was people there who made rose petal beads.
Oh, what?
So these are purely made from rose petals and water. And Judy, they smell like fresh roses.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rose petal beads. That's the name of her company?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You can find them on Etsy. And there's also information. I'll send you a picture of all this.
Oh, so beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible.
The rose frequency. That's a medicine that we're only just starting to understand and experience the magnitude of what the rose can do for us.
Yeah, they've these people have done a lot of work.
It's been new for me. Like I experienced it with the 5-MeO insufflation, and it was like, oh, I really like that rose. So I've actually brought it into my products. I added it into a couple of my creams, my pain cream and my skin cream.
Good.
And, it's what a beautiful calming frequency.
Yes.
Like I just like that, when things are going, it's just like, oh, there you are. Very.
Yeah. And it's what I love about the rose too. There's so much we can say about the rose. But one of the things that's coming to me right now is I love to have roses in my ceremonies, especially when we have cacao, because cacao is the main ingredient to make chocolate. Chocolate is the world's favorite food, right? Chocolate is like the number one gift that people will give to their loved ones. And roses are the #1 flower that people will give as a flower, as gifts as well. And so when we combine rose and cacao, these two sacred medicines, and they really are, I mean, the lineage going back so far beyond what we even know, beyond what we can even imagine, how these medicines were used. And yeah, what a gift that we get to play with them now. Play with them and grow in relationship with them.
Yeah, with the I'm familiar with a few of the others, but the rose is new, but it's opened me up to checking some others that I hadn't really looked at. You know, because as a guy, roses are for chicks, right? That's the program. You get it for your
programming, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and I love that you brought that up. So much programming, right?
Like,
for a guy, roses are for
all-
girls, not for me.
Girl.
But oh my God, yeah.
It's a gentleman. His name is Willow that makes these.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, so it's a masculine energy that's making these beautiful beings.
Oh wow! Everyone needs to know about his work.
Yeah. He does incredible work. Steve actually pointed him out to me 2 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
He does wood carvings as well, doesn't he, Steve?
Yes, just wow. An incredible
Really?
mind when it comes to the woodworking, yeah.
Wow. And he's out of BC? No, is he? Out of BC?
I think
No.
he's on the island. Yeah, I think he's
Yeah,
on
he's
the
in
island.
British Columbia, yeah.
Wow, so good.
And he's a plant guy as well.
He's a plant?
He's a plant guy as well. He's in with the herbals and the medicines, and yeah.
So good.
So many
Hey, we should have him on the podcast at some point.
Yeah.
We should. The roses.
Oh yes.
We'll have
And
to
then
is Judy.
yes, and then after everyone learns about roses, we'll come back, he and I, and we'll do the rose and cacao ceremony.
Be amazing.
Wouldn't that be
Oh, look at
amazing? Yeah. Oh.
I don't know. I think we should bring Judy on as a producer type person in the podcast.
Aww. So cute. Well, I think we should announce, without even having, talking about it, the possibility of having Cindy a retreat out here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You work with cacao, which I do some work with as well. But my focus has turned to 5-MeO, DMT, and bufo. Such beautiful medicine as well. I as well work with psilocybin, and I am I've used cannabis for a long time. I'm getting into learning how to run ceremonies with psilocybin or with cannabis. There's so many things that can open up, and they can all work together and complement each other, and it's so beautiful. And I would love to come over to your part of the world, not just to view your part of the world, but to collaborate with you. We had a ceremony in Toronto, but that was really almost my graduation from your course. And I would love to come and have a collaboration with you to be able to hold space for other individuals that are looking for this kind of healing.
Oh, what an honor. Yes. What an honor. What a pleasure. Yes, 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 and more yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's flying to where?
Portugal. We're going to Portugal, Steve. Yeah.
That's right. Specifically the Azores Islands. They're little islands in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That's where you're going to stop into. And for all the guests, anyone listening, they're like, oh, is that where we're going? Okay.
Well,
yeah, come with us. Join us.
Yeah, it'd be beautiful.
So beautiful.
My dog is being
Had
stubborn.
you with a few pictures, so you could pull up a couple of pictures of the beautiful area, so it could entice us even a little bit more.
You're right. So I should send that to you? Is that what you're saying? I should send that?
Oh, we should have thought. He's thinking that we should have put it ahead of time.
Well, we'll just have to do another one then, right?
We'll just have to have you back.
Yes. And we'll just do pictures. I'll be like, okay, and look at this. And oh my God.
here's
And
the
oh my God.
Please come to
And oh
watch
my
us
God, yeah.
moment with Judy, and she's just going to play tour guide today.
So cute.
Look, Helen's in. She's coming with us.
Perfect. See, there we go. Of course she's coming. Of course.
Of course.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Helen. And your
Yes.
pups, your little babes
Is there
too.
Krispy Kremes there? Do you have a Krispy Kreme there?
No, you actually have to do a real dieta, Steve.
Yeah, no Krispy Kremes for the dieta.
I'll bring some.
I'll bring some now. But let me tell you, the sweets, everything, the cheese, yeah, the bread. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's heavenly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I found when I went down, when I spent the 3 weeks down in Mexico, it was, I mean, of course, everything is completely different in other countries. And the food was just, even the sweets were better than anything we have up here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, like, I don't like pop, but the Coca-Cola down there made with cane sugar and about 1/10 of the amount of sugar as here was just like, are you serious? Like, this is good. Like, I don't feel like I've got sugar eating the inside of my mouth. Right?
Right.
Yeah, it was, everything seems to be different when you leave, the Americas, so we say, like in the North America, and we headed down south. It was incredibly different.
Oh, so good. And I love when you start, like you said, cane sugar, start using cane sugars, start using these natural sugars. Such a big difference. Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
High fructose corn syrup? What do you mean?
What? You don't use that every day and have that every day? No high fructose corn syrup. No.
Oh, right. Helen's getting ready to go on that dieta with you. And she's like, no, stop talking about it. I can't eat.
The Krispy Kreme, yes. No.
Yeah. I remember, Helen. I remember.
Yeah.
It is sadly that time, Steve.
Really?
So we will have to bring you back on, Judy. I would love to bring Willow on and talk about roses. And then see if he's interested in having a collab interview with you. I think that would be amazing.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? And ask everyone to bring a rose, to have a rose with them. Everyone come live and everyone have a cacao. Yeah.
Oh, that would be sweet.
Yeah. Oh, thank you to both of you again, and to your beautiful community. Anyone joining in, anyone who's live, anyone who's watching the recording. Wow, you're here. And I'm so grateful. And I'm here for a reason. And wow,
Well, thank you for
love
sharing
everyone.
the time with us. That's the best part. Thank you for actually sharing the time with us. And inspiring people. It's awesome. You're a huge inspiration.
And if any of you are looking to reach out to Judy and ask her about joining in on one of these dietas or taking one of her classes, you see the name of her company right on her name there, Goddess Temple Cacao. You can find her on the internet. Just do a quick Google search and you will come right to her website, which is beautiful. And you can reach out to her from there.
Steve, thank you. You are such a beautiful person. Cindy, I love you so much. Thank you for everything you do and who you are. Thank you both.
And that's about a wrap. We better hit that go or we're not going to get the ads in.
Bye.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You are listening to the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network. The only broadcasting network dedicated to ending the global war on drugs on iHeartRadio. Please share us with your friends.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. On the program today, we have Bob Hoban as our guest. He'll be joining Al Byrne and Al Graham, the two joint hosts on the big broadcast, and myself to discuss all the things that he's been doing lately and what he plans to be doing soon to help make this fantastic plant legal all around the world. And those of you who don't know Bob's work, well, you're in luck. Our Time for Hemp new correspondents of Mr. Bud Stoner and Miss Anita Morhai have put together a short little introduction on Robert, and they worked really hard on it, and it was produced by Albie Inman, and the three of them put together a presentation on Bob's life and the things that he's been focused on to achieve in the near future with other governments around the world. So I think you'll find the introduction put together by Bud and Anita to be interesting. It's a short little thing at the top of the hour. And then after that plays, we'll be having Robert come on. And at the end of the broadcast, we got a surprise. Panto Banton will be doing a song called Legalize It. His voice is spectacular, and I think you'll like the tune. And you can find more of his work on YouTube and on iHeartRadio, which, by the way, we are now on iHeartRadio, and we're on iTunes, and we're on Spotify, as well as BitChute and Rumble and YouTube. We're trying to make it easy for this content to be found, because that's the only way it's going to be heard. And the more people hear about it, the more people will understand all the wonderful things this plant can do and just how important it really is to take time for hemp.
All right. Let's jump into another deep dive.
Sounds good.
This time we're looking at Bob Hoban.
Okay.
And, just from the intro material that we've got here, looks like this guy has been everywhere and done just about everything in cannabis.
Yeah, he seems to have quite the resume.
Yeah, so we're going off some excerpts from his website here.
Okay.
And he's advised over 30 countries on cannabis policy.
Wow.
He's been involved in leading businesses, all sorts of things.
Yeah, it looks like he's been a busy guy.
Yeah. So today, I think the question is,
Yeah.
what is it about Bob Hoban that makes him
Right.
such a,
A key player.
yeah, key player in this industry?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the question we need to answer.
For sure. For sure.
So, one thing that really jumps out to me from looking at this material
Okay.
is just how much he emphasizes relationships and networks.
Yeah. And that's something that we've seen in a lot of these deep dives
Exactly.
is that, these people who end up at the top of these different industries,
They're the ones who can connect with people.
it seems like they know everybody.
Yeah. And it's not just about knowing people, it's about having those really strong relationships.
Right. And there was a quote here that really jumped out.
Okay.
It says, Bob Hoban sits at the nexus of the world's largest commercial cannabis industry network,
Yeah.
in part due to the tremendous value he places in relationships.
And I can definitely see that in everything we're reading about him.
Yeah.
So why do you think networks are so important in this industry specifically?
I mean, if you think about it, cannabis is such a new industry in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
There's still so much uncertainty with laws and regulations. The science is still evolving so rapidly.
All the time.
It seems like having that network
Right.
could give you a huge advantage.
It's like a shortcut to getting things done.
Right.
So imagine you're Bob Hoban and you need to close a deal in a new country.
Okay.
Let's say Germany,
Okay.
instead of starting from scratch.
Right. He can just call up his friend who's a top lawyer in Germany.
Right. And get all the insights he needs.
Exactly.
Local knowledge, regulatory updates.
It's got to be invaluable.
Totally.
And it's interesting, looking at his career trajectory, it seems like he really evolved along with the industry itself.
That's a good point.
Like he started out creating this whole field of cannabis attorneys.
Right.
But now it seems like he's transitioned more into this global deal maker role.
Yeah, it makes sense when you think about the skills you need for both.
Yeah.
As a lawyer, you need that attention to detail, that focus on the letter of the law.
Right.
But as a deal maker, you have to be able to see the big picture,
Yeah.
understand markets, assess risk.
You got to bring people together.
Exactly.
To negotiate.
It's a whole different skill set.
Yeah. And so it seems like he's not just a lawyer who happens to know about cannabis. He's become a true expert in the whole industry.
That's right. It says here that he's above all else a cannabis industry expert.
And so that's kind of what I was wondering.
Oh.
I mean, what does that even mean
That's a good
to
question.
be a cannabis expert
Right.
in this kind of constantly changing landscape?
It's not just about knowing the plant itself.
Right.
It's about understanding everything from cultivation and processing to retail marketing, the social impact.
It's so multifaceted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have to be able to connect the dots between all those different areas.
And it seems like with his legal background, that probably gave him a good foundation.
For sure.
But to stay on top of everything,
Right.
to be a real expert,
Mm-hmm.
you have to be constantly learning and adapting.
Absolutely anticipating trends, staying ahead of the curve.
And it seems like he's really trying to do that with his podcast, The Hoban Minute.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah, it's he's trying to provide this global perspective
Right.
on the cannabis market.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, what do you think about the impact that a podcast can have on an industry like this?
I mean, podcasts are huge these days. It's such a direct way to share your ideas and reach a specific audience.
Right.
And, you've got investors, entrepreneurs, even policymakers tuning in to hear what Bob Hoban has to say.
It's a way to shape the conversation,
Yeah.
to influence people's thinking.
And it seems like people really respect his insights.
Yeah.
I mean, his website is full of these glowing testimonials,
Yeah.
people praising his expertise,
Yeah.
talking about his leadership in cannabis policy.
I mean, testimonials like that,
Right.
they're so powerful, especially in an industry that's still facing, stigma and legal challenges.
For sure.
When you have respected figures vouching for you, it builds credibility.
Right. It shows that you're someone.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it seems like we've got this picture of Bob Hoban as
Yeah.
a legal pioneer global deal maker,
Right.
someone who's deeply embedded in this world of cannabis.
And not just embedded,
Yeah.
actively shaping it.
Yeah. And it all comes back to relationships.
That seems to be the key. Yeah, he recognized early on that collaboration is crucial in this industry.
Makes sense.
So I guess the question for our listeners is,
Right.
do you think the future of cannabis is going to be more about companies working together
Interesting.
or competing against each other?
That is a good question.
Something to think about.
It'll be interesting to see how things play out.
For sure. And if you're interested in hearing more from Bob Hoban himself,
Definitely.
I recommend checking out his podcast, The Hoban Minute.
Good idea.
All right. Well, until next time, keep diving.
See you then.
Bye.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. No cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. Who've got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. On the program today, I got my joint host with me and my technical supervisors with me. And we're going to be introducing you to a really hardworking lawyer here in the global marijuana movement, global cannabis movement, global hemp movement, depending on what terminology you decide to use. We want to make it a point to ask you to please hit the like button and subscribe button. Share us with your friends. That's how we're found. And anytime you hear the word joint on the Big Joint broadcast, make it a point to hit your pipes, your bongs, and your vaporizers and take time for hemp. On the program today, my joint host and I, Al Byrne. Say hi, Al.
Hello. Hi. Yes, joint host Al Byrne. We're here like we try to be about every week with either a new interview or a wonderful archive, something we've done in the past that somebody that has educated us well, we bring back to life. Today we have a live interview. A good cannabis guy, all-around cannabis guy who hangs out in Colorado. But in order to introduce him, I'll turn you over to my other co-host, Al Graham, our token Canadian.
There you go.
Our token Canadian. And
yeah, we're token all right.
he's not a co-host. He's a joint host.
Joint host. So, yes, like the two of you, I look forward to our interview today. Our guest, Bob Hoban, he's worked with over 35 governments worldwide when it comes to developing cannabis policies and regulations with the, around the commercialization of cannabis as well as hemp.
So he must have a pretty strong brain and be able to think a lot if he's done all that work. Jeepers.
Well, 35 countries. That's getting to know a lot of laws, because obviously a lot of different laws are different in different countries. And he's dealt with places such as Uruguay and Costa Rica and Chile, Colombia, just to name a few.
And he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll let him tell you what he is.
Yeah, let's bring him on and let him tell us all about himself.
All right.
I some lawyers I like, and some I'm kind of suspicious with. Why don't we bring him on and find out what kind of guy he is?
Let's see who this guy is. Yeah.
All right. We'd like to welcome Bob Hoban to the Time for Hemp. How you doing, Bob?
I'm doing great, guys. It's good to see y'all, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm happy to be connected. We were talking right before we started recording, and I'm in Colorado, and it's bright and sunny, but it's still cold here. So I'm jealous of anybody that's in warm weather right now.
That's you, Al.
Well, he should be. I agree. Right off, we're off to a good start.
Yeah, we're like minus 20 here, feeling like minus 30.
Yeah. As we go on, before I forget, Al Graham's going to pick out some high points of your career here, but I want you to help me with Belize. I heard Costa Rica. I got a Belize story, so I'd like to hear what is going on down there. Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So yeah, I started practicing law, graduated from law school, originally from Jersey, worked for the U.S. government in what was the World Trade Center after graduating from college. Moved out to the West because I'm a mountain climber and a big outdoor person. I wanted to explore the Wind River Range, so I went to school in Wyoming of all places. Before that, worked for the government in Casper, Wyoming, for a little bit, and. Casper, yep, yeah, there you go. That's worthy. And at the end of the day, I went to law school and started practicing law as a commercial litigator. And then my mom got really sick with pancreatic cancer. I was able to sort of help navigate that process for her. No stranger to cannabis myself, but my mom wouldn't literally smoke something to save her life. So we had to figure some things out. And these were the days before dispensaries. So there was a law in Colorado at that point in time that allowed for caregivers. And, finding something that you didn't have to smoke before dispensaries was a little bit challenging. And don't get me wrong, I've been down the road of making cookies and brownies. We've all done that. But that was not exactly the experience that I wanted to give my mom and her first chance, trying to educate her and persuade her that this was medicinal, not just a diversion from how she felt. And in the context of doing so, I was able to meet a bunch of really kind folks, caregivers in Colorado, that made cookies, crackers, metered out gummies, and all the precursors to the stuff we see in the marketplace today.
Dosing, actual set dosing.
Well, we back in the day there weren't set doses.
Not in the early days, no.
We put we put this much green butter in it, right? So then you had to basically meter it out yourself. So I said, Mom, we're gonna work this together. So I'd go over there and we'd take for example, a Tootsie Roll, big old Tootsie Roll that was made with green butter, and we'd shave them credit card size slices. Eat it, wait 20 minutes, see if it feels something. And then kind of got it down to a little bit of a routine. I'm proud to say that she lived for about 3.5 years, past her 6-month to live diagnosis.
Way to go.
Better part of that 3 years with no opiates. So that was good. And as I met a lot of folks that worked in the caregiver space at the time, they said, well, you're a lawyer, right? And I said, yeah. So we started to figure out how to navigate the existing law, which was in our Colorado Constitution, and helped open up the first dispensaries here. And over time, build up a big old law firm over the country and around the world, and opened up dispensaries all over the world. Did policy advice all over the world, started the CBD sector. I did a lot of stuff in my career, but at the end of the day, I'm sitting here today. I stopped practicing law back in March of last year. So I'm retired as a lawyer, and I get to play in this industry that I helped create over the last, 15, 16 years. And I'm having a blast, and most of it's international.
You sound like you're having a blast. Really, you do.
Now that's interesting too, because I call myself a reluctant activist, because I wasn't looking to do this for a living, for a lifetime, and I bumped into Jack Hare, and he put me in charge of his office. And the next thing you know, I'm 30 years down the road doing this. When did you realize, what was it that made you just go, I really got to give my life to this. I got to stop doing everything else. This is what I have to do. I've got to work on legalizing cannabis. What was that for you?
I think part of it was the, I feel like my mom, in a way, that was sort of the impetus to do something with this, right? I was always my personal philosophy is, yes, legalize it, free the plant, so forth and so on. But I was never the activist guy. I was never out there at rallies and things like that. I was, personal consumption. That's always been my game. At the end of the day, it was kind of, I just saw an opportunity. I saw an opportunity because, I was a commercial lawyer, And what I saw was a bunch of criminal lawyers jumping into the different states in their regulated dispensary systems. And that's kind of, it doesn't really work. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with criminal defense lawyers. They're hardworking. I know some great ones. If I get in trouble or who I refer people to, I would go to them every single time. But they don't necessarily have the background and the skills to do what needed to be done when this became an industry. And, I always like to say that, what happened when a movement became an industry? Well, we see what happened. It's what happened over the last 15, 16 years. It changed everything. And it doesn't make a lot of people happy, but they needed guys like me that had experience to write contracts and to build businesses, not just keep people out of jail. You needed both. But
if I may, Bob, I agree completely. And I got my own history with criminal defense lawyers. It's not pleasant. The thing that you brought to the table was very important. Commercialization of the product and doing it in some regulated fashion. But that also changed perception. I had a trouble at the beginning. The TV shows would always show some stoned out hippie doing something stupid. And I was working with people like you and your mother. And that was not what we're putting across. And I tried to explain this to the lawyers at Normal, for instance, drug defense guys, as you say, some excellent human beings. But it was just them showing up. It's got to be a crime if the criminal guy shows up. You showed up. Now, wait a minute. You had a different image. You had a different story. I applaud what you're doing. You were the kind of guys that when I started, I hoped would come up. And boy, you have. Please, I hate to interrupt you, but that's a compliment. I really think it's a big deal what you're doing.
I appreciate all that, and I'm part of that too. As I saw that, right, and then this was 15, 16 years ago. I started to see cannabis conference here, cannabis conference there, and it wasn't just let's go and all hang out and smoke. Yes, that was what we did, but the purpose of it was to talk about. Hey, here's where you buy your lights, and you could sell your lights because you were selling them into a commercial enterprise. My point was there were all the different parts of the business that were coming together. And so I started going to those conferences and meeting people that wanted to open dispensaries, that had dispensaries that needed good counsel. And I met other lawyers in every city. And then something clicked one day on a plane. And I said, man, I know great people who are commercial grade lawyers who love the plant and really want to see this industry thrive. And I know them in every state. I said, why don't I tie it all together and build a firm around that? And so I did, and read some books and papers on how to create a national law firm without a lot of money as overhead. And we built a system out, and frankly, based on that system, not that I invented it by any stretch of the imagination, but that's a system that a lot of these big firms use today, where you don't have to hire everybody. You keep them on an independent contractor, enough counsel status, and then you can build out that firm and sort of be the conduit and then share fees across state lines. So that's what we built. And the Hoban Law Group became the first of its kind. We were in 17 different states. We were in 10 different countries when I sold it in 2021 to a big international firm called Clark Hill. So then I picked up and led Clark Hill's cannabis industry group, built its new Denver office. And then, we won a bunch of awards in 2023 for that cannabis industry group in big law, which was, that was real corporatized law. And then I said, I've done it all. I'm out. And that's kind of how it played out. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But along the way, I met people that would come to me with great ideas. Hey, the law allows me to do this. For example, in 2014, when the first farm bill came around, and you talked about hemp, and you talk about Jack. I'm a big fan of Jack. In fact, I was in London just a few weeks ago for work, and where I was at this cannabis industry event, and this guy Robbie, I just posted about this. He actually yesterday on LinkedIn. He says, Bob, I met Jack Harry, X number of years ago. He even signed my book. I go, that's great. I said, I'm really good friends with his son Dan, and he says, you are. The book is signed by his father, and so I got it with me. So we took a picture together, and we called Dan, and this and that. It was a walk down memory lane. But those principles got me excited about hemp. Maybe 5, 6, 7 years into my cannabis career because I started to see the opportunity for CBD. Yes, we believed in, all the 50,000 uses of hemp, but CBD, we cracked that open, sued the federal government, and then that became a thing literally overnight.
Well, then let me jump in here for just a minute. I want to put this on videotape. I want to give you a videotape challenge, please, on behalf of Jack. We have someone in the White House who likes to give tariffs and is hell-bent on making certain that everything's made in America. And he did sign the Farm Bill as well. It would behoove our industry to have someone either from the Agricultural Department or the White House to jumpstart the hemp industry in this country, because as you know, we can make over 50,000 different products in our own backyard. And in a matter of one growing season, we can be employing half the nation on making hemp plastic, hemp creeks, hemp paper, hemp clothing, hemp whatever. And so you work with 36 different countries. I'm going to ask you to please work with this country, and our agricultural department and the people in the White House, and take the other members of all the other states that you're working with, because you said you're in a handful of states, and roll up your sleeve and march into Washington and say, hey, Henry Ford was going to make a car out of this. The first time the word billion was ever used as a cash crop was in 1937 in the Popular Mechanics magazine.
Popular Mechanics, yes, sir.
And here's what we need to do. You want to jumpstart American jobs. You want to create American products. You want to invest in the American people. We can even use hemp as a 3D product for 3D housing to be built. So I'm giving you a challenge on video to go to our White House and our agricultural department and ask them to jumpstart our hemp industry.
Well, Casper, I appreciate all that. And I can tell you this, that what you're asking for is not falling on deaf ears, certainly not with me, but I can tell you for certain it's not falling on deaf ears at the White House. I have been involved in discussions. I'm involved in a trajectory that looks at hemp like the next petroleum. And I don't mean in the way you're thinking. What I mean by petroleum is petroleum became the basis for every single product in the world, from the things we put on our face to keep our skin clean, to the food we eat, to the plastic we drink our drink out of, to the cars we drive. I'm preaching to the choir here. They understand that hemp can be an American grown commodity that does the exact same thing. That is there. The question becomes, how do they get big business partners to make this go forward, and how do we get past this problem we have right now, which is sort of this esoteric marijuana sector, dispensaries, for lack of a better way to put it, and then you got the hemp sector, all selling the same thing, the cash product, cannabinoids. And cannabinoids are only ingredients, when it boils down to it, in other products. Now, that I don't want to malign the plant or talk about it that way, because the flower is a beautiful thing and we all have a relationship with the flower. But when you take things out of the flower, as industries tend to do, you create cannabinoids, and people want cannabinoids for the feeling and the benefits that come from it.
And there's also the stalk of the plant that can be used for the fibers for the clothing and for the paper that's being made and for all those other aspects as well. So you cannot ignore or forget or overlook the other aspects of this multi-trillion-dollar plant.
Yes,
dispensaries are temporary.
So you're taking on
they're an endangered species. Just take, for instance, say, I mean, this is ridiculous to begin with. Say the Drug Enforcement Agency reschedules it to 3. I mean, let's take a bunch of cops and lawyers and have them decide the medical decision for a few 100 million people. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, let's say
wait a minute. I want to jump in one more time, please. Robert, they're doing it in Canada. They're doing it in other countries. In Canada, it is a government-funded crop. It's a huge crop, and they use it for petroleum, and they use it for the CBDs, and they use it for the paper and the fiber. So Canada has been able to demonstrate how the industry can be jump-started and be a very, very vital crop. Go ahead, Al. I'm sorry.
If it goes to Schedule 3 in our United States laws, that means that a prescription still has to be written. It can be written off-label, meaning a doctor or a veterinarian can write it for about anything, but it's got to go to a pharmacist. Dispensaries become absolutely unnecessary and a dead species. Now, the black market will still survive. But anyway, let's go a little international. I want to tell my Belize story. Way ahead of you. Back in I'll call it late 80s, I went to Belize and tried to get the Belizean government to grow hemp. And I was very well received. I spent a week down there. I talked to literally everybody that was a head of anything, head of agriculture, the head doctor in the country, everybody. And they all agreed that it would be a good idea for Belize as a good economic agricultural crop and very easy to grow in that environment. They all wanted to do it, but we only do what Great Britain says. And Great Britain has said that cannabis is a bad deal. So even though we know as Belizeans it would be helpful to our country, we can't do it. Thanks for your time. So I'd be interested. That was, say, 1990. That's a long time ago. Has anything changed down there?
Well, I can tell you, I was on a call just last week looking at a draft bill. I hate to say it's taken this long to come back around, but Belize is currently considering a bill that's very simple. We've got friends on the ground down there, and they're in the exact same place. Now, the problem, Al, is that when there's forward-thinking policymakers, maybe it's for an economic reason, maybe it's for social justice, maybe it's for just because philosophically it doesn't make sense to put a plant in a cage. Whatever the reason for it is, sometimes those things just don't cross the finish line. They lose momentum. So that's kind of what I figured out years ago. And that's why I started working internationally, is to try to help provide a little bit of that thrust to get over the finish line, to punch it into the end zone, so to speak. So we've got good friends on the ground in Belize doing things right now. And I'm, what do they call it? My Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl, the tush push, they call it. Push the guys 1 yard forward, get them in the end zone. I'm right behind them trying to do that same thing for those folks on the ground. And I'm pretty optimistic because the whole region has converted. You talk about Costa Rica, you talk about Colombia, you talk about Panama, you talk about so many countries in that region, Mexico, that have legalized the plant in some form or fashion. It's just, to your point, sometimes they don't want to step out of line with whatever country that they're aligned with economically. And those countries, the US, the UK, they don't exactly provide leadership on this issue.
Well, I'm glad Belize, it took them 3.5 decades after my time down there, I guess, but
if you're looking for an approach here on foots on the ground, that reminds me that there seems to be like a place called Los Angeles that needs to rebuild. North Carolina needs to rebuild. Texas, Tennessee needs to rebuild. Some parts of Florida need to rebuild. And if we're rebuilding with hemp creek and we're using hemp woods and we're making hemp plastics for the items that need to go into these hemp houses, our government could quickly rebuild those areas with our own crops and with our own farmers being paid and our own American workers making our own products in our own backyard.
Before that happens, there's no infrastructure. The infrastructure is not there. That's the problem. To take a raw agricultural crop, it's a plant, folks. To take a raw agricultural plant that's 12, 14 feet high, there's some work that has to be done to make it a usable product. And that takes a specific bunch of machines, very expensive to set up. I have a friend of mine that set one up in North Carolina, running very well, but it cost him $1 million to get going. Not an overwhelming amount of money, but hey, so anyway, of course, Casper's right. I mean, we could greatly reduce the amount of petroleum we use in the world if we shifted over to a natural oil like hemp. Yes, and one thing I'd like Bob to think about in your future talks with your obviously a lot of cohorts out there, and I keep harping on this, and someday I'll really get into it on this show. But the nutritional value of cannabis, both for human beings and animals, is extraordinary. With absolutely positive in every friggin' way is cannabis nutritional, both the plant leaves itself and the seeds and the oils, of course, that are produced. So I would say to you, as just as a guy doing this for a long time, that there's a couple of it took me 3 or 4 years to convince the drug policy people back 30 years ago to stop calling it marijuana and start calling it cannabis. Those were the experts that I had to, So we finally got the world to understand cannabis. They still don't understand, the politicians still don't understand in this country that cannabis is a plant. They think it's a drug. Yep. They don't know it's a plant. And so the emphasis that I would put on you is to have your folks, if you would, emphasize plant, think Department of Agriculture rather than Department of Homeland Security, and stress the nutrition of this plant for not only Americans and Canadians. All right, we'll let them have some food, but also the world. I mean, this is good stuff. So anyway, that would be.
And you need to also remind them too that there was a time when people paid their taxes, and hemp is such a valuable crop. So if the people in D.C. want to talk money, honey, we can do that. You had the White House call me, and we'll get this on the road in a week.
I think we're on the right track here, guys. No, Al, to your point, superfood through and through, omega-3s, protein, everything else. Those things are moving forward. It's just right now you need more food grade seeds being produced to lower that price. Right now we all go, I got hemp seeds over here. I put in my yogurt a couple days a week. But that bag cost me $14. That bag should cost $6.99. It doesn't cost $6.99 because there's just not enough material grown in the U.S. to satisfy that need right now. But let me talk for a minute about the infrastructure piece, because you talk about it. I will see your U.S. building material thing, and I'll raise you the Marshall Plan. What the heck do I mean by the Marshall Plan? You remember after the end of the World Wars, they rebuilt Europe. It was called the Marshall Plan. It was how they invested all the countries in the world that were involved in the war, particularly the losing countries, had to advance a bunch of money to rebuild parts of Europe that were destroyed by the world wars. Poland is a great example of that. They actually did use hemp building materials in whole villages in places in Poland. I've been to those villages. It created the oldest, longest standing hemp institute in the world in Poznan, Poland, which I've been to a dozen times and worked with them over the years. Really, really great people. But where I'm going with this is think present day Ukraine. Think future Marshall Plan. When this debacle in Ukraine is over, between Russia and Ukraine, and they need to rebuild whole cities, whole villages. To your point, that is what they're going to use. And this isn't me saying this. This was presented at a post-war building plan seminar in Toronto 2 years ago. And believe it or not, Ukraine was one of the largest standing hemp producers in the world for a very long time, still is, but it dropped off, of course, because of the destruction that's happening in that country. Point being is they are going to use hemp to rebuild Ukraine. There's a great Ukrainian by the name of Sergey. He's known as Dr. Hemp House. He builds hemp houses all over the world. Look him up online if you haven't seen him. He's got videos of this. So the infrastructure is not exactly there to support it on a wide scale, but it's in process, and that will be the future. And think about the fact that hemp building materials are flame retardant. These buildings wouldn't burn down in California if they were built with hempcrete type materials. So we're on the same page about that. It's just about getting that information to the right people and not sounding like a quack in doing so. It takes time.
And we can rebuild.
Well, you're talking to three guys here that we've been called quacks for our whole goddamn life. All of a sudden, after 38 years or something, damn, maybe that guy had a point, and it's like, it's friggin' crazy. Let me go to the United Nations and WHO. and see if you can enlighten me. As I understand it, a couple of years ago in the summer, the United Nations and WHO both declared that cannabis was really not a bad thing at all and basically descheduled it. And by doing so, a colleague of mine, Mike Kravitz, pointed out to us that according to the UN statutes, which he was very familiar with, the United States government, namely the Attorney General, this is a lawyer question, the Attorney General was required by law to alter our schedule of any drugs so redesigned by those organizations. And of course, this was all done in the right way. So the 1961 single treatment, whatever the hell they call it, that treaty was not violated. Anyway, cannabis became non-regulated by the United Nations, and the Attorney General of the United States, by our U.S. law, was supposed to have altered our schedule. Myself and two other guys actually had a conversation about a year ago with the White House, with their drug advisor. We informed him of this, and he had no idea what we were friggin' talking about. But he took notes and said, yeah, well, I got to bring this up then. And 2 weeks later, President Biden said that he was referring this item to the Attorney General. We wrote the Attorney General and said, so what are you doing? What's going on? No reply. Do you know anything about all this?
Yeah, I do. By the way, Michael Kravitz is a good friend and someone I admire greatly. He's really pushed the envelope and has been a major point at the UN for years. Let's talk about that briefly without getting into the weeds. You had the 1960s. You had this sort of this putting cannabis in a box, putting all narcotics, frankly, in a box because of policies that were generated in the 30s. We can go down that road before we all know about Anslinger and how marijuana got vilified and called marijuana, frankly, because it wasn't referred to as marijuana before that. They used that term to make it sound worse than it really was. So at the end of the day, the UN Single Convention, all the nations that signed that, led by the US, had to agree to put all of these narcotics in a box, including marijuana, and put it in the highest, most restricted category. So we've been dealing with that for years. And when you're talking about an international body, things don't move quickly. So in 2020, November of 2020, in the midst of COVID, because it was already in the works, the U.S. came out and said it supported two things that were very important. This was major policy change that people don't talk about at the UN. And Michael Kravitz was intimately involved in a lot of this stuff, by the way, to his credit. First of all, they began to recognize medical cannabis for the first time in UN history. They created a new category and recategorized it to recognize medical cannabis. So we're talking about high THC cannabis. But this is the other important part. They recognized that industrial hemp was not subject to United Nations controls and the UN Convention. And they expressly said that even compounds like CBD at the time were not subject to UN controls because they were derived from something that wasn't from UN controls. Now, this is information that you really got to get into the weeds about. A lot of people don't know these things, so it really hasn't made that much of an impact going forward. But those things have changed, and here we are today where the United Nations, they come up in March. In March, there's a hearing in Vienna in front of the UN, the Committee on Narcotic Drugs, and they're going to start to consider the implementation of these things that were adopted years ago. Now, I'm proud to say that I've presented in front of the United Nations on 2 occasions, but I'm also a professor at UNLV right now in their first of its kind Cannabis Policy Institute. So I'm working on a study at UNLV where we're looking at the data of converting the black market, the illicit market, to the commercial market. It didn't work in the US. It didn't work in Canada. Really hasn't worked really anywhere. Yeah. But I work in Morocco right now, the Kingdom of Morocco, and it's working there. And it's the largest cannabis supplier in the world, has been for a very, very long time. That's where it's working. That's what we're studying. So when this study is done, we're going to show that forward-thinking policies of commercialization, which makes some people cringe, but commercialization of the plant does create cultural and social change, gives people a chance to join society and do things legally, and also converts that illicit market over to the commercial market. And I've got a standing invitation to present that finding to the UN because they don't believe it's true. And if that would be a major cornerstone for further UN policy reform going forward. So as you can see, I kind of got myself in the middle of a whole bunch of different things over the last 16 years because I've worked tirelessly and I love this stuff. But those are the things that are happening. And, you know, believe it or not, as much as the Trump administration's, you know, getting a bad name in certain circles, and I come at this thing politically agnostic. I tell you, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. My values are libertarian, right through and through. But I have to tell you, I see a lot of good things coming out of the White House. There's a lot of bad things coming out of the White House. We have to talk about those things. But the good things are reform of government, and I do think business-friendly cannabis policies that have an impact on the global stage. Everybody waits for the U.S. to move first.
Well, and the other thing is he wants to be the biggest in everything. He wants America to be the biggest. With this plant, if it's properly spearheaded, we can actually overnight in a growth seasons start to create $1 trillion worth of jobs and products in this country and turn this country into the leading hemp cannabis market on the planet.
Well, it is a crop. Again, I think.
Yeah.
Have the White House call. Have the White House call.
Give him Casper's number. Now, Bob, we haven't got a whole bunch of time there. I'm watching the clock there for you. So I want to give you an opportunity to talk about GPS.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. GPS website is gps.global. Greenbridge Proven Strategies. Greenbridge, meaning we sort of create that bridge between, you know, the historical legacy of cannabis and then bringing it over that bridge into the commercial marketplace. And again, that's really distasteful for a lot of people because they don't like how commercialization of the industry has gone. But that's my activism. That's my contribution as I see it to the world, is to bring something from the dark into the light and ultimately create some rules around it. And that doesn't mean human behavior is going to change. People that grow in their basement are still going to grow in their basement. And by the way, you know what? If you, Casper, I won't even ask you where you get your cannabis from, but I bet it's not a dispensary because people that consume on a regular basis, myself included, don't shop at dispensaries. We still either grow it ourselves or we go to the guy that grows it down the street because he's allowed to grow it under some freedom of self-grow law in a particular state. So it's not apples to apples with the alcohol industry where, for example, if I drink bourbon every week or wine or beer, I go to the liquor store once or twice a week. Regular consumers of cannabis don't shop in the regulated system. So that notion of, well, you commercialize it, you kill everything that's good about it, I don't buy it because those of us that do it do the same thing we've always done. It just opens up relief. It opens up opportunity. It opens up legal access and jobs for people that really love this plant and want to work around it. And to me, that's a good thing. So that's what we do at GPS is we help bridge that gap. We help bring government solutions. We say, all right, government, here's what your options are if you want to create legality. But you know what? When you ask a government if it wants to do that, or you pick up on why they want to do that, what's their why? Do they want to create social change, criminal justice reform, medical cannabis? Do they want to just change policy overall? Or do they want to create a new economic sector? You got to figure out their why. And then you got to figure out how to get the operators into that same theory of thinking. And it differs in every jurisdiction around the world. That's what we do.
All right.
Well, and there's the other aspect too. It also cuts back on ruining lives people are sitting behind bars because of these unjust laws against a PLANT.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. For you Gen Zers, I was plant. For you Gen Zers, you have to look it up on Wikipedia. Anyway.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for being a guest on our big broadcast today, for enlightening us as to what is happening on the front of the cannabis hemp markets. And we do cheer you on and wish you most success at every turn. And I want to wish you a chance to come back in the future and let us know how things are progressing.
I'd be happy to come back, guys. It's really been a pleasure. I feel like I've known y'all for a long time, and we're just sitting around BSing, and I'd love to do it again. So keep me in mind. Please reach out, and hopefully I can give you an update on some other cool international happenstances. And hopefully the next time we can say, and look what the White House did.
Yeah, let's hope it's federal. Let's hope it's federal. The example of a crazy situation in the news the other day was a fellow from British Columbia. He was bringing in cannabis equipment, like processing equipment for cannabis, and the border basically apprehended the guy and told him that he's no longer allowed back in the U.S.
Yep, and you just let number 47 know that call me and we'll figure it out. Seriously. All right. And Al Bird, you've also got a book that you've done too, right?
Yes. And I would recommend, Bob, that you think about writing a book. Mine is right there on the screen. It's about a year old now, for country and cannabis. And basically, I think that says what it's about. It's a history of me and being in the military for 24 years, and that interface while in the military with cannabis, and then my advocacy or educational effort, I'd like to say, after that, from joining up with Normal in the mid-'80s, running Normal, stopping patients at a time, really opening up the conversation of medical cannabis in the United States, the world, now to the UN, just as Jack and Casper did for hemp. We were all cohorts doing our different little thing at the same time. And I'll point out to the defense attorneys, back in that day, it's a long story, but we Normal went three ways at my direction. It went legal, stayed legal. It went to hemp, it went to medicine. And we explained to the lawyers that wanted the legal part of it to be a bigger deal than anything else, that, it wasn't working. and here we are 35 years later. Now, hemp is the real thing. We're talking about it. It's going to get bigger and badder, and that's good. Medical cannabis is here to stay, not going anywhere, getting more and more developed, as it should be. And we still haven't legalized it. So it could be, again, that defense attorney idea has had its time, and maybe we should shift the idea of how to legalize it into a more logical format. And one of the problems you're going to have, I think, we talked about this last week with a previous author, James. He said something interesting. He said, let's say we just legalize this stuff. He said, what are you going to do with all the people you just put out of work? All those law enforcement people? Well, we can shift them around. Yeah. But what about the dealers and the guys that are smuggling and the guys that are doing all the backup? What are you going to do with them all? There's millions of them. And essentially, it's a good question, because there are millions of people involved in this black market. It works rather well, as we know. We just all saying, yeah, it works good. But some of them will go away, but a lot of them will have to find other occupations. And the government's going to have to do that. And it could be that hemp's the answer. Try and get these people into that type of a network. But it's a question that needs to be looked at by politicians. I'm sure they are, if they're thinking, because we want regulation, and we want legalization, and we want individual use. That's what we all want. We want to be able to grow cannabis in our backyard, just like I can grow my beans and my beets. So
well, add that to the challenge, Bob, as you go to Washington. I'm serious. Start on our home front. America first. We want to make American hemp great again. We want to we want to make American hemp great again. Now, Graham, I know you got a Canadian hemp that's great. You want to let people know what you're doing there about Pace Radio?
Oh, yeah, Pace Radio. Yeah, we're doing broadcasting on cannabis as well as psychedelics. Every day of the week, we've got a broadcast going out, whether it's Monday, Sunday, Saturday. There's I think we got 8 broadcasts on the network alone, and it's all patient driven. We're all patient advocates, and all out there spreading the information about medical cannabis.
And by the way, we're all volunteers, and we're not asking for anything. We're going to do this no matter what the hell goes down. But if you want to send Pace Radio $100, you want to send Casper $100, it'd help. I mean, again, we don't want anything, but if you want to do something useful, there's a couple of ideas.
Because we are changing the way we're broadcasting. We're using AI now. We're bringing the dead back to life with animated programming and
come a long way since days.
Yeah. By the way, it's really
I'm watch on the time here for Bob. Bob's got something he's got to deal with here, guys. So.
All right, we'll let you go.
That time.
So, well, let me wrap it up then and say thank you out there for tuning in and listening to all of us talk about how important it is to take time for hemp.
I want Bob to tell us where everybody can find his website.
Easy to find, guys. BobHoban.com, GPS.global. My pleasure, guys. I love doing this. I'd love to do it again. Keep up the great work. Keep up the great message. And Al, I'm picking up your book one way or the other before the end of this week.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All righty. Go ahead, Casper. Do your spiel.
It is important, everybody out there, the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for Facebook, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help! Yeah.
I think we've all been misled. And I've apologized for my own role in misleading people as well. It has medical value, and that's part of the reason I changed my own mind on that.
Letter to the president. Letter to the president. Letter to the president. Letter to the president. Me send a letter to the residents of the president. A stamp on the front saying very urgent. The message inside went something like legalize it. Sensimilla is a herb that grows naturally, just like any other plant or tree. Natural as the birds, natural as the bees, and just like them sensia to be free to be grown anywhere that we please, in the city, in the town, in the country, in the hills and in the valley. Sense it should be there for everyone to see. Me send a letter to the residents of the president. A stamp on the front saying very urgent. The message inside went something like legalize it. Sensimilla to call sensi a drug is very absurd. It should be known as a natural herb. So much diseases sensi has cured. That's why doctors use it around the world for glaucoma and fever, rheumatism, arthritis and asthma, insomnia, emphysema, and to block epileptic seizure, to alleviate the pain and nausea associated with the AIDS and cancer. Some say it is the best stress reliever. God knows I'm a believer, so give me ganja cookie, me herbal tea. Sensimilla is IRA. I don't care what no government say. Sensimilla is okay. Ganja cookie and me herbal tea. Sensimilla is IRA. I don't care what no government say. Sensimilla is Lord, we want legalization, decriminalization, and emancipation for all those sentenced to incarceration for participation with healing of the nation. It's just another case of political insanity, abusing the rights of humanity. But we should plant a seed of the sweet that we need to avoid an ecological calamity. We can use it for paper to save some trees, use it for fuel to save some seas, use it for medicine to help fight disease, and use it for food when we're hungry. So give me ganja bookie, me herbal tea, sensimilla is Ire, I don't care what no government say, sensimilla is okay. Ganja cookie and me herbal tea, sensimilla is Ire, I don't care what no government say. Sensimilla is okay.
You are listening to the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
Tim, you've built yourself a cannabis business. So tonight we're going to learn, the history about your business, as well as what the future holds for Legacy 420. So, you started out with a retail store, and I remember you just had a little wee back room back there in behind, and that was about it. And as we've mentioned, you built the new building. Now it's larger, as we mentioned, than an LP or a
much
micro.
larger.
So, how big is it, and what all is in it?
Okay,
What's
so we
all
went
in?
from
What's that?
so we went from 1,000 square feet to over 10,000 square feet, right? So it's a big building with a lot of power in it, right? Like it packs a big punch. So you have production facility, testing facility. You actually got 3 production rooms, a wet lab, dry lab, and testing facility, as well as retail outlet, administration offices, and the retail, I don't know, we mentioned that is probably 3,500 square feet, close to 4,000 square feet.
And it's high
And
ceiling.
it's 20
High
feet ceiling.
ceiling.
Yeah. So it's quite the building. There's 20 acres of land, and there's a greenhouse in the back. I'm actually talking with a group of people that are very interesting, that have a vision for the business. But there's a lot of nuances with it, right? So I'm looking to part out fairly quickly. And
so you're talking about parting out. You're talking about
yeah,
selling
and so
Legacy
they're looking
420?
for 5-year type thing before. But a
Yeah.
very interesting group talking about psychedelics. We're talking doctors, nurses, full script, the whole thing. But I'm 65, and it's a huge gamble at this juncture in my life, right? So I just want to kind of just retire, right? And just let the younger generation grab the reins and giddy up.
You've got 20 acres of land there. You've got the
20
green.
acres,
You've got a greenhouse. You've got the building. Like, it's there. Anybody who's looking for it's running.
Oh yeah, and
Set
with
up and
that comes
operating.
all the equipment in the building, right? So you got all the
Right.
bells, the whistles to make oil. Just about everything you would think you would need is there. There's probably there's a complete, obviously, for interested people, there's a complete list of everything in the building and its value. But just in bleakers alone, Al, there's probably $100,000 in bleakers, and just in molds, just gummy molds. There's got to be another $100,000 just in gummy molds, just in molds.
Yeah.
So we have a SKU of 2,700 different products. So all the formulations come with it.
Yeah.
All the staff come with it. So you're on day one. You're in production.
You're in production.
Day one. You're producing.
It's going.
Boom.
It's
Get it in.
operating. Exactly. Before the break, we were talking about the lab and the fact that you're not just some handheld machine. You've actually got actual lab equipment, and tell us a little bit about it. Like, is it chromatography, or however you say that word?
Yeah. Yes, chromatography. Yes.
Okay.
So there's 2 machines in there. And I'm not quite sure the name of the other machine now. I hire very smart people to work those machines. I don't work them myself. But they're exactly the same machines that Health Canada uses, and everybody else that's in this business, in a meaningful way anyways. And as I said earlier, there's a whole cornucopia of reasons for using them. And health and safety is very first. And basically that's why we're using them, right? So health, safety, security, and that's the thing about having this machine in your as a business investment. It not only brings you safety and security about what you're selling, but it dials in all your products as well, right? So you shouldn't even be in production if you don't have the ability to test it. Like, think about that. Just 1 second, right? So your input material comes in, right? Somebody tells you it's 20%. You're putting it in and doing your calculations on 20%. What if it's 10%? Your
Oh,
input
yeah.
product's 10%. Or
Exactly.
even worse, 4%, right? You can test anything, right?
You
And
know,
there's the other thing, right?
the accuracy of the product is so important.
Yeah,
You
they move
mentioned
pretty
that. Now, are you? I know at one time when I've talked to you in the past, you're doing nation to nation stores.
Yeah, so we
selling
do
product.
quite a bit of so we do quite a bit of wholesale. So it's probably creeping up to 40% of sales anyways now.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'd like it to be obviously higher. But it takes time. So
Yeah.
we only started it in, I think it was 2019, just prior to the pandemic. So it's now almost 40% of the sales. So it's coming along pretty good. We do a lot of sales in the cities
Yeah.
to ventures that are indigenous ventures that are set up in the cities.
So the nation to nation on your wholesale end, you can only do it in Ontario. You can't send it
Oh
across.
no, we go straight across Canada.
Oh, okay.
So we have clients in Saskatchewan and Manitoba as well.
Yeah.
None in
And
British Columbia yet. So I think we've had something like 2 million or 3 million people go through that business.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow. Trademark.
Yes.
That was I forgot all about that, and I'm just looking at the website. Holy shit! Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
That
Long time.
Yeah. You were a long time getting that.
7 years and $50,000 later. It's you know what the cost is for me? It's about $2,000 a month.
That's
Is what
ridiculous.
I pay them.
Why?
Well, trademarks. So there's probably 5 or 6 trademarks that we got in. But the most important one, obviously, is the one for the business. I'd be open to leasing, but I'd much rather see the building be sold. But if it had to be a lease, I could set up a 20-year long-term lease.
Right.
But I'll put the building in my son's name, and if I die, then everything goes to him, right? So
Correct.
it really
Correct.
doesn't matter.
So I just want to do a quick rundown. Legacy 420 is for sale, and
for sale.
comes with the with Legacy 420. It's much more than just a retail store. You want to just
It's a
quickly run
production
down what it all
facility.
comes with?
Yeah. So it comes complete with everything you need to do production. You know how I built out the building, Al, was I built it out for forward thinking. All right. So in 2018, I had 65 people employed there. Then in 2019, the economy started slow. In 2020, the pandemic happened, and then lo and behold, we are where we are now. But we were running probably 65 people with a $25 million revenue.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's employing a lot of people and a lot of
yeah,
product.
and so that is an 8-hour shift, 5 days a week. So I built out the building for 12-hour for 2 shifts, 2 8-hour shifts, 16-hour. That's how I built the building out to run 24 hours a day. So it's fully capable of producing, and I figure anywhere from 80 to $100 million in production per year. At least that's how I had it built out. And so there's on the other end of this recession or whatever we're coming into here, that's a big dream for the right person.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's a turnkey operation, folks.
It is a turnkey operation. Absolutely is. Yeah.
Anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as
just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour. And then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
Yeah. And just for everybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options. Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
When you think of the number of unique products developed in the fields, kitchens, and labs at Legacy 420, it's hard to think that one stands out above the rest. But tell that to the thousands of people who have tried this amazing breakthrough product. Sacred Salve, so easy to apply, along with soothing relief. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Give us a bit of a rundown, and then maybe we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I opened Legacy 420. Actually, it was in 2014. And then tried to get a license for it under cannabis to no avail. So I opened a license under just Legacy 420, didn't make any reference to what I might be selling. I just put paraphernalia, so i.e. pipes and so on. And so that was always basically my dream, Al, was to be in the cannabis business. I'm sure it was you guys' dream too, right? So from an early age, yeah. So from a very early age, I had dreams of opening, a dispensary.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, the Liberal government was talking about it in 2013, and it got me thinking, right? So I thought, well, as Native people, we should be really thinking about this, because this plant fits right in with the rest of our medicines. And so, I basically launched Legacy, and no fanfare. Sat there in the store probably for 6 or 8 months all alone. Nobody ever came to the door. Everybody's afraid to come to the door. Oh yeah.
So would you not have had a sign out on Highway 2?
No, I wasn't. No, because at that time I had a partner, and I won't mention his name or anything, but I did have a partner, and he had cold feet, so he didn't want to make any admissions. He wanted to do it on the downslide. And I wanted to be old.
Were you in the strip mall at that time?
Beg your pardon?
Like when we met, you were in the strip mall there on Highway 2.
Exactly.
So that's where it was launched from.
That's where it was launched.
The cigar store.
Right, which I own too. Yeah. So I had both the stores, and another friend of mine had the other store. So basically, we opened the store with the premise that there'd be no consultation, and sure enough, we were right. So we're never consulted on anything, and so we took an educated guess, and it turned out to be exactly that. There was no consultation, nor would there be. so in 2016 or 2015, 2016, the police came to my shop and
Project Long Arm.
yeah, basically I had been in operation for probably almost a year before they came along, and wanted to shut me down. Basically said they were going to arrest everybody in the store and shut us down. And so I basically challenged them. I said, well, look, I've got a lot of evidence here that says we have every right in the world to not only be using this plant, but selling and trading this plant as well. And I said, why don't you do yourself a favor and me a favor, and instead of raiding this store, give us a couple of weeks or a couple of months, take that pile of paperwork that I just gave you and take it to Ottawa and see what Ottawa has to say about it, right? So he did. He took it to the public prosecution, Judy Raybold's office, and we got a positive assessment. They ended up calling me, so they called me 3 months later and basically said, leave your reporter and your lawyers behind, come down and see us. And so I did. And when I got in the office, there was, not one or two police like there usually is. There was, 5 or 6. It looked like the whole department was there, and they were all huddled around a big conference room table. So I plopped my ass down, and basically the chief of police said, we don't know how to tell you this, so we're just going to read it to you. And so they read me the statement from the Crown Prosecution's office. And basically, it's rubber stamped my position that constitutional right to this plant. So basically, they were told basically to stay away, right, until this was sorted out through Ottawa or the courts. And because Justin Trudeau was, about to legalize the plant, and really they didn't want to rock the boat so early in the game, and the constitutionality about it all. So
Yeah.
two,
Wow.
so under those two,
So
they basically left me alone.
Yeah, and basically I look at that as you're the first cannabis.
I was the first,
indigenous cannabis store, legal store that was selling. And because of your actions is what we see. Like, I'm in the middle. I live in a spot where I gotta
yeah. You're absolutely right, Al. So what I did there is was huge, right? For the wealth of Indigenous people across the country.
Correct.
So today, I think there's something like 1,200 dispensaries on First Nations across reserves. Now, overwhelmingly, a lot of those nations have improved their lifestyles, right?
Yes.
So they're able to go and buy a nicer car, or maybe rent a better apartment, or possibly buy a home, right? And literally that's why I started this, because I knew, because I come from tobacco, I knew that we literally turned tobacco upside down in a matter of a decade. And we stole position, we stole revenue, and we rained down hell on the big players. And so we basically took market position. And so I coming from that industry, I knew we could do this. I knew we could affect change, lower the prices, right? And move this forward for all of us. And sure enough, that's where we are today. Now, it's so systemic now that all the chiefs are basically on board. There's the odd one that's against it, but for the most part, this is a decade of cannabis use in First Nation, and there's been no deaths. I remember you and I, we used to discuss this back and forth, right? This plant has never killed anybody. But now the chief and the council see with their own eyes that there's no death. And there's only growth for your nation out of this.
Correct.
Right?
Employment.
Right. So when I opened up my store, band councils, basically their highest wage was, anywhere from $18 to $20. Well, that was the starting wage. So basically what I did was force the council and the bands to increase their wages. And not only they're running parity with the province now. That's how many employees I took from them, right? And treated them well. And there's what you have to do. You have to pay people well and treat them well to get the results that you need to be successful in life, right?
Mhm.
And that's all you got to do. And so the band councils weren't very good at that, but now they're treating their people a lot better, and this is good.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Oh,
Right. So we there's where um the seed, right, was planted in
mhm.
my head for a production facility, right? So it was at that moment, 2016, that I realized that we had enough capital and enough customers to sustain a production facility, right? And I knew, right, that we had to be constitutional, that we had to protect ourselves legally, right? And
Yeah.
so that's what I began. I began to do that. And so that's when all right, I need to get a piece of land. I need to put up a building. I need this, I need that. So I started strategizing and hiring the necessary people to help me along with that.
Correct.
So that was
Yeah.
integral. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Now, the building that you did build and you're in now, um, that has been built to basically
LP standards,
LP
licensed
standards,
producer
exactly.
standards. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. So um,
Like it's
that's
bigger
why I
than a
built it out
micro
like
grow.
that. Yeah,
What's
so
that?
I absolutely built it that way because um, when I was talking to the council shortly after I had my talk with the police, the council called me in and basically read me the riot act. um, they knew that they couldn't do anything to shut me down, so we discussed the problem, the parameters, what the future's going to look like. They had no idea, and so I laid out what I saw coming, and the chief at the time and the council were of the position that no, we're going to control this. I go, okay, and I told him, I said, there's going to be 50 to 60 stores all through this community if we don't start talking right now.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So they chose not to. They thought they had the upper hand, and yeah, and so here we are with 60 stores. Right.
Yeah, so did they not at some time you guys did meet like as a community to
they
come up with some type
were,
of standards or
well, yeah. So we created all our own standards, right?
yeah.
And so when the council came to do the tour, they were just blown away. They were just blown away. So even everybody that's been to this store, and like I say, I've had the UK delegation. I think it was 9 members of parliament, 2 knights, and a lord visit from UK,
Wow.
right? Yeah, right. So no federal MPs from Canada came, but at least the UK delegation came, right? And so yeah, they're
You
standards,
get
right?
like
So
as far as the tour thing there, you're talking about the UK, but you've also got like universities, colleges
oh
that
yeah, so
community colleges that come
Queens,
through.
oh yeah, so we're working with 2 different colleges right now.
Yeah. Oh, well, look what you've accomplished so far. Like it's all
Yeah,
the stuff we discussed
yeah.
and
Just imagine what the
legacy,
next generation.
exactly, and the
Yeah,
psychedelics and going on to the younger generation would be
right,
that next step for the
right,
business.
right. So all the native groups right now, so your NGOs are basically on board. So the Union of Ontario Indians, Chiefs of Ontario, and
Mhm.
AIA they're all on board with a holistic approach to cannabis. So they'd like to see a health and wellness roll
Mhm.
out with not just cannabis, but with other medicines in there as well. And that's what this
Nice.
group of people that I'm talking with right now, they
Brilliant.
have their eye on that ball as well. So I think what you're going to see in the future here from the legislation I've been reading, it's already been done. So there's going to be a change in approach in how we deal with sick,
Oh yeah.
and I think it's the
Always
right
is.
approach. So the fear of the federal government and the provinces right now is that the far north, they have very few doctors, nurses, medical professions, and
Mhm.
hospitals in the north. And what they're trying to do is basically weaponize groups of people, such as myself and other groups, to bring holistic medicines and start basically treating them right on First Nations. So it's an interesting time right now for healthcare. Yeah, interesting. So,
So like basically traveling or set up some type of treatment centers.
yeah, that's exactly what they're talking. Clinics.
Yeah.
Series of clinics. Yeah.
It's such a benefit for nations to have it. Like with the medicine, the business. So it's just such, and the employment and the opportunities to do and grow and learn. It's just such a great opportunity. I wish
it's
more
a huge
councils would be on board, right? Like,
I totally agree with you.
I just run in. This is the top of your main page of your website there. So that's the little video that's running.
Right
there.
on.
You see the store. See your bike.
Oh, the bike's for sale too. It goes with the store.
Yeah, does it?
Don't tell my husband that.
I'm too old for that now.
My husband's Crees,
Yeah.
not
No.
Mohawk. Don't tell him that the bike goes with the store.
You can see in the one picture there, right out, I think it's right after the store here, the jars of the oil, of the cannabis oil.
Right.
There you go, right there. Because you got your lab, you got consistency in your product. The oil that you're producing there, and all your products, like from my understanding, you produce your products with full spectrum.
Usually oil. So full spectrum is used only. We do have full spectrum, or not full spectrum. Yes, everything's full spectrum. What am I saying now? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody
so
looks at things differently. Different terms mean different things to different people, right?
Yeah. So there is actually a place on our website that you can go to, and there is exactly a certificate analysis for every product that we sell.
Oh, I believe that for sure.
Yeah. So like there's validation when you buy that product, it's validated.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can see for yourself
Well,
by
I guess
just
what I would
moving around on that website.
I would source like.
All right. So to wrap things up, anybody who's interested in looking into Legacy 420, where shall they go to as far as like
Just come on down. Yeah, just come on down. Give us a call. We'll give you a tour. We're generally what we do is Jordan usually does probably 15-20 minute tour through the building, check out all the departments, usually a little bit longer. He describes products and that. So maybe half an hour tour, and then when the tour's done, boom, we sit down and start discussing. Yeah.
Yeah. And just for anybody who knows, who's interested, here is the contact information. There's the address. There's the phone number.
Perfect.
Just that's right there on the legacy420.com website. Just scroll down to the bottom and send them a message. So,
all right.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Happle. The creators of the Happle, Dave and Matza, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the Happle with Dave.
You know, for example, like, you know, not quite roundish looking balls that can't be called oranges because oranges are circular. So you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right. Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally why I do it that way.
One day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah. And you don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling
That's
it an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box. Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I'd go numb.
Yeah, the apple. Very
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the apple?
Yeah. There you go. There's a apple.
Yeah, this is the apple here. Right.
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on a apple.
Yeah.
Right.
That stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a little pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
Damn, got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Correct.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot on the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep. Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette.
Yep.
But you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right? You couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't want tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
like that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was and then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash.
Yeah. Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker because you're just adding. It's like
here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices. Is right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Yeah, some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time.
Mm-hmm.
They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that.
Yeah.
Right.
The KIF.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains. Because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right?
Yeah.
So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially in pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what strain
exactly.
it is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains, it's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next
Or
week.
you go to your
Next
dealer.
batch.
And you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actual understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like this is the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there.
Yeah.
Right, but just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway. Right?
Yeah,
This be the
first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
I do.
So I a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You can just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I myself learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person or multiple persons would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I learned.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. There you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now, some hash,
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Al, as you can see here, it's brewing, it's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs,
Yeah.
it up, tip a little bit.
Because you can just
suck
sip it,
out.
right?
Yeah, and then just drink
You
it out
just
of the
sip
straw. And then
Yeah.
I put it back down, pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash, because very, very little wastage.
And it's
You know,
personal.
that's
It's personal, but you can share it. You
There
know,
you go.
it's like a drink. It's personal
Yeah.
size, but you can share it around the room. I have a student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
Eventually, yeah.
and relight
And
it.
then you relight it. Yep. Yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. Like,
yeah, because
and then I'll pull on it, and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking. Not
oh yeah, you don't smoke.
Not really.
No, that's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm gonna drop that into there for him, because he's a special one.
Oh, he needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's master.
But look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that's one that didn't cost quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the side.
But those are nice. If you've got five or six people sitting around, and you got 5 or 6 people, or 6 of those, you can just share it, but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is, why share it when you can all have your own? And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big. The smoke, the hash smoke just gets stale and old, right? Like, you know that old bomb smoke? Don't make sure you clear it out.
Yeah.
Right? You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing,
right?
right.
Like, oh, look at that.
So,
That's super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look. That's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
Yeah. And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey. For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out, and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never be
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip. A Dave tip. An official Dave tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
You're talking about snail smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates, because as you can see, once it spills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs
That's what I was wondering. Like, at the end, obviously, you're gonna have,
Yeah,
that's
why I think
that there's nuance. Yeah.
And then here's another reason. So one of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep some
have,
air in there.
You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. So it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with it.
So well, you were just it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem,
yeah,
or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they'd have to get a hold of you. Very unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
Separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to. Mm-hmm. So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense. Right. And then at the same time, I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right? It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Shit's different.
So it does.
Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available, and are they just available in Ontario retail stores? Everywhere, so right across the country.
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. We do.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how I did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. The next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh.
So water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot. And it looks a little bit, it's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know.
Okay.
And then I always like them with an egg. With the good black drop.
But yeah,
The
yeah,
black
yeah.
drop, you know, you gotta use the black drop.
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the
Yeah, it's
bottom.
got a percolator model. And the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal HAPL.
Right.
Right. So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we were trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So
Okay.
my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh, here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. No, okay, hang
Get
on.
the
I'm gonna turn this. Okay.
No, you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out yourself.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke, but how many times? How many times did you hit that for
That's
something
nice.
that wasn't designed
Yeah.
to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap, tap, tap,
Well,
tap,
any tap,
Yeah!
any tap.
You know who's really good at those?
Oh, I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only gonna hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
That's way more.
Yeah, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus!
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So, I mean, it's nice to see that because, a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the HAPL body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stem from.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths. And we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half. So you half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it. I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got a glass, the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the HAPL. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers,
Makes sense.
which you're not supposed to do, I learned. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. First thing I've done is open up a hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect two pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing into the blow hose is keep it from collapsing and closing itself off. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. Becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the dewdrop. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I've taped here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start pumping it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, what Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got it in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame, because that can
Filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
yeah, which can be end up where you get. Well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, pop into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. It didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So how, like, that is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten after? 2,500, 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out. You'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, for the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there. So I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster. So the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening, as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the apple. So I had to do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. Like, it would be faster and easier if I used a template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass. Because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging. So I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. Not so worried about the actual shape of each of them. Mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find two apples.
They're the same.
No, they're same. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the two tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine. Essentially, it allows me to take coffee breaks. Or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I'm trying to thin out that as much as I need to so that way when in the next stage when they're removed from the string, it'll be easier to cut. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
So it's two bottoms against each other.
Two top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Al. Thanks for measuring my point. I'll turn that off, and then I will take these two, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
We're
we're
going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the handles. I'll talk it through. You'll talk it through one of them. I'll talk it through one of them and then do the other one. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right? And then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to go over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Flowing into the glass, I pop the hole out there, and they're using graphite. I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I used to attach to it as a mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have the tube here with an open edge to it. And then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here. And attach it, and then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the handle. So I break that off just like that, and using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and lodge this with the rest of the apple. This creates the strength in the apple. Okay, fast. So I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want. Because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly. Get it all melted in, getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That keeps will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened the hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now, one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing heat into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass. This is my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot Whereas the glass that's in my left hand is going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1,000 degrees. But compared to the 2.5 or 3,000 degrees that this side was, this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off in a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished apple. Nice faster. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod, 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Just going to break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay. Second step after that is I will take and pull off the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as also been described, a little butt crack. And that little butt crack there was sitting there. Heat it up a little bit just to quickly even out the temperature on that. Switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them, and every single half of them. Take it, do a half of it, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I can make 10,000 more of those. And
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making a half of them.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do.
Okay.
But
Cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and it's. I mean, like, hey,
can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glassblower's dream. But yeah, but I mean, really,
You're producing these in your shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement, because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You've sold 10,000.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for masters, hash kettles, and hash landers. We're only talking about the nugs haffle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the haffles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the
the haffle.
Just the ones for the overlord, right? Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much. Overlords. Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use, well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
That's Abri.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this, and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there?
Yep.
You can do dabs.
Yep.
Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but like, sure. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. All right, when you can smoke hash.
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about glass being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option, in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Well,
it tastes really weird. Like it tastes really weird.
If you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
Yeah, this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there. This is really just meant to give, like, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily driver.
It's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Happel is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, like right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay. Well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the Happel and how to see how the Happel is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today. Film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success, and we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Alice.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram
Masterglass. And I'm Dave. Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.